Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today is a very special guest, Mr. Carl Benjamin. How are you?
I'm good. I can hear you. I can hear the stream.
You can hear the stream.
Yeah.
Do you have it unmuted on your...
Oh, maybe. I'm not sure. God, it's probably me. Yeah, no, it's me. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Oh, how dare you. Here he is
It was on my
blaming me
end.
on my show.
I'm so sorry. I'm so rude. Thank you so much for having me on, man. Like I was saying before we went live, I've been watching you for ages, and I think your legal coverage has been invaluable because, like, getting reliable coverage of what's going on with like the US system, especially with regards to all of these lawsuits that are politically relevant. Like, I'm no expert. I would have had no idea. And frankly, there are so many people that I wouldn't trust to give me an honest assessment that I'm glad that you do what you do. So thank you.
Oh, my pleasure, man. And I've been watching your stuff forever. Actually, like long before I started YouTubing, I was watching Sargon videos. It was great.
Oh, thank you.
It made me very happy to finally be able to have you on the show, and I'm very much looking forward to it. So now that we've jerked each other off enough, let's go.
Feeling quite satisfied, actually. Thank you.
Look, I aim to please always. Well, man, I guess let's start with this. You've been doing this for a while. How long have you been in this sort of space of, I guess, YouTube commentary? Were you doing anything before that?
Yeah, well, I mean, before that, I was just like someone who didn't really know what he was doing with his life, right? And so, and like looking back, it's a kind of retrospective now of just my adult life, really, because my parents were very, my dad was quite disciplinarian, and he was, but I was never like forced to do something, but I had lots of options, but I didn't know what I wanted to do. And so I did computer science at university just because I could do it without thinking about it. And I had no passion for it at all. And so in the second year, I was like, I hate this. I'm dropping out. I'm sick of education. And then I just worked in shit jobs for about a decade until I ended up working, just sort of updating the website for the local research councils in Swindon, where I live, which actually controls all of the science that goes on in the UK. And it was, just from there, I had a new boss, and the new boss essentially found me a threat, and so got rid of me. I don't want to go into it. And so I was unemployed in like 2013, and I was looking for jobs. And because, you sat around your house all day, I had nothing else to do. And so I'm playing games, and suddenly I'm noticing all of this feminist nonsense is coming into my video games. I'm not even joking. This is where this begins.
Just a bit.
Yeah. And so, like, in 2013, I didn't know what else to do, but it was really annoying me, and I could see all this, what now I would call, like, intersectionality, radical leftism, permeating lots of different online spaces that I was in. And it was really bothering me. So I felt the need to actually start speaking out about it. And I was really polite and tepid at first, because I assumed I was just like, look, this is really stupid. You know that this must be racist. So why or sexist or whatever it is. So why are you doing it? And so it was very, very sort of tepid feminist frequency critiques back in 2013, which sounds so quaint now, doesn't it? God, can you even imagine? I should go back.
Remember the humble times when we were just worried about our video games having a bunch of woke shit in it?
Yeah, right. It's the domino meme where the domino gets bigger is totally true. I'm not even joking. Like, the leftists always post this, and it's like, well, sorry, I didn't want to have to put Gamergate in the White House, but you made this happen. If you just shut up and leave us alone. But yeah, and so, like, I mean, when I was working in office jobs, I did loads of just like really dull office jobs. So I'm sat there updating spreadsheets or whatever it is for, whatever corporation. I can hardly remember half the ones I worked for, to be honest. Because you just get temporary contracts, work for a few weeks or a few months. But I'd always have like headphones in. I'd be listening to audiobooks of just stuff that most people would find really boring. But to me, it was really interesting. It was like classical authors and historians and philosophers. And, I'd be listening to Caesar's commentaries as he was conquering Gaul, or I'd listen to like Polybius describing Hannibal crossing the Alps, or Thucydides describing the Peloponnesian War, or Xenophon, marching into Persia, and I loved it, man. And then I started reading like the histories and the like Herodotus, Plutarch, and then I started getting into a bit of the philosophy, and I was really enjoying it. And that was the sort of intellectual background I really had coming into talking about things on the internet.
Sure.
I'd done a bit of light. I say light reading. When I was about 24, I tried to read Capital by Marx. I'd read about 2/3 of it, and come to the conclusion that this was nonsense. He had some like good critiques actually, and I still stand by this. Marx, like most people, can accurately diagnose a problem. Like I hear this about the Unabomber Manifesto all the time, but I've never read it. But a lot of people are like, oh yeah, the Unabomber Manifesto. He really understood what was going on. It's like, yeah, but didn't he blow stuff up? Like he sounds like a maniac.
He did.
And
my favorite modern philosopher is the guy who created the killdozer. So that guy,
yes,
he had some valid critiques too. And he turned them into a weapon of destruction, and I loved it. It was great.
I think the proper framing is a weapon of liberation.
Yes.
When the government literally blocks your business off from reaching the road, then you are being oppressed by the government. That's legit.
Oh, he was fully legit, and he didn't kill anybody except in the end himself. So it's it was a peaceful protest, much more peaceful than anything we've seen in 2020.
And much more justified too. But that's the point, isn't it? A lot of the time, like, people who do crazy things do have a legit critique. And that was just, I'd read a bit of Nietzsche, but honestly, I don't even know if I still understand Nietzsche. But yeah, and so I didn't really have that much experience. So basically I've just been doing a lot of work since discovering this nonsense. And now I am where I am now, wherever that is.
And where you are now is mostly you're on a new podcast, right? That's been kicking ass on the UK charts, right?
Yeah. I started a website called lotuseaters.com, which is a reference to the Odyssey. And there are lots of reasons for it, but none of them matter really. But yeah, so we started a podcast called the Podcast of the Lotus Eaters. We went up to like number 6 in the UK charts on Apple. But now we're probably like number 80 or something. So I don't know why, I have no idea how the Apple charts function. And so like with the YouTube algorithm, I've been using it for years. So I've got quite a good indication. So we're doing really well on YouTube. We're about 2 or 3 months old, and we've got 116,000 subscribers, and we're getting like 4 million views a month.
That's
so everything's going, it's everything's going great. And the atmosphere on the podcast is really good because, it's lots of energy in the office, and we've got a subscription basis on the website, and we have enough subscribers now that the entire business is viable. And so, I don't need to pump any more money into it. And so it's, successful business, and everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. We've got a really good team, really good office. It's a pleasure to get to work every day. You can tell everyone in the office is having a good time, and I'm sure they'll all say that because I pay them.
And if they say otherwise, you stop.
Precisely. But no, it's I'm really quite pleased with what we've built, and everything's growing really fast and doing really well. So I'm really and the thing with being on YouTube as your sole platform, or essentially your main platform, is that it's actually a terrifying place to be, as I'm sure you know.
Oh yeah, I've been aware of it from time to time.
Yeah, right. For people who are just like the consumers of content, imagine just going to work every day with a boss who wants to fire you and is just looking for a reason to fire you. And so every day when you go to work, you spend all day feeling tyrannized like that. That's what it's like to be a YouTube creator who's not a left-winger. Yeah. So it's not tremendous fun in many ways.
And not just that, but they have the power to not only kill your channel, metaphorically, I guess, but they have the power to make people not remember that you had a channel in a weird way.
Yes.
If they shut you down, it's a short burst of people who get really angry and indignant. But once that appeal process and everything is over, a couple months down the road, the way YouTube delivers content, it's like, oh, I forgot that I stopped watching that show, and it never pops back up.
Yeah. That's a perfect way of describing it. It's a weird sort of memory hole, and this was what was so great about Parler and Gab, actually. When you get back on these, you rediscover content creators who got deplatformed, and you're like, Christ, I can't believe I haven't watched any of this for so long. And you didn't even realize, because the constant flow of content that goes through your subscription box, you just forget. The next thing's in your face, the next thing's in your face, the next thing in your face. You're totally right. It's really weird, and it's kind of scary when you think about it. They've actually just got the power to just erase you, and that's it. Sorry, bye.
I mean, they erased, Twitter erased Trump
Yeah,
from the
everyone
platform, and they, like, it's amazing to think that the words of a president, I mean, whatever you think about those words and tweets, some of them were pretty weird, but some of them were great. They're gone. I mean, they're somewhere in a national archive. You could go get them. They're required to preserve them on their end, but all of that is just vanished from the internet. You have to work hard to go find it. And that's the president.
In fact, since you say that, I'm glad I've got you on that subject, actually, because I was thinking about this. Like, look, Donald Trump was forbidden from blocking people, wasn't he? Because his Twitter profile was considered a public platform.
Right.
But Twitter are allowed to deplatform him.
Yeah.
Is there not a contradiction there?
Logically, yes, there's a contradiction.
Yeah, well,
legally, not yet.
Right.
And
is there the option? Is there a possibility that could open up, though?
Well, there would have been. However, now that Biden is in office, the DOJ is actually trying to get that decision that was in favor of Donald Trump not being able to block people. They're trying to get that overturned because probably because Biden wants to block everybody. I don't know if you've checked out like the White House YouTube channel.
No, I hadn't.
Oh, they're getting ratioed on every video, like 5 to 1 on dislikes. They disabled the chat. I think the comments his second day in office, and it's a really interesting question. Like, wait a minute, if Trump can't block people from his personal webpage that they have, or his personal Twitter page that they've determined is now a public forum, how can Biden silence all criticism on YouTube comments? And some people are saying, well, he doesn't have to give them a space. It's like, but he's not giving people a space to comment. It's specifically to silence the negative commentary, and that's evidenced by the dislikes to likes ratio, in my opinion. But
yeah, no, I think that's a totally valid argument, and like you say, like logically, I can't see how you could contest this. And especially with Twitter and the account being a public forum, then Twitter has just surely done exactly what Trump was not allowed to do. So where do they get the ability and the right to do that?
And the current argument is that since they're a private public forum, that they have the right to do it. But I think there's an argument to explore that they're a quasi-government entity for, I mean, plenty of reasons, but mainly their voluntary allowance of official U.S. accounts, right? You're going to allow an official government account on the platform. Okay, you're no longer a private actor. Like, you're not going anywhere else to see the words of Donald Trump or Joe Biden. You're going to Twitter for an official announcement. And if we're going to let them do that, then we can't let them shut down access, in my opinion, to that at all. Which means they shouldn't be able to ban people either. Even if it means that they have to create like a status where you can only engage in public discourse. Like, I guess they could do, well, you violated the rules on like talking to private people, but you still have to have access to government accounts. I mean, I think there's at least an argument to be made in court in that. And I was thinking we would see an argument like that come up in the next decade or so. But now with the shift of big tech and being in bed with a party who loves how much control big tech has, I don't know that we will.
Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking about this a lot, and what's interesting is that when public utilities become ubiquitous, like historically, they usually get just taken over and regulated by the government. Right. And if not directly, then to an extent, whereas it's a very controlled market, it's very, very tightly regulated. And so I would not be surprised in the next like decade or so, if governments didn't just take over the Silicon Valley ones, then they would essentially create government social media, which doesn't sound like tremendous fun, does it? I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't want that. I'm not saying this is a good thing, but I think that it will be something that will probably end up happening.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's gonna be swings and roundabouts, but at the end of the day, it might not feel like a reign of terror, so that might be good. You might, in America especially, you'd have some sort of constitutionally enshrined rights. So you guys would be in a much stronger position than anywhere else. Thank God.
Yeah, I'm wondering though. You just gotta wonder if the government would find some way to wrangle a terms of service onto the government thing, enforce it, because the problem with it's a double-edged sword, right?
Yeah.
The government protection of speech is a double-edged sword because while we ostensibly have these protections, the government is really bad at actually enforcing those protections when it's implemented. It's really
Yeah.
good at it when you go through 6 years of litigation and spend $500,000 and go to the Supreme Court, and they're like, "Yeah, your speech was justified." It's like, "Oh, thank you." Uh,
Yeah.
but in the meanwhile, you are silenced for that entire period of time.
That is true, but the way I'm looking at it is that, like, say, roughly half of your government is made up of Republicans at any one time, and half of Democrats.
Right.
100% of Silicon Valley is made up of communists. So, I mean, I would actually be thankful for half of them being not lunatics. So I think it would be an improvement on just a very practical level. Overnight, almost, if you had some influence from Republican politicians who could argue for free speech and First Amendment cases, I think that would be an improvement. However, I don't expect the government's social media to be very functional. I don't
Right.
expect it to be very good. Google is going to outpace it.
It'll
But
be yeah,
yeah,
that's the thing. They're not good at running things.
no,
So
no, they're not.
it'll be fun. It'll be like going back to AOL Instant Messenger. They should just nationalize Instant Messenger.
Nationalize MySpace. Let's
Yeah.
just do it. It's like it, and the thing is though that there is a good argument for it, because, like, look, you'll get given a social media account by the government, and this will be yours forever, right? And so, like, you will have a permanent presence on the internet and a bit able to talk to people. Like, what you might be able to say might well be limited because government. The reach of it might well be limited because tyranny, and all of these other various factors. But at least you'd have something, because the way things stand now, they can literally do to anyone what they've done to the most powerful man in the world, really, and just take away his voice. And, like, with the media as well, just literally choosing not to broadcast his speeches and statements and things like that. It's like, wow, the sort of the self-consciousness of the media class and the sort of political class that surrounds that is actually quite worrying. This is genuine, like, Marxist style class consciousness. And they realize that if they all just refuse to cooperate, then actually the president doesn't have as many powers as they project onto him.
Yeah.
And it's kind of scary, actually. And it shows a sort of, and this is the part that really worries me the most, though, is the evil will behind it, right? That's the because, like, your country especially is built on the idea that men come together in goodwill to form a government to raise them above the state of nature, right? This is like pure sort of, or founding mythology of America,
Right.
right? And that's good. That's a really noble way of looking at society. It's not, oh, we're all oppressed in here together or something under the heel of the king or something. No, this is a very forward thinking and, dare I say, progressive way to look at a society. It's like, okay, so we all have a good investment in the society. We're all on the same team. It's team us versus everyone else, right?
Yeah.
And so you can see how suddenly the incorporative mythology of America becomes very powerful. And so, yeah, that sounds great, but it wasn't really thought about that. Hang on, what happens when one faction, and a powerful one at that, decides, actually, we want to destroy certain segments of the rest of society? We're actually going to, manipulate the structures that are in place in order to hurt them, in order to actually make their lives worse, deliberately worse. And then that's something that wasn't really prepared for by the founders, because it was assumed that everyone would be interested in protecting their own property. Well, here comes a massive class of people who think property is bullshit,
Right.
and who want to take everything away from you. What were you expecting there? And they don't have any answers for that, unfortunately.
God, I want to go back in time and be like, "Hey guys, you know how
Oh, yeah,
like you value property a whole lot, like to the point where you
yeah,
only let people who own it vote. Like that's it." And it's this thing that everybody's striving for and wanting, like a place of their own, a piece of their own that's permanent.
yep.
Let me tell you what's going to happen in 200 years. There's going to be a bunch of people who want to live in public libraries and shower in their bathrooms.
Let me warn you that the French exist and they will invent communism.
Oh man.
And then the Germans will get hold of this and then it all goes downhill.
It's fine. Everything's okay. No. Okay. So that brings me to something I want to go back to. Your idea of a sort of a national social media account, which I think is something that is in some ways inevitable. I do think it's a matter of time. However they end up incorporating it, they've been trying for a while. Although we're so stubborn on little things like this. Like my state is a communist haven, right? Minnesota.
Right.
We have not voted. We're the only state that didn't vote for Reagan. So it's like
in the middle of the Cold War and you don't vote for Reagan. Right. Says a lot. So that's an awful lot.
But yet, so the U.S. tried to create basically a national identification card, this enhanced ID, and they threatened everybody to get one because they can't mandate it, but they threatened everybody to get one by saying, well, you won't be able to fly without it and all this stuff.
Yeah.
But my state is one of like the few holdout states that have been like, well, we're not really comfortable with this because you're going to have access to our state data. And I'm like, wait, I mean, the feds are going to have access to state. They already do everywhere else, but just not in this one tiny sector. But they're like, no, we're holding on to that. So it's
well,
funny.
That's really interesting. You say that because I've always found that really strange about America as well. Because like in England, we don't have ID cards issued by the government, right? There's no such thing. No, because that seems
how do you
like
know
tyranny.
who you are?
Well, we just tell people. It was a high trust society where you would just be honest, and that's literally like how. And the funniest thing as well, right? It only occurred to me a while ago. A few years ago, I went to London and I booked a hotel for the evening, and I forgot my passport because otherwise you'd use a passport for ID.
Sure.
But again, they're not issued. You've got to buy one.
Right.
But I went down and there was a French girl who was operating the reception, and she was like, right, yeah, and you know, here's the thing, and she's like, right, have you got any idea? I was like, no, and she's like, oh, okay then, never mind, right, so here you go for the science. Like, what do you do then? You know, I don't have any idea. I've got my card. I mean, you know, that's not proof of anything, I guess. So it was just like a weird, like, you know, there's a moment where it's like, oh, well, I guess we'll just carry on the basis of trust then, you know. And obviously I paid for my room and everything went great, but like it was just one of those weird things because like then like the Americans are like, oh, we're a free country. It's like, yeah, show me your ID.
Yeah,
that doesn't feel very free to me, you know.
Prove you are who you say you are.
Exactly.
Prove
Can I see some ID, please? Yeah, exactly. Why are you casting my assertion into doubt even? You know?
So I want to hold on to that, but I have some chats that came in before the stream.
Yeah.
I want to catch up on those. And then I want to use this to talk about the monetary system and access to it, which is something that you have some experience with. Okay, Sixth Floor Madness says, do you think the top part of a mermaid also tastes like fish, or would it actually be red meat? Would there be a solid line where the meat changes in the body, or would it kind of blend? Would you make the surf and turf platter with one carcass? Yes. He says, Sargon, please get Nick in touch with Count Dankula. I want to see Drex debate Dankula on whether or not it's gay to bang traps. Oh my God.
Well, I mean, what's your position on the trap question, Nick?
As in, are traps gay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That was why? What's your reasoning?
They are. It's it's a tautology or whatever.
Okay, that's interesting. That's I'm personally leaning on the sort of essentialist argument, and it's like you're having sex with a male, therefore that's gay.
Yeah, that's what I said. Bunsy the Frog says, Nick, can you explain to Carl for a bit how acting like a publisher means nothing to 230 protections? A publisher like the Lotus Eaters is still not liable for user comments and media. You talked about distributor. Well, it's a weird thing. So the 230, there's an argument to be made about acting like a publisher having something to do with it. It hasn't yet. It hasn't manifested, but we see guys like Ted Cruz making this argument. We see Rand Paul, Josh Hawley, all these guys when they're doing this, making the argument that if you're acting like a publisher, you shouldn't have 230 protections. But the key word in there is shouldn't. right now they've treated everybody as the definition of an internet platform. And the Lotus Eaters in some way might be an internet platform. It might not. Depends on the context of the activity. So it's a tough one because 230 is so stinking broad that really everything falls under it right now. And I don't know what the genesis of this question is. Is there some background to it?
Well, I mean, I'm not an expert on Section 230, but from the impression that I'd got from people like Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley, is that it prevents people who feel that they have been defamed or otherwise hurt by user-generated commentary from suing the platform itself, because the platform goes, well, hey, I'm just the platform. This wasn't an editorial decision on my part, and therefore I'm not liable for what was posted. The individual who posted it was liable. And so if that's the protection that 230 gives, and like I said, I'm no expert. I'm just
sure.
This is what I picked up from osmosis from Ted Cruz and Hawley. Then why do they enjoy that protection when they clearly have editorial policies?
Yeah,
and they do.
Right, and that's the ultimate question in the fight that's going on right now. So right now, I mean, the key thing to know is that they do enjoy those protections. The question is whether or not they should enjoy those protections. And it does come down to, like, at what point is a platform going beyond being a platform? But we've clearly seen that Twitter goes very far beyond being a platform. They editorialize the entire president's repertoire of tweets for several months with fact-checking and little messages about how it's not true. So I don't know.
I actually think YouTube is actually the better example of this. Although Twitter, I think, like, because Twitter's rules on misgendering and dead naming, I think, are very interesting.
Yes.
Forcing you to refer to someone in the third person by a certain kind of pronoun, so compelling in a way, and then compelling you or restricting you from using a certain kind of name in regard to a certain person. And YouTube, the things you're allowed to say about COVID in their terms of service, and the fact that they gave Tim Pool a very specific editorial decision on, you could say that Trump won the election and you could say the Democrats stole the election, but you can't say that Trump lost the election because the Democrats stole the election or something like that, right? And it's like, okay, now that sounds like something that a New York Times editor would say to one of his writers, right? So at this point, I think that is very clearly an editorial standard, and the various rules they have about COVID as well, very clearly editorial standards. So I mean, I don't see how they could argue they weren't. How you're literally like manipulating or determining what kind of information can be published on your platform. That makes you a publisher.
And
as far as I'm concerned,
I was going to say that Zuckerberg and Jack got up in front of Congress and with a straight face made the argument, but have you ever seen either of them not make that straight face?
Like, I think they're practice.
I don't know.
No, I mean it.
I think they're dead. I think they're androids or something. They have an inability to display emotion.
No. I genuinely think that is a practice thing that they do. Like, especially notice the way that Zuckerberg always approaches questions. He begins with Mr. Congressman or Madam Senator or whatever it is, or he addresses the title first and then constructs his sentence. And I get the feeling that he's been coached into doing this to not only sort of formalize his language and his thinking, but also to give him a bit of breathing room to be able to figure out how he wants to lay out what he's going to say, because he knows that anything he says is going to be raked over by millions of people,
right?
So any incongruity, anything like that, he's going to be very careful on what he says. And so I do think that they have been sort of coached to speak in this way.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. And I think they were coached by their android inner parts. Worlds Man says, "Hey Carl, what have you done to not be fat today? I hear you say you do pull-ups and push-ups. I told you not to neglect chin-ups. Oh, come on. Worlds Man, I can't say
sorry, I know
white
this guy.
jogger.
I know this guy.
Yeah,
I know this guy. Yeah, no, well, I mean, I've got a half-hour bike ride to work and back every day, which I have obviously done today. I did pull-ups, but not chin-ups today. I know, I did chin-ups, not pull-ups today, but I have been doing pull-ups as well and push-ups, and anything else that has been available. Really, just sort of
I
a
was
few
gonna
dips occasionally.
say, I was gonna
I've been working out.
say, you're looking very healthy, but I didn't want to sound gay, so I didn't.
It's all right. I would assume you are gay.
That works.
Don't strike us down, YouTube. That was just a jokey.
All right. The Dragon's Treasure says, Sargon, you're British, so I assume you're bad at making tea, seeing as how those damn Brits keep putting milk and sugar in it. If you and your brethren want to try some of the
India.
If you and your brethren want to try some of the good stuff, hit us up at the Dragon's Treasure. So this guy, he sells loose leaf tea that has an anime theme. So if you need your waifu tea, thedragonstreasure.com. And people should check it out. It's good stuff.
Okay, so I disavow Japan and anyone who likes Japan. So I'm afraid I can't buy anything from here, but no, I'm joking. I may well do it just to support alternative businesses.
It's
have a look at your catalog now.
I will vouch and say that it is good tea, but I'm an American, so
yeah, so you don't know what you're talking about.
No, I throw good tea in the water all the time.
Exactly.
Okay,
man, I went to Boston, right?
Yeah,
and Vernaculus took me around, the tourist area, and literally we're sat there, and I'm drinking a tea and a scone with just. It's an embarrassingly bad interpretation of British scones and cream and jam, right? It's embarrassingly bad. But then I look out the window and all I can see is people just throwing symbolic fake tea boxes into the harbor. And I'm like, my God, this is like a hate crime. I'm getting traumatized.
Wait, they actually
oh my God.
do that? Like, people go
yeah,
out
they actually do that, yeah. And I've actually got a little box of tea that is actual tea from there as well.
God,
So,
do you ever listen to the Revisionist History podcast, or have you heard of it?
No, I haven't heard of that one.
It's Malcolm Gladwell. He did a couple pretty famous books. Great one is Outliers, if you've never read it. No. Which is, it's stories of like hyper success and like how they're not just hard work and elbow grease, but a lot of product went into like timing and stuff like that, and how people took advantage of it. Great book. Anyway, his podcast is Revisionist History, and he did a whole episode on the Revolution, and basically how the founders were, in essence, like they were tea smugglers and criminals. They were crime families in really weird way, and it's
interesting.
Because the thing was, like, so when the tax came in on the tea, they just smuggled in tea. And then it was once they started shutting down the smuggling that they had the revolt, and they're throwing their competitors' tea in the harbor. You look at it like a business transaction, it's like, oh my God, this is a gang war that sparked a nation. This is great.
I actually read a theory recently that the Glorious Revolution of 1688 was actually something very similar. That it was essentially like a Dutch business coup against the English crown, because England, if you think of where England and the Netherlands is, the Netherlands have to go through the English Channel to get out into the Atlantic and to get to the New World and to wherever else, right? Yeah. And so the competition between the seafaring Dutch and the English was very, very intense in the 17th century, and the English were winning because we're bigger and better, obviously, and basically, the allegation, I haven't proven this or anything like that. I'm not holding this theory myself.
I'm holding
the allegation is that's good. Yeah, the allegation was essentially it was a conspiracy of business magnates to overthrow Charles, it was Charles, and install William of Orange in his place, and provide constitutional government for some reason at the same time. And I mean, I don't know, but it's a hell of an interesting conspiracy theory, and I do enjoy that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I like the sort of, let's take a look back at what was going on in history. Let's look back at this now that we're all older. It's farther than when we were, than when we learned about this stuff, and we can look at all the other stuff that was happening, and not just what's in a history textbook that's been approved by the state. That's always interesting to me. Okay, so classical positioning, thank you for the donation. And let's go back now to where we left off and what I wanted to talk to you about. And this is the idea of unpersoning from the banking system, which I say you have a little experience with because you got a taste of it with Patreon.
Yes.
It's not quite the same, but of course, other people have had like their bank accounts closed.
Yeah.
Dick
Trump had
Masterson,
his.
yeah, Trump had his stuff
Yeah.
taken down. Dick Masterson had the new Project 2 Patreon alternative, and MasterCard comes in and just says, nope, you don't get to access the credit system in the United States ever again.
Yeah, I mean, like all of those things are terrible, but to me, the idea that the banks can just say, right, okay, we're not going to do business with you, and for political reasons, and we're going to take an account that's otherwise in good standing and just close it, and this means goodbye. You know, you can end up carrying your money around in sacks or something. That to me is kind of disturbing, especially given the sort of push away from real money and into digital money. It
Right.
means that basically you're not in society anymore. You've just been ostracized by the executive fiat of the banks, which is pretty terrifying if you think about it.
it's it's
Why?
hor- it's completely horrifying. And here's my issue, and this goes back to what you were saying with the like sort of a national social media account. I
Yeah.
talked a couple years back when this happened. I don't remember who got deplatformed. It might have been even yours. But I said at some point there will be a day where you go in to buy your groceries, and to be able to buy your groceries, you'll have to set your phone on a contactless pad and it'll scan your social media accounts.
We're virtually there.
I know
You
we're
can already do it with your phone, and it's like, okay, well then,
right. So it'll take a quick glance at your Twitter and Facebook
yeah,
and make sure you haven't said any wrong speak or dead named a games journalist or something like that. And then
yeah.
if you have, sorry, you don't get to use your groceries. You don't get to buy your groceries. And what people don't get, and I think they're starting to now, is
Mm.
that because at time people were like, well, just use cash. It's not that. It's not for access to the credit card system. It's for the store's access to the bank, because the bank will just mandate, no, sorry, every customer's got to go through this because we can't support hate. And so
Mm.
if your customers don't do that, you can't accept cash. If you do accept cash and we find out, well, we just can't do business with you because we can't support hate.
It's worse than China's social credit score. I mean, at least in the idea of a social credit score, it can go up as well as down. But the way that this seems to work, I mean, what possible recourse have you got for the bank saying we're not going to do business with you? How are you going to persuade the bank that actually you are worth doing business with, or you're morally you've groveled enough that
Right.
you're morally acceptable to do business with? Because I mean, at least the Communist Party have a standard. You know, they at least have a standard. You know, if you ingratiate yourself enough and you do whatever it is you need to do to raise your social credit score, then okay, you can surely, slowly but surely, I imagine over a number of years, improve your status enough so that you can get a train ticket and travel to the next city or whatever, right? Like
With hard work and dedication, you too
yeah,
can move up.
yeah, exactly. You two can move from slave to serf, right? So, but the sort of private Western social credit system has nothing like that. So it is
Right.
effectively a permanent status, as far as we can tell. And what I find really weird is how bizarre the vectors along which the things are interacting are. Because I mean, like, a rapist doesn't get his bank account closed.
Nope.
A murderer does not get his bank account closed. A pedophile does not get his bank account closed.
Or their
But someone,
Twitters.
or their Twitters, or any other like normal social service, they don't get anything closed. They go to jail, which is how it should be. Obviously, they serve their time, which is how it should be, and then hopefully they are a reformed citizen. They understand why they shouldn't have been doing what they did, and they've paid their debt to society, and we allow them to carry on in society. You know, and so that they're not deplatformed from anything, because that's not how we want a consensual society to work. But now, like, this is what I was talking about with the sort of evil will of the left. They've actually got like this ethical agenda where they're targeting people for things that, like, otherwise aren't really crimes, like dead naming people or misgendering people. And yet there we go. You're never on Twitter again now. You know, you can never hear what the president has to say on Twitter. Oh no, you can't hear that either now. But you know what I mean? It's
Right.
like these are bizarrely punitive things to do, and they're permanent. You know, it's literally the death sentence, the very first offense. It's like, okay, that seems a bit strict. And I honestly think that in future generations, we're going to look at the way that social media companies were allowed to treat people as barbaric. Like especially given things like the pandemic and generations growing up on social media, right? Because social
Mhm.
media to us is like what, 12, 13 years old, right? And, venerable gentlemen such as ourselves can probably remember, I can remember a time when I didn't even have a mobile phone,
Oh, yeah.
And so the
I didn't
idea of,
want one forever. I was like, "I don't want
same
that
here.
stupid thing." And I never
Exactly.
texted. Oh, Christ.
Exactly. I only got one when I went to university at like 18 or 19. I can't remember how old I was now. But that's when my parents got me one because they wanted to be able to keep in contact with me.
Right.
And so yeah, I like, because they weren't the functional things they are now. But imagine if you're a kid now and you've had this mobile phone and this social media account since you were like 9 years old, and then you're in 25, you don't know how to interact with your friends or anyone else if you lose this social media account. And so taking that away could genuinely be the same as essentially sending a kid to prison for the way it feels, the constrictive nature of it could feel like an equivalent punishment to that for
Yeah.
really minor crimes, and I think that in the future it will be like, Christ, that was barbaric. Why were they doing that? They
It's
must have been really afraid.
it's even more nefarious than that, in my opinion, because um you've got Facebook and you've got Twitter, and they create a system of conditioning to make you desire or
Mm.
even need, like, I hate to use the term addiction, but in a way, like,
Oh yeah.
I get up and one of the first things I do when I wake up is check various social media things. I go to my
Yeah.
YouTube studio, I go to, to make sure I still have one. I go to Twitter
Yeah.
and I go to Facebook and I go, okay, or no, I don't go to Facebook. I've gotten off of that one, thank God.
Yeah.
But I go to Twitter and I like scroll through and I take a look, and you need it. And it's crazy that they create a product that is absolutely a drug. It's an electronic
Yeah.
form of a drug, and then they have the ability to shut you off. It's like walking
Yeah.
by injecting someone with heroin and then saying, "Oh, nope, no more for you. Sorry, you had wrong think."
But that you are absolutely right that they know that it's addictive as well. Who was the co-founder who came out and said as much in some documentary?
Yeah,
I can't
I
remember his
don't
name,
remember.
but I remember seeing the clip where he's like, "Look, we knew this was addictive, and yet we did it anyway to get to keep you on the site as much as possible because that was the success metric."
Right.
And it's like, well, 2.6 billion users later, you won. You succeeded. Now what do you do with the fact that you're actually kind of controlling the minds of billions of people, because like the social media funnel of here's things you like, and so here's more of what you like, and so like you can control the information flow that someone receives, which means essentially you do actually have a form of control over the way that they think. And if
Oh
they're
yeah.
never exposed to different methods of thinking, then essentially you've got a quite guaranteed sort of constituency, right? They're never going to go anywhere. They're never going to think any different. And they're addicted to your product. So you're kind of like, the czars of Russia who are drugging the Russians with vodka that's owned by the state monopoly of vodka producers. So it's like, this is a genuinely scary amount of power, and nobody saw it coming, nobody thought about it. It didn't seem obviously bad on the face of it. It's only after years of us being in it that we're like, oh God, what
Well,
have we done?
and at the beginning, I mean, heck, just before I started the YouTube stuff, I was, a fan of Dick Masterson, and in his Facebook group, in the private group, for a long time, we had absolute freedom. I mean, you could
Hmm.
say anything. There was no gamer word
Yeah.
off limits.
Yeah,
You could,
yeah, man.
and there was
Back in
no,
2015 YouTube,
right.
I had a video title that had on the thumbnail "gay N words from outer space" on the
Yeah.
thumbnail as a point of free speech, and
Right.
it was only in 2019 that YouTube took that down as well. So I can actually date it. I can date when YouTube started getting really censorious about gamer words.
Right.
God.
And we never saw it coming because all
Yeah.
of these platforms professed a free speech and a laissez-faire approach to it. They were all Parler.
Mm.
I mean, that's all of them
Yep.
had the Parler approach. Like, look, if
Yep.
something's really bad, we'll have some guy look at it and maybe take it down. But
Right.
other than that, it's going to stay up. And then what they did was it was very 1984, right? They
Yeah.
started and this is the scary thing to me. They're removing words from the lexicon one at a time, and then they're removing topics of discussion. Like, how will you go and ever find what anyone thought about COVID-19 20 years from now? You won't be able to look back and say that there even was a contrary opinion because those literally are removed. A friend of mine just got a YouTube strike for reading a study. This is a study that said
Yeah.
something about, something being effective at, or changing how COVID-19 works in the body. And they're like, nope, strike. And he's like, but I read a
Really?
study though. And he did appeal it and he won, but for,
Yeah.
it took a couple days, of no production, no growth. And it was brutal.
That's still mad though, and like the doctors who were in favor of hydroxychloroquine again,
Mhm.
YouTube, don't strike us down for just mentioning that you did this, but there have been studies that have suggested that it's not an illegitimate treatment,
Right.
and that lives could have been saved, and yet YouTube censored this information.
Mhm.
YouTube censored this, and it's like right, okay, like again, editorial policies that maybe you shouldn't be having YouTube. Like it really looks like you're a publisher at this point. But this, like exactly that. How are future historians going to know in like 100 years' time? Because none of the information will be on YouTube. And I mean, if Parler can just be deplatformed like that, then how do we know BitChute isn't next? Or Library or Odyssey or any of Rumble, any of these other repositories? None of them are actually as permanent as we think they're going to be. If the treatment of Parler is anything to go by, and the treatment of Parler, everyone should be just outright shocked at this. That the cartel in Silicon Valley can just choose a competing platform to one of the members of the cartel. In this case, it's a direct analog for Twitter,
Yep.
and say, bye. Gone. We don't like you. Why? Oh, because they organized this thing on your platform. Actually, that was organized on Facebook, but Facebook's part of the cartel, so shut up, And this is not the first time this has happened. This happened when I got deplatformed from Patreon. I went on a platform called Maker Support that just did exactly the same thing as Patreon, except it was actually quite clean looking and it was quite nice. And it was obviously run by someone who wasn't a communist. And
Right.
Stripe deplatformed them. It's like, what the hell would you do that? What the hell's that got to do with anything? And then I went to Subscribestar and they deplatformed them too.
Yep.
And Maker Support's now gone, but Subscribestar found another payment processor who presumably deals with slightly less savory things than Stripe is willing to deal with. But it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, look, this is open cartel behavior. This is illegal in your country, I'm sure, as it should be in any free market country. So how is this allowed to go on?
It's beautiful because the way that they've done this, and there's a case on this, and it's Twombly versus Bell Atlantic Corporation. I think it's from 2006, and basically it was right before the split up of Bell, right? And so then we have Southwestern Bell and these different companies, but the guy brought a lawsuit for doing these types of things with phone lines. He said, wait a minute. None of these guys are actually competing in major metro areas. How come where I live, I get one phone provider and that's my only choice? This doesn't make sense. There's tons of phone companies. And it's like that everywhere. It's the same with internet pretty much in the States too. You might have two providers that you can choose from and one of them's always terrible. But he sued and he said they're obviously colluding, right? There's no way that these guys are in a competitive business, but just happen to always pick the spot where their competitor isn't. And the problem was he couldn't allege a single meeting, phone call, or email. Because how are you going to get a meeting between two CEOs? Like they talked this out on a golf course. Yeah, we're moving into Detroit. Well,
how could he possibly get the evidence for that?
Right. And since he couldn't do that, he couldn't actually plead it out. Everybody knew that they're doing this. The court knew, the judge knew. And he's like, yeah, but you can't actually show any evidence of it. So I guess you're dismissed. And while the sort of cartel and anti-competitive behavior exists in the States, I mean, you saw what happened with the Parler lawsuit.
Yep.
They go in to court and they say, look, Amazon shut us down pretty obviously to protect their relationship with Twitter, which they announced publicly. It's in the newspaper. It was huge news. They've announced it. And then Amazon comes in and says, yeah, we don't actually service Twitter yet. And the judge is like, oh, well, then they don't have a relationship with Twitter. It's like, bitch, they have a contract. they could terminate the contract. There's nothing in their contract that says that it has to be the specific data that's flowing through Amazon servers. That's not what it says in their Parler contract. Make them prove that they have a different agreement. And of course, if we looked at Amazon and Twitter's agreement and found out that it was different, that might lend to the idea of some collusive behavior. But Parler goes in and is like, our business is going to be destroyed. And the judge still says, look, the balance of equities tips in Amazon's favor, because if they're forced to host your hateful speech, they're going to be damaged. It's like, we're going to go out of business. But if they're forced to host hateful speech, that's more damaging. That's literally the lunacy of the justice system. Yeah.
It's insufferable. Insufferable.
Yeah.
So one of the things, like one of the things that really bothers me is the Texas lawsuit being dismissed on the standing. Right now, I'm no legal expert at all, but I can't help but think that the implication of that is that essentially what the judge is saying is, if another state cheats and you have good reason to think they've cheated, not that I'm saying they have, but if you had a good reason to think they cheated, then essentially you not having standing essentially is saying that you're not damaged by the fact that they cheated in a presidential election. And I mean, I'm just like that to me, that's like, okay, but how could you make that argument with a straight face? Like,
well, and it's not just there. Lynn Wood, for whatever people think about Lynn Wood, and the man has said some pretty crazy things lately, which are always fun. I hope he says more.
I just want to stress, I don't disavow anything crazy he says. I just enjoy it and laugh in the same way Alex Jones.
Yeah. No, it's
I'm done
great
with disavowals. I don't give a shit.
So he filed 3 lawsuits in Georgia. And in each of those lawsuits, it was dismissed for lack of standing. And the judge actually comes out and says, if there's voter fraud in Georgia, which leads to basically if there's fake ballots admitted, then his vote isn't particularly diminished because everybody's vote is diminished. And it's like,
then his vote is diminished.
Yeah,
like
but since everybody's it's fine. He doesn't have standing. And it's like, wait, so you're going to sit here and tell me that someone can hypothetically cheat by adding, let's say they added 10 million ballots, for example, like more ballots than they had voters. If they did that, everybody would be equally damaged and therefore no one can sue. That's how they applied federal standing in Georgia. And so... Yeah, go ahead.
That doesn't make any sense though, right? Because if the standard is everyone, then that means each individual, right? That means without exception. And so literally anyone by that standard would be entitled to say, I have been wronged here, because they've obviously been wronged here. And therefore every single individual who is a voter has standing by the logic given there. And so, oh man, that is insufferable to hear.
Yeah. And of course, the judge is logically incorrect, though, because half of the people in Georgia had their vote diluted and the other half had them amplified under the hypothetical circumstance of a ballot, which they never got to that sort of thing. So it's like, but that's, so yes, this is all stemming from...
What an excuse, though. What an excuse. You are not sufficiently damaged to object to this unknown amount of voter fraud that you're alleging. So go away.
And I've found that you're not sufficiently damaged without a trial and without your ability to present the case.
Evidence. I don't need to discover anything. Hypothetically, if someone dumped 10 million ballots into a state you don't live in, it might change the result of the presidential election in favor of the other guy, but that's not your problem, even if you voted for the guy who would have legitimately won. Like,
right.
This is ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous.
It is. Now, I didn't think that they would overturn the election.
No.
I didn't think a judge would do that, but I do think there were important questions that they needed to address. And I mean, you brought up Texas versus Pennsylvania, which is one of the most egregious things the Supreme Court has done lately, is to dismiss that on standing with 2 sentences to it.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, states have original and exclusive jurisdiction in the Supreme Court. They can't go anywhere else. Texas cannot sue another state in district court. They can't do it at the appellate court. They can't do it in state courts. They have to go directly to the Supreme Court. And for them to say, no standing, it's like, well, can you at least lay out the legal argument and reasoning behind your decision as to why there's no standing?
No, bye. Good luck next time. Like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Honestly, I really do hate it as well, because it's really like, and then you get people going, what are you saying, that the system is corrupt? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm fucking saying. When they're literally like, no, we don't even care if you get cheated. We don't give a shit about what damage has been done to you, and we don't think anything's been done to you. Yeah, there's something wrong with the system there. And like, we don't, like, another thing as well is like, when people start thinking in systems, they suddenly sort of abstract them away from the people that are running those systems.
Right.
And it's very obvious that the people who are running these systems are fucking terrified of what is happening right now. You know, the rumors of, was it the Texas one, where it's like, you know, they could hear screaming through the walls and stuff like this, you know, just unsubstantiated reports.
Right.
But things that may well have some truth to them, you know, like this is not beyond the realms of possibility that this thing happened. You know, the screeching, there's violence in the streets and stuff like that. It's like, there is violence in the streets. This is very highly strung. And in fact, this would be the right time to do the right thing, you know, just so you know.
Yeah.
But instead, no, don't worry.
Well, and the importance of the corrupt system is that what happened is we found out that even if there was an absence of fraud, like even if there was nothing untoward, the system is still corrupt because it was unwilling to examine the question of itself. And or this is my favorite thing coming out of the Secretary of State's office, and this is from Trump's phone call with Raffensperger that the media lost their damn minds over. Like, oh my God, how could he possibly call a Secretary of State? It's like, well, he's trying to get information out of them. Yeah. And there's a point in the thing where the guy's like, no, we've reviewed Georgia's stuff like 6 times and we've never found that we did anything wrong. Yep. And the guy's like, well, yeah, why don't you let us look at the data though? Like, we've requested this.
Yeah, at the end of it, where it's like, give us access to the report that you're using? And it's like, no. It's like, okay. So they've got a secret report that exonerates the people who are being accused. The people who have been accused have a secret report that tells them they've done nothing wrong, and so they don't have to cooperate with the president. So, right. That's, I mean, assuming best case scenario, right? Monumental incompetence and hubris and ego coming from Raffensperger, right? But even then, at this point, why would we assume good faith? Like, have the Democrats given any indication of good faith on their part?
No.
You know, goodwill, good intent? No. They are malevolent. They're trying to hurt the Republicans, you know, trying to ruin them, actually trying to destroy their lives. Like AOC coming out, Ted Cruz, you nearly got me killed. What?
He's
you
in
know,
the
you
same
have actually.
He's in the same room, though. It's like he's trying to get himself.
But she has actually got someone killed. Like, it's her rhetoric that led to the attack on the ice facility that got a man shot. And it's like, God damn, I hate progressives so much. It's maddening. It's so maddening watching all of these injustices play out. And I'm just like, right, okay, that is worrisome, you know, at the very least.
Yeah. And did you, I don't know if people have seen this. Someone posted it in my Discord today. Did you see the news out of Pennsylvania that Boockvar, whatever, the secretary?
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about, yeah.
She's resigning due to massive incompetence in the 2020 election, but not for the reason that you think.
Go on.
So they had a constitutional amendment because there were some kids that may have been touched by a priest at some point in Pennsylvania. But their statute of limitations made bringing this stuff out problematic. So they wanted a constitutional amendment. And this was back in 2018. They were working on this constitutional amendment to basically give people extra time to bring these cases, to support victims of sexual abuse. Mm-hmm. Now, to modify the Pennsylvania Constitution, they have to have 2 consecutive sessions of Congress vote for approval. And each time they do it, they have to advertise that this vote is happening because then in the next general election, which would have been the spring primaries of 2021, in the next election, it goes to the ballot. And so then the people ratify the constitutional change. Okay.
Yeah.
So turns out,
pretty clear procedure.
Yep. Turns out that during the 2020 approval, they didn't advertise that this was going on. So now they have to start the entire process over, which means the earliest that they can get their constitutional amendment in is 2023.
So afterwards.
Yes. Now, interestingly, this, of course, disqualifies this law from taking place. The same thing happened with their modifications to the absentee ballot law.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up in Pennsylvania. You said, yeah, because that was where they had just decided arbitrarily that they'd extend the date, didn't they?
Yeah,
and it's like, okay, but that's not constitutional according to their state constitution. Is that correct?
Right. And so they actually they're modifying the state constitution to allow for the absentee voting change that already happened. They're modifying their constitution to allow for that, and that vote.
Hoc.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the best part is that they'll use the unconstitutional absentee voting to vote on whether or not that constitutional change should occur.
So I just want to say, like, as a dad, right, if I'm playing a board game with my kids, and they tried to do something like this, just arbitrarily change the rules, I would tell them that they are cheating.
Yeah.
Like, I would tell them it's very obvious that you're cheating. I've caught you cheating, and no, we will do the rules as written. And if you didn't get those ballots, and then you don't deserve to count those ballots, etc., right?
Yeah.
Because it would be very obvious that the only real incentive to do this would be for cheating, or you're just too stupid to understand how to play the game. So it's like, I mean, this is the thing. Like, this seems to be a cut and dried. Like, it's not really contestable, right? Because, like, okay, so she made this decision. She didn't have the authority to make it, and the ballots were counted after this date, and so legally they are not legal ballots. So why is there even a fucking discussion here? Like, is this not like okay? Well, here we go. This is everything you needed, isn't it? Like, what more is required to prove that she had done something wrong with the election?
Yeah, and now she's
no one cares.
She's resigning over a different issue for making the same mistake. And what do? She's
Steak.
Yeah. After the it's after the election though, so now there's nothing that can be done. It's been one of the most naked power flexes I've seen in my lifetime, and it's amazing and terrifying.
Yeah, mask off. It's fully mask off. It's actually like it's one of those sort of historic moments that you actually never really think you're going to live to see, right? Because you hear about Pope Pius III does X, and it's a huge power grab, and this gives him control of the Catholic Church to such an extent that he can call a crusade against a Cathar heresy or whatever, right? And you think, yeah, that's really fascinating. These sort of centralizations of power, and then when you watch it happen, you're just like, Jesus, are we supposed to do something at this point? Like, I don't know.
And you're always left with the question of what, like, even if you are, like, what do you do?
Yeah.
I get comments all the time, like, well, do something about it. It's like, well, I'm talking about it at least. What do you want? What do you want to do? When we've given government as much as we've given them, and then they take more, we've given them the power that we would usually use to take it back.
Yeah.
And it's terrifying to take back too.
One thing that I was really bothered by, right, is the rhetoric surrounding the Capitol Hill riot. I don't think it's fair to call it an insurrection. I don't think that the people involved had a plan and were capable of forming a plan. I think that if Baked Alaska and the QAnon shaman are going to bring down the democracy of the United States, I think that's just giving them too much credit, frankly.
I think so too.
I think a more accurate assessment is they're fucking idiots, and they're prattling around on live streams because, oh my God, look where we are, right?
Right.
So that's but the way that the Democrats were hyping this up afterwards, this sacred cathedral of democracy. Whoa, no. Governments instituted among men for their own purposes.
Yeah.
That's what you are. There is nothing sacred about your fucking government. It's built into your constitution. The very Declaration of Independence is the idea that actually, if we don't like this, we have the right to scrap this and start again.
Mhm.
You know, there is nothing sacred about the government at all, ever, in any way, shape, or form. And in fact, most of the time, the government's one of the most profane things in the world. Like, it's full of corrupt bastards, like the Biden family. Like, I'm like this myth, this chamber of democracy. It's like, dude, who owns that?
Yeah.
You know, is it the people or is it the state? You know, like I can't stand this kind of socialist view that the state is God, and it really is the kind of godhead in the socialist mindset. I can't stand it.
And the very notion that
Get myself
they're
worked up.
no, it's I like it. I like it.
It pisses me off though, man. It really does.
It does. The very notion that these guys are going to commit insurrection in another way is offensive too, because if they're presumably on the side of Donald Trump, then they can't logically be insurrecting against Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Like that
insurrection against the president.
It assumes the premise that he is not in power, while he still had, even accepting the electoral results that day that hadn't been decided quite yet, but that they would be inevitably decided. He would still be the president for the next 14 days. And they were in no way attempting to overthrow Donald Trump. And I mean, obviously they weren't attempting to overthrow anything. There was nothing. It was disruption. It was,
it was a riot.
It was disorderly conduct.
Which I would just colloquially call a riot.
Right.
You know, it's a bunch of idiots who got out of hand. And in some cases, we've got evidence that were just let into the building and wandered around, prated around, messed up a few papers, and stole Pelosi's laptop. Oh.
And the podium.
And the podium. Yeah. Oh, man, I love that picture so much.
I wish I could have bought that thing from eBay. Oh, my God, that would have been great.
It's the guy's face. It's the guy's, oh, hi. You know, he's just holding it. He's smiling. What? Really, this guy was going to lynch everyone, was he? He was going to start killing people in the streets.
Right.
No, he's on a day trip. He looks like he's a fucking tourist. He looks like he's having a good time. You know, like this is not an organized coup.
He was the capture and kill team. That's who he was. Very, very horrifying. Really? Looks like that guy will come up and shake your hand and start shooting the shit with you, which is terrifying. Actually,
which is what they did with the cops anyway.
Right.
That's what they did. They were taking selfies and stuff. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah. Okay, let's do some of these chats. Red Fox Moon says, I would just like to say Josh from Carl's Flower Eaters is the best co-host.
Josh is very good. He's very good.
Where the hell did that go? Damn it. Okay, Nova Zero says, could the argument be made that he is taking away a place for public participation because the default setting allows public comments and that restricting that is conscious and deliberate act? Yes. That's in regards to YouTube comment stuff. Yeah. Keck7Go says, Sargon, good evening. I have a question that has puzzled me for a long time. How in the heck did they let Mr. Bloppy near children? I still have not recovered from experiencing him.
Does he mean Mr. Blobby?
Maybe. I don't know what either a Bloppy or a Blobby is.
So Mr. Blobby was a kind of mascot of a TV program in like the 80s or 90s. I can't remember. I think it was in the 90s, called Noel's House Party. And it was one of those sort of Saturday afternoon family sort of shows, right?
Sure.
I can't remember exactly when it was on, but that's the sort of feel of it to give you an impression. And Mr. Blobby was just some guy in a big fat pink polka dot suit who went around doing silly things. There was, it was just stupid. It's just silliness. But the thing about Mr. Blobby, right, is because it's so silly and very British. It actually became something of a meme during Brexit, where it was like, Mr. Blobby threatening members of the EU Parliament, things like this, blowing up continent ships and stuff like this. It was a nice reclamation of the meme, and I don't think we should besmirch the good name of the protector of these good Green Isles.
How dare you, Keck7Go?
Exactly. How dare you, sir?
Slagla says in Kermit voice. Okay, so waiter, I would like a nice big serving of dopamine. I heard from a certain aristocrat that Applebees has the best stuff. Nice suit, by the way, sir. So
is it true that he's got cancer?
Who? The Kermit the Frog
Metokur
guy? Oh, Metokur?
No, Metokur. Yeah.
I don't know.
I heard rumors.
He's got something.
Right. Okay.
But he is still on Twitter. He
Right.
was
Okay.
he was off it for a while, but he popped back up. But
Yeah.
I hope he lives through whatever cancer AIDS he has.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought it was just a meme, and then people are like, actually no, he's off Twitter because he's really bad. I'm like, oh, geez. Like I don't hold grudges, so I don't really want people to get hurt or anything. So
Yeah.
it's just kind of sad, It's like,
Yeah, well, it's been a bummer because it would have been really
yeah.
nice to. I think Jim could have made some great election content too,
Yeah,
and
man.
and it
The
was
Biden
just
stuff, there's so much like his Gamergate stuff back when he was Internet Aristocrat with the Zoe Quinn stuff. Like watching Biden put his cabinet and his various people into place is exactly the same sort of principle. It's exactly the same way. In fact, he was just like, oh, this person connected to this person. They've got this financial relationship, and we're all okay with this. And I mean, his videos used to be brilliant, and he could be doing some amazing work, in that regard now. But obviously he's sick, so he can't.
right.
So
It's
get
been
well soon, Jim.
yeah, no kidding. Get well. Come back to
Yeah.
us, Jim.
Yes. Yes.
America needs you.
Just stop being a black pill depresso and fucking get over it. Just do some good work for once, man.
Just
Come
get
on.
healthy. Just get
Yeah.
over it. RW Bimby says Sargon, Texas smoked brisket or barbecue pulled pork.
Barbecue pulled pork.
Really?
Yeah. I have had Texas smoked brisket as well when I went to Texas, which was good. But barbecue pulled pork is good, man.
We might have to censor you off this program.
Deplatformed.
Rick Nikita says, "Can I get a 4-cheese mac and cheese with honey pepper chicken tenders and a Diet Coke to go?" That meme
That's
is
making me hungry.
that meme has gone on for a while though. The Applebees thing. Did you work at an Applebees? Like, is that a real thing? Or
we
was
don't
that-
even have those in Britain. So
Oh.
like I don't even know what that was. I had to
Okay.
look up what the fuck everyone was talking about.
It's terrible. That's what it is. It's an awful
no,
restaurant.
It wasn't that bad, although saying that, maybe I'm just comparing to the low standards of the restaurants we have here.
That could be.
In fact, compared to where I come from, Applebee's is quite hoity-toity.
Look, I will never. Now the barbecue pulled pork makes sense. I'll never trust an Englishman's taste again. Gunnar Renee Oy says Norway did not have a national ID card until November, but thanks to KYC/anti-laundering laws, you needed a passport to have a bank account anyway. So at least the card is cheaper than having a passport.
I suppose, but it still feels like I'm being oppressed by the government.
Automata says, wonder if Mr. Akkad is aware of the details of the recent lawsuit against Twitter, such as them both placing sponsored links and helpful suggestions to certain actually problematic link swapping hashtags. Maddening stuff. Have you seen that? The Twitter child porn lawsuit?
Yeah, where they said that this child porn doesn't violate our terms of service. It's like, right. That is a bold statement. And
in it they showed the known hashtags for the distribution.
Right.
They have ads running on those hashtag lists. Like if you go search and
oh my god.
They have the screenshots in the document. It's like, Twitter, you can stop me from saying her.
Yep.
You can stop me from saying his, but you can't stop targeted ads in child porn searches. Come on.
They're monetizing child porn on Twitter. And
they love it. That's my thing. Jack loves child porn.
That's the allegation that I've heard from people like Alex Jones.
No,
I would.
I think it's they definitely are monetizing it. I mean, Facebook and Twitter are the two largest purveyors of child pornography on the planet by a long shot. And remember though, they went after they deplatformed Pornhub for the very same thing. Yeah. Even though like the amount on Facebook dwarfs what was on Pornhub. And
of course it does. With the scale of Facebook, of course it does.
Right. It's crazy. Oh God, I hate it.
Yeah.
James Robinson says the Capitol riot was the worst thing that happened to the U.S. since Sargon ordered the burning of the Capitol in 1812.
Well, all I'm saying is you get what you fucking deserve, don't you?
Falling Floor says Sargon subscribe to Lotus Eaters for intellectual content. Me, haha, give to drunk.
What?
I think they're talking about me being the drunk. Which is...
Oh right, okay. I was gonna say I don't drink really.
I was gonna ask you if you drink anything, because I tend to do whiskey, but since it's midday here,
Yeah.
I'm holding off because I might have to drive somewhere later.
I only ever drink in social situations, you know. So I'm not a very good drunk. I don't drink very much.
Sure.
But when I'm at home, I don't tend to drink really.
In
It's
social
not.
situations, what do you like to drink? Like what
I
wine,
like
beer?
beer, whiskey, brandy. Although I'm on this keto diet, so at the moment, like I'm restricted to effectively whiskey and like
Yeah.
gin. I think you know.
Oh,
So but yeah, I can still drink. So that's good.
speaking my
Um,
language, I drink keto. That's that's all I
yeah,
drink.
well, I've been really dedicated. I've been really strict on this diet, and I'm not breaking it. I'm absolutely not. Even though, man, I tell you what, man, the smell of like a freshly baked loaf of bread. I think this is probably the closest I'll come to understanding what it's like for a heroin addict to be
Yeah.
within striking distance of a shot, right? Because I had to make my kids a fucking sandwich, and my wife had brought this loaf of bread a few
Ooh.
months ago, and I can still remember the smell in my head from months back. And she just said it like just cut this bread, and I was cutting it thinking, Jesus Christ, this is a mission in self-control. You know, I maintained my composure. I didn't have some of the bread or anything. I was a good boy. But honestly, I've never felt tempted by anything in the way that I was tempted by that bread after like 8 months of not eating bread, man.
Yeah,
And it's such a weird story. Like it's like, oh, this was real temptation.
I can't do it. I couldn't do the keto thing. I developed a milk allergy. And so
Oh,
now
right.
like I used to eat ice cream every night. The
Yeah.
the only saving grace is that ice cream doesn't smell. Like there is
Mm.
no external trigger for ice cream like other than you have it in your hand or in front of you or something like that. But you're not going to
Yeah.
like walk by your freezer and be like, "Oh, damn."
Yeah, the ice cream smells too good. Yeah.
So that's been nasty. Okay. So, where where do we go? And that's such a broad question, so let me narrow
Mm.
it down. You've been promoting Minds for a while. In fact, like your first mention of it was why I opened a Minds account, and then I never used it, but I'm starting to
Mm.
use it more now. But so with Parlor being on the ropes, they tried to do Minds dirty, and so their apps got basically destroyed. Um,
Yeah.
so they're potentially on the ropes. I mean, they're weathering it for now, but it was a threat, right?
Nothing's certain though.
Right.
Nothing's certain. Yeah, it
So
was clearly a warning shot, you know.
in light of this stuff, like where do we go? What do we do? Lotus Eaters is on YouTube. It's on Rumble. It's on
Yeah.
BitChute. It's everywhere. Is that what we have to do now? Do we have to go to like literally everywhere that we can get?
Yeah. I mean, frankly, the answer's got to be yes, because I don't think that the Biden administration is going to be riding to our rescue, lads. You know,
Yeah.
I don't think that Joe Biden is in any way going to be sympathetic to the plight of those people that he's persecuting. So, yeah, I think contingency plans is basically what you have to do. This is, in fact, one of the reasons I set up lotuseats.com is because it was a contingency plan. It means we've got something we can fall back on if Silicon Valley just blows everything up,
Right.
because we already have things like Subscribestar, so we can use their payment processor. We are actually on Amazon Web Services. I shouldn't keep saying this, but we are for the website hosting. But it's not the end of the world to get a new hoster, right?
Hello,
It, that
Amazon.
that's not the problem. The
Yeah.
problem is payment processing. You know,
Right.
in all things is about money transfer, and so thankfully we have like a non Silicon Valley payment processor, so that's secure. And so this means that basically, no matter how much they nuke us from orbit in Silicon Valley, there will be a presence of mine online. They won't be able to fully wax me off, which is good. So but yeah, basically things are looking pretty grim. And what has got to happen now really is what Andrew Torba did a couple of years ago when he got the parlor treatment first. And honestly, I think that really in the long run, like a lot of people, like because Torba came out strong on some ideological positions
Yeah,
that I
he's
know
kind
a
of a
lot of,
dork.
yeah, but he's currently the sort of king of alternative media, you know, because he's the guy who's untouchable. Like he owns his servers, he owns all the infrastructure, he owns the code, he owns the domain. He can't be taken off the internet. They've already done that to him, and now he's really rebuilt. And the main problem, right, is that ultimately the Google actually is the best at what they do. Google products are genuinely amazing. Everything works really well. And it's the same for most Silicon Valley platforms. They are technically brilliant.
I mean, it's
And so,
why they're like, aside from the snuffing
exactly,
out of competition, they
yeah,
got there
it's why they
because
got big. Why
right.
they got there. Yeah.
That's why I hated Gab because I would go there and it just wasn't, and I haven't been on Gab in a couple years, but I would go there and it just wasn't smooth.
Yeah.
Like you go on Twitter, you type your thing, you hit your tweet, and then it pops up and it's
Yeah.
instant and it's a smooth transition. You go on Gab and it's like weird. Even on Parler, it's like your tweet will post or your parlay will post when it's accepted. It's like, what the fuck is this? Like, what do you mean accepted?
I don't know what the deal, but this is the problem. Another problem alt tech has is that it's not easy to do things that look easy and to make them good, in the
Right.
in a competitive way. And it's not a dig at alt tech or anything like that. I actually think that what alt tech has achieved, given the animus against them and the disadvantages that they face, is actually staggering. And so this is why, like Andrew Talbot, after Parler got deplatformed, Gab was the only real sort of Twitter alternative left standing,
Mhm.
and the servers ground to a halt. But now, sort of like a month on or however long it's been, obviously Torba's just been piling in these new servers. Gab is running like a dream. It is very, very smooth, and I'm genuinely impressed with how smooth he got it running in the time period that he had to work with. And so everything is actually going pretty well on there. And if this is an indication of things to come, then essentially Torba is going to be the king of the alternative internet, because he'll be the last thing standing that's not Silicon Valley approved. And if you want things that aren't Silicon Valley approved, and let's be honest, you probably do, which is why you subscribe to everyone, then you're going to be forced to use these platforms eventually. And so it's essentially what I would recommend is just start. If you are some sort of alt tech platform, or you're involved in the infrastructure of anything, start really making moves towards having things that can't be denial of service deplatformed. So and it's expensive, it's difficult. I know that I'm saying what I'm saying is the hard route, but this is why Torba is actually very admirable, right? He took the hard road after the giant punch in the face that Silicon Valley gave him, and he's come out so much stronger for it.
Yeah.
He's come out in a genuinely enviable position now, and it's like, okay, so that's proof that hard work pays, right? That's proof that persistence, hard work, it pays off, and he's doing a very good job. And alt tech has to follow that lead. They have to follow that lead, because if there's one thing that's been made clear by the deplatforming of Trump and Parler, is that there will be no mercy from Silicon Valley. There'll be no
None.
reprieve. There will be nothing. They have done the equivalent of putting them all up against the wall and just shooting them. And so Torba is definitely leading the way here, and that's got to be the future of alt tech. Don't let them have the ability to turn you off, is the answer.
Right. The thing that struck me with Parler was that they thought that this wasn't going to happen.
Yes.
Like, but the weird thing is they acted like they knew it was a possibility, because John Matsey's like, no, if we could take it down, we'll be back up in a day. And it's like, so wait, you
Depends, doesn't it, how big the cartel is?
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, you acted like you knew this could happen.
Yeah.
You advertised yourself as like this place, which meant you were at risk. I mean, hell, that guy went on the kill stream. Like, that's
Really? I didn't even know.
yeah, that's how alt tech this actually was. Is that Ethan Ralph had John Matsey on the kill stream.
Face Matsey.
Yeah, and it's like, I was pissed at them at the time because I didn't like their terms of service. But when people asked me about it, to their credit, they changed their terms of service. They actually responded, I think, because Ralph asked me if I had any questions for him, and so I sent one. I wasn't able to like actually jump on the show, but it was like they responded to criticisms of their platform. They're like, tell us what we're doing wrong or whatever. And it's like, how are you not prepared for this? How were you beholden to Amazon when you're making these advances that no, you can do it. You guys are ready to go. I think it's because they had all that Republican money. And they're like, oh, well, if we've got Republican money, then we're going to be immune. It's like, they took off Trump. They don't care. Like, you're nothing.
but in their defense, right? If we were to go back a year and say, look, deplatforming is going to get so bad that literally in a week, every single Silicon Valley platform will have removed the current sitting president of the United States. We would have laughed at our future selves for saying that. We would have been like, no way, no
Yep.
way, because there was an assumption, an underlying assumption that there is something restraining the behavior of Silicon Valley, right? That they understand that actually they are socially important, and this means that both sides have a moral claim to participation. And that was the underlying presupposition of all democratic politics, any public space, right? And so, okay, yeah, Alex Jones, okay, yeah, he's a crazy guy, Nazis, okay, yeah, they're evil, okay, and so like this is how the average person can justify the sort of the noose of censorship growing tighter.
Yeah.
But then when it's just yanked and it's the president of the United States who gets dropped, it's like, oh, and then the platform that he could have moved to compete with them, it's like, right, okay, well, the mask is, mask off, like scales fallen from the eyes. These people are out to get you. They don't care about you at
Yep.
all. If they'll do it to the president, they won't even blink at the idea of ruining you.
We're
So,
evicting you from your house, and then
yeah.
every house that you look at that you want to buy, we're gonna burn that down too. So
Yeah, literally, we're gonna buy it and burn it. Fuck you.
that's
okay.
I'm kind
It's
of
a
wondering
vendetta.
if they keep going after Trump. Like I don't know if they're going to or not. Like they were going
I think they will.
right after the election. I was convinced that they were going to hound him to death. Now, as things cool off, you never know how people are going to react. But if they keep going after him, I think we're going to see a really interesting thing, and that will be a paper billionaire, right? Where if Trump doesn't have a bank, then he can have all of the money in the world digitally sitting somewhere, sort of in limbo status, right? Or even on some sort of check, like here's your $8 billion.
And no one will cash it. Yeah.
Right. No one will cash it. And that's what terrifies me about all of this is, are we building societies that are beholden to these private systems? And I'm like a pure capitalist, right? I'm like a dumb capitalist. I'm like a Randian capitalist. With all the noblest aspirations of capitalism embodied in characters. And so like this pains me to think about, like, what do we do when the, like, how do we control private companies without actually being anti-capitalistic?
Well, I hate to be very European about it, but I think it's got to be regulation. I was actually thinking about this, like the idea of deplatforming when it comes to this kind of privately owned public space. I think is I read a brief bit about it, and so I guess it seemed that it was an area of U.S. law that isn't very well developed. That I suspect that social media is going to force the development of. Which is like the Trump not being able to block people precedent and stuff like this. And so, like I said, I only did a bit of light reading, so I'm no expert, but it looked like it wasn't very well explored. And so I get the feeling this is going to be explored. But I mean, I honestly think that like Facebook have created their own sort of internal Supreme Court, but I don't see why a government that's tech savvy and modern wouldn't turn around and say, hang on a second, you don't have the right to be able to make these executive decisions. Now it's affecting the civil liberties of the people involved, and therefore this is now the government's purview. And so what we're going to do is set up our own social media department. And what will happen is when someone reports an account and you see this account, if it, you could have sort of like an exception for like child porn or something like that, so it's an instant takedown. But if it's a question, if there is a contestable element to it, then that could have to essentially be escalated to this government agency where you can have representation of Republicans and Democrats and whatever proportional representation of political parties, and this can actually be had in a public way, in a public forum that actually has accountability democratically to the electorate, right? And literally just use the government to take away their ability to just deplatform you because they don't like you. You
Yeah.
can't do that. We can regulate them without destroying the free market. And if anything, it seems to be the only way of preserving the free market at this point. And I'm just like, I'm very much just like, no, capitalism is a moral good. In the property rights are a moral good. These things are necessities for freedom, and allowing an ill will, even though it's not government, a private tyrannical will, like cartel behavior, to go around bullying, and damaging and destroying private citizens is wrong. And that, even if this doesn't fit neatly within the sort of, 18th century ideological boundaries that we inherited, well, this is the position we're in now,
Well,
so it is wrong what they're doing.
in some ways, I think it does, though, because
Sure.
at the advent of the country, the 18th and 19th centuries, we didn't treat corporations the same way we do now. In fact, it was really hard to get a corporation, and you had to renew it every year. And that renewal in many states actually involved literally a CEO going before a legislature and making the case that their company gets to exist for another year.
Based.
Right. And if they didn't do that, their corporate charter was revoked. And
I just want Ted Cruz presiding over this as Mark Zuckerberg sits in front and says, "Excuse me, Mr. Cruz, I'd really like Facebook to exist for another year." And Cruz just looking down his nose. Yeah. That's what I want to see.
And it's
humble them, Cruz.
As we went through really the 20s, progressivism, but we had a conglomeration of corporate power leading up to the 20s. And then we had progressivism kick in. And then we had sort of the rebellion against progressivism and really a veneration of corporatism throughout.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a lot of prosperity that came with it. We can't deny why it's been such an intoxicating drug. But we had a country beholden to corporations and loving them as they grew. And you think of the big brands that are around today that are forever brands, Kellogg's, a Campbell's,
McDonald's,
right. Just the art of Andy Warhol, just personifying what happened. But like this whole idea is stemmed out of, we want to make things easier for corporations. Well, now we might have to just pendulum swing back the other way a little bit. But I'm wondering how we convince them to do that, because we have the populist Republicans who make up some fraction. I don't know how big it is, but some fraction of half of the country. And we used to have populist Democrats, but they all died or something, because
they all sided with Biden.
Yeah, not just
they can get fucked. Every bread tuber, every fucking leftist, like the contrapoints, all of them, like, I guess you'll have to vote for Biden. Really? You're saying I have to vote Wall Street? The white supremacist capitalist patriarchy. You're supporting that. You fucking class traitors. That's what you are. Class traitors. Never trust a leftist. Sorry, I'm so sick of it. But,
no, it's good.
Well, we're populist left. Vote for Joe Biden. Oh, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
populist left, my asshole.
The opposite of populism.
Yes.
But and see the people that I know who are leftist personally and disconnected from like YouTube and this sort of weird space that we're in, but they're generally left, or they're Democrats or whatever, and have been sort of opposed traditionally, like this corporate power structure.
Yep.
When Amazon took off Parler, there was sneering and praise and like, oh God, thank God the corporations did this. And I'm like, wait a minute. Like, this is the opposite of what everything you've believed for the entirety of time that I know you. And here you are. Like, how did that happen? But,
I mean, I'm actually, like, there's a part of me that's genuinely embarrassed for the left, on not like a sort of, obviously, Trump supporting MAGA bro checking in, right? Went to Trump Tower in New York to get this personally, right? Didn't order it off Amazon. I went there to get this. Right?
That's an expensive hat.
It wasn't just there. My wife was like, after the MEP campaign, she was like, right, I deserve a holiday. I was like, yes, you do, darling. You do deserve a holiday. So she made me take her to New York. But while we were there, I made her go there so we could get that. So it's not from a partisan position of, socialism sucks. But like, I can see the appeal, the sort of narrative, sort of mythic appeal of what Bernie is putting forward, right? You can,
Right.
he's like, I'm against the big banks, I'm against, big business, I'm against Wall Street and all this sort of stuff. It's like, yeah, okay, great, I'm with you. And I can even, I can even have a reasonable discussion with someone on the left about, progressive tax rates and social welfare, and no, I don't want to just use social welfare as a general term, but like programs to help people. Right?
Right.
These
Yeah.
are legitimate things I think the state could do if done in the right way, and I think that there could be a lot of overlap between like the MAGA crowd and the Bernie crowd on some really specific issues. Wall Street being one of them, but seeing Bernie Sanders at Joe Biden's inauguration is just the most embarrassing thing in the world. And I was embarrassed for the leftists. They're all sharing this meme of Bernie at the inauguration wearing these mittens. It's like, look, this is the Wall Street crushing of your leftist dreams that you're sharing here, you idiots. You're literally showing your guy in defeat.
Yeah.
As he's been crushed by the establishment that he sought to overthrow. It's like, it's embarrassing. It's such weakness. Trump saying, I'm not going to the inauguration. Good for you. Good for you. Don't go and compete, cooperate. These are bad people who have done something bad as far as I'm concerned and you're concerned. You don't cooperate with those people. And
Right.
Bernie being a fucking sellout is just like, because I didn't hate Bernie. I didn't hate Bernie. It's just that he's a fucking sellout and I hate it.
Well, he's a commie too.
But
But
he is a commie.
but he's a
But that's
lovable
not-
commie.
Well, he's like, he is a commie, obviously, and I'm sure at this point everyone knows my position on communism. And so it's not. I don't think it's any like sympathy for communism. But what there was, I do think Bernie has genuine conviction, right? And I do
Yeah.
think he does. And so I don't mind dealing with people who have genuine convictions that I think are fucking stupid. That is at least an honest, or at least an actor you can have a conversation with about the subject, right? And you can try and put your case across and try and make a decent case, and et cetera, et cetera. But with someone like Joe Biden, what are you going to debate with Joe Biden or Kamala Harris? They don't care about anything. They care
Well,
about the amount of money they're going to get.
Look,
It's
I know how to have a debate with Joe Biden. It's
one
gonna be
stack or two. Yeah.
No, it's going to be frustrating because he's going to ask you the same questions over and over. Look, my grandmother had dementia and Alzheimer's, and I remember those conversations very well.
Yeah.
That's what it would be. Come on.
But what I mean is, like, Bernie used to be against open borders, right?
Right.
That's a really sensible position. And it's only in, like, the last year or two that he's really flipped on that and gone, oh, full open borders for everyone. And it's like, but really, Bernie is not actually a tremendous idiot, and he does have convictions, and sometimes they're not awful. And so you can, and the good thing about Bernie as well is that it would have been, if it should have been Trump versus Bernie, because then it's the establishment has been BTFO'd. The establishment is actually not in the driving seat. It's not the force that's going forward. And so really America would have to choose. Are you going to be a free country or are you going to be a socialist country? And I think that Trump would have won that in an enormous landslide.
Yeah.
Very easy to show that Bernie's actually just a filthy commie and that's it. Bernie gone. But that didn't happen. The whole thing looks like a big stitch up, and from what happened with Bernie in 2016. Although in 2019, I don't actually think he got stitched. I think he just lost his momentum in the same way that Jeremy Corbyn had over here. It seems that conservatism had like a big moment of weakness leading up to 2019. Just prior, actually, sorry, and then the left wing was able to make like big ideological gains, where then it seems to have collapsed in on itself and like reached its fullest extent, which I think is good, obviously. But the problem with that though is it's allowed the status quo to reassert itself, and Keir Starmer has done exactly the same as Biden over in there. With the Labour Party here, they're not. They'll pay lip service to all of the progressive stuff, but like he doesn't call back Black Lives Matter, right? In the same way. But Joe Biden's still enacting the same fucking agenda, so I don't see what all the leftists are complaining about. Like Biden's maneuvers have been insanely radical. Sorry, I know I'm ranting on now.
No, go for it.
Happened, but what Biden's done has actually been incredibly radical. But but yeah, I think that the left have just shown themselves to be useful idiots. Antifa are going to get the boot on the neck now. Black Lives Matter will get the same thing. These all get stamped out now that they're no longer useful against Trump, which is interesting because I don't think they were ever an effective weapon against Trump at all. And I think they're
No.
actually a drag on the Democrats. If anything, Trump looked like the only sane person in the room when he's like, "We got to talk about Antifa or Antifa," as he says. I think they're actually to Trump's credit, frankly, that he wanted to do something about them. But anyway,
Yeah.
the left have shown themselves to be fucking class traitors and useful idiots. Never trust them. Never.
Well, and I do
Never.
think that's great. I think you're right. I think Black Lives Matter and Antifa ended up being a big drag, and I think
Yep.
I think the biggest upset for Trump was just the existence of COVID, and it's Bill Clinton, right? It's the economy, stupid.
Yeah.
Right. Like that was the whole thing, and they found a way to effectively shut down the economies. Trump didn't do it, but the individual states, particularly Democratic states.
Yeah, California and New York, we're looking at you.
Yeah. Oh, Minnesota, Michigan. I mean,
Mhm.
they flat out, they used it to shut it down. They used it to change the rules on voting, although we shouldn't talk
Yep.
about that too much.
Yep.
But they did this, and I think that is the one thing that did Trump in, because he had a strong economy, or at least there's some guy who every time I say that he gets mad and he's like, "No, it wasn't strong because watch this hour-long video." It's like, okay, but
It
either way,
wasn't strong because the Democrats shut down their economy, and therefore it's Trump's fault.
right?
Shut the
No,
hell up,
he's talking about before that, even though.
Oh, right.
But at least looked like a strong economy. Unemployment's
Yep.
low. Black unemployment specifically is low. There's less
Mhm.
black people in prison than ever. And
Yep.
and then suddenly COVID comes in and undoes the economy.
Mhm.
And we see Trump barely lose. Right? Like, that's the other thing. He still ends up barely losing in
Yeah.
several of these states. And it's like, okay.
But worst case scenario, if that's the worst case scenario, and like you say, he barely loses.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing I found, I was looking at obviously all the polling and stuff, and I didn't get a noticeable impression that COVID was ascribed to Trump, right? And
Right.
I always found that the lefts, and they constantly do this, Donald Trump, and they do this in Britain with Boris Johnson. Oh, look, 100,000 people have died. This is Boris's fault, but nobody thinks it's Boris's fault. Nobody
No.
thinks. Nobody really thinks. Oh yeah, Boris did this. Apart from partisan leftists, and do people in America really think that COVID is Trump's fault? Trump, it's a natural disaster.
No,
Trying to make partisan hay out of it is gross.
I don't think they ended up. And I don't know. I've never seen polling data on
Yeah.
it specifically, but I don't get the impression that kind of caught on with the people. Like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, Trump is definitely responsible for your grandmother dying. And I don't think that's a real thing out there. But what I do think is that when you've got people who are disengaged from the political process, and it's hard to always remember that that's most people are actually disengaged
Yep.
from it, is that they just saw that they were out of work for months and months and months. And there's a guy promising them checks, and there's a guy promising a change, and people go, "Oh, okay, yeah, I've been out
Yeah.
of work. I mean, something needs to be different." And that's
Mm.
how Clinton ended up beating Bush, and that's I think how Biden ends up beating Trump. And I, with all the caveats that are necessary for making that statement to the chat.
Yeah. Assuming everything is as as YouTube's editorial guidelines demand that we describe it,
Right.
then yes.
Yeah.
Any illegal questions that YouTube forbids us from asking will have to be discussed off platform, I suppose. But
Exactly.
yeah. No, I think that's the most plausible. But again, to be honest with you, I'm on the dark side when it comes to the narrative of the election. I think some shenanigans happened, but obviously I can't discuss it. So we
Right.
won't.
Right. Mithrin Emrys says, "Learn the mantra of the future. I love our lords and saviors in Silicon Valley. I am happy to bow to the whims of our prophets, Jack and Zuck. They may freely tell me what to think." Big Red Bear says, "I hope you're doing well, Carl. Freedom of speech is..." Oh, shit. Hold on. I paused your video by accident. I gotta move. There we go. Sorry. Windows does a dumb thing when like your screen goes behind a different one, it pauses the video.
Right.
Okay. Hope you're doing well, Carl. Freedom of speech is something that all people strive to maintain. Already left-wing voices are being hit with new censorship too. Shocking. Only the liberal wing of anything is going to be left. So
well, we shouldn't call the leftists liberals. I'm gonna continue pounding this drum until the end of time, because really it's the Republicans who are the liberals in America, and the liberals in America are communists, and it's insufferable that you allow the left to have the label of liberal, because liberalism itself, the very fundamental idea underlying it is the idea of ownership of property rights,
right.
and the sovereignty of your person as your own personal property. So you own yourself, you own the things that you've acquired legally, and therefore property rights are the very core of it. And so really, if you think about it, that's the sort of foundational Republican idea of your country. Whereas the leftists who are like, well, tax the billionaires, take everyone's money, redistribute this is socialism, this is communism, this is the antithesis of liberalism. It's directly oppositional. They hate each other, and this is why it's insufferable watching, like, there are pages like on Facebook like being liberal, and it's got like 5 million followers or 20 million followers or whatever, and they're just posting AOC communist shite all day, and I'm just like, but this is the opposite. It's like, God, I hate it so much.
AOC is something. She's something else, really.
Oh, she's going to be putting Republicans against the wall, man. You can see it in her face.
Yeah, and
when she gets the power.
The creepy thing is, I think she's going to get the power.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see her leaving positions of massive political influence anytime soon. And I think she will gear up for an eventual presidential run.
100%.
I don't think she's old enough yet, right? She's not 35.
No, but she will be in 2024, I think. I looked this up. Let me just quickly check. So yeah, she's 31 now. So come 2024, she will be old enough to run.
Yeah, I think she'll wait. I think she'll wait 4 years at least, though.
It's possible. It's possible, but I think she is definitely going to take a crack at it. And I hope that she fails horribly, obviously.
Yeah.
But the alternative is that she actually succeeds. And man, that's not going to look good.
We've got to get some super red-pilled man into her life.
Come on.
Solve that problem.
Gym bros, come on. Like, you've seen her boyfriend. Her boyfriend is the most beta soy boy in the world.
That means she's got a side dude.
Exactly. Gym bros, come on. It's
got
for the
one.
Republic, and she is hot, so you just have to listen to her talk. Probably
she was was really hot in that college dancing video she did. She's a little less hot now,
but still probably the best looking Congress person.
Yeah.
It's not exactly a difficult competition.
Yeah, that's not the highest wall.
No.
Jonathan Fitzpatrick says Sargon doesn't know what he's talking about. Torba took millions of dollars from investors, then reskinned a Mastodon clone and defederated it. Go to kiwifarms.cc and register on the Fediverse. Jerish has a good video on this.
I haven't seen that, and that runs contrary to what I've been told, mostly admittedly by Torba from his Gab feed.
Sure.
So I'm happy to be fact checked. If someone can provide me the link, I'm not going to go dig around on Kiwi Farms for it myself, but if someone can send it to me.
Yeah, send it to him or send it to me. I'd like to read it too.
Yeah.
Because if I get an opportunity to make fun of Torba, I'm going to do it. No, I'm just kidding. But no,
I'm sure he can take it.
What do you think about the Fediverse and sort of federated distributed content?
I mean, I don't know much about it, right? So
Sure.
I'm just aware of the concept generally. I mean, it seems like a good idea, like decentralizing, so Silicon Valley can't just assassinate platforms. Seems like a good idea on the face of it. I imagine it's gonna be bloody difficult to police when it comes to the undesirable content that's illegal and immoral. Sort of child porn and stuff. I don't know what the hell you're gonna do about that.
I don't know how that works at all.
No.
What is interesting about it, though, this is what I like. So there, you basically you join a Fediverse server of some sort. and it's like Twitter, whatever, except you freely communicate with anyone on any Fediverse server, but you have your local server too. And that's kind of where your home is. So Dick actually set up one where like you can only get in if you're verified by him individually. So like there's but you can access anybody else out there. So it's no way to keep people out. It's just you can have an actual set aside, okay, this is my space, and therefore I can keep people who won't come in and drop a bunch of, kid pictures on there or something like that.
Yeah. But how do you stop the people who want to distribute the kid pictures from just setting up their own and preventing anyone from coming in if they're not verified, right?
That I don't actually know, because I don't know anything about it. But
and I mean, it might be a less than ideal solution to a real problem, but like I said, I don't know anything really about it, so I can't really comment very much on it.
It's moderated like anything else. Someone said it may be. I literally don't know how it works. So some wizard is behind the scenes drawing runes on the walls, and then suddenly I'm able to send an equivalent of a tweet. That's my understanding.
Yes. Same here.
Michael Tynan says, "Hail, Carl. Thanks for the great show, Nikki." Hey, thanks, buddy. Big Red Bear says, "Just so one of us won't get lumped in with the rest of those class-denying fools. Not all of us told people to vote for blue no matter who. I'd say that's the worst idea ever. Also, P getting deplatformed is a crime." So yeah, Big Red Bear is he's left, but he's not a leftist. I think that's how you say it. I don't know the proper way anymore, but yeah, one of the good ones. He gets to survive the helicopter ride. Mithrin Emrys says if Bernie had genuine convictions, he would have turned 2 of his 3 houses into low-cost housing for those facing financial difficulties. He's a champagne socialist.
I agree.
From couch surfing to millions as a government servant.
Yeah, but they all do. So I mean, but Bernie's not exactly exceptional, and he did have a best-selling book. So as a capitalist, I don't feel like criticizing him necessarily on that. To be honest, it's it feels like a weak blow.
Look, his grift game was strong. That's all.
It was, but like the failure of Bernie as a class warrior, I think, is a way more effective way of attacking him. It's like, Bernie, what the fuck are you doing sitting at Biden's inauguration? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Like,
you know what blows my mind? So this is interesting to me. Republicans still have a plurality in the Senate. Because the Democrats only have 48 seats. Because Bernie's an independent and someone else is an independent. But we're treating them as if they're equal. And that bothers the shit out of me. I don't know why it rankles me so much, but it actually does. I'm like, but they're not actually Democrats versus Republicans here. Because we have 2 ostensibly independent people, but we're treating them as if they're 2 seats for the Democrats. So we don't have a Republican, I guess, plurality. Because it wouldn't quite be a majority. They'd need 1 more seat.
Yeah,
but
it's because they are essentially Democrat sympathizers, and so you may as well I mean, if Bernie's an independent, what's he doing at the DNC competing for the leadership of the party? It's like,
right.
It's that's a fiction, isn't it, Bernie? You wouldn't be on the stage if you weren't part of the club.
Yeah.
So go away.
I don't like it. It bothers me in my core.
No, I don't like it.
Dean Domino.
It's because it's false. It's a fiction. Don't bullshit me.
Right. Dean Domino says, glad I could catch you guys live. Enjoy both of your channels. And remember, Carl, there is no war in Ba Sing Se. Oh, here we are safe. Here we are free.
Yes.
Is that related to
Avatar: The Last Airbender?
Okay.
That is a fantastic series. I got someone.
Wait, I thought you hated Japan.
Well, it's a Western anime.
Okay,
it's not Japanese. That's not the reason I like it. I do like a couple of Japanese animes actually. I like Hellsing and Trigun, but I generally like the problem I have with a lot of Japanese stuff is just the premise that it's built on is absurd, and I'm just like, ugh, I can't find myself investing in it. Like today, I got a super chat from a guy who was asking me to do an analysis of Attack on Titan, right? And I'd watched about 3 episodes of this because I'd heard so many people promoting it, and I just couldn't get into it because the idea is like, I don't know, the humanity is like reduced to these big fortress cities with these giant skinless humans breaking down the walls, and I'm like, I just couldn't get into it. And the
Well,
guy was really, I saw,
there's a lot of corruption and stuff, and
yeah,
that led to this. That's kind of behind the
yeah,
scenes. And then there's like authoritarian themes and stuff, and
mm.
and a class structure because you have like people in the outer walls and then the inner.
I've heard it's really good, right? I've heard it's really good and really well thought through. But the aesthetics of it just put me off. Like
Sure.
and I don't blame people for liking it. I'm not angry or anything like that. It's just not my thing. But I saw this guy post in like a Facebook group afterwards that I'm also in, and he was furious at me. And I'm like, oh man, look, I'm just not into it. I'm sorry.
You know what you need to get into is Redo of the Healer.
I've not seen it. I've not heard of it.
This is a new one. There's only 3 episodes so far. Let me give you the premise. I just want to get your naked reaction to this. So basically, it's a medieval fantasy world, and they have literal like hero classes, like an RPG, right?
Right. Okay.
And this guy is the healer of the party, and he is he's on a chain because his healing power. He can heal someone, but when he does, he experiences their entire life like at once. So he gets all of the pain and trauma that they've been through injected directly into him.
Yeah.
And so he doesn't want to do it, but they lock him down and get him addicted to drugs to make sure he's always healing people. So then he gets access to this Philosopher's Stone. He reverses time and goes back to redo his life. And then he proceeds to get revenge by raping them all dramatically.
It's like this reminds me of Goblin Slayer, right? So V was going on about Goblin Slayer. He's like, "This is really good," and I was like, "Okay, I watched it." And I swear to God, I was traumatized by the first episode.
It was
like,
great.
I thought, oh, this would be a nice Dungeons and Dragons style series. I might quite enjoy this. And then suddenly it's just like gang rape, and it's geez,
but see,
fuck.
Goblin Slayer is actually a bait and switch because from what I understand, I've only watched the first episode of Goblin Slayer, but after that, it actually turns into like a comedy sort of anime.
Yeah.
Like the first one's really dramatic. Redo does not get lighter in the first 3 episodes. It this guy, and I mean they show like what he went through because he has to, it's literally a redo. He doesn't go back, like no one knows that he's already experienced this. And so
he's just raping random people, and they have no idea why. They've done nothing to him.
Oh no, they do it again. He re-endures the trauma, like at least at the start. It's weird because he has to kind of give them an opportunity to not be terrible, and they still are. They're still terrible. So then yeah, and like he takes the first and he erases her memories and changes her face and turns her into like his courtesan. It's wild. This show is out there, man. You should check it out if you can. It's pretty funny.
It sounds mad.
It is
like brutal, and like I mean,
it's not.
This is another reason I don't generally like Japanese programs as well. Is that they're outside of like my moral comfort zone in many ways.
That's
just
fair.
Like, okay,
that's fair.
I have limits.
Look, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were correct. Let's see. So this is a time when I'm probably going to start just reading through the smaller chats that have come in. But before we do that, I wanted to know if there was any specific subject you wanted to hit or focus on before we move into that sort of phase. We've been talking just a lot about like the political aspects and what we do. And I do have a question if you don't have something, but I'd like to know if you had anything you want.
No, I think we've covered a really good range of stuff. So hit me with what you wanted to know.
So people have been, and I've been watching this happen since the election was kind of formulating, right? People go to a really dark place. Like what do we do? If the system's rigged against us, if everything's against us, what hope is there? So my question to you is, how do people manage in times when they do feel they're oppressed, right? Like, because that's where a lot of people are right now, and that's a fair feeling. So what's your advice to individual people on how they manage through these times?
Right. So if anyone listening doesn't follow me, then they won't have been hearing me preach the good gospel about Aristotle. I've been promoting the ideas of self improvement and self betterment and hard work. And there are look, it is awful what the Democrats are doing and the left is doing generally. But it's not yet at its worst point. Um, and honestly, I think it is going to get worse before it gets better. So what you should do is focus on you and yours. Make sure that you've got your ducks in a row. Make sure that you have contingency plans. Make sure you have the things that you may need in the future, and just keep yourself busy. Keep your head down. Don't do anything crazy or stupid or anything like that, because no martyrs or heroes are going to change the way things go, right? And the way that these things work is not usually by one person's great act. So there's nothing to be won there, right? What the way these things work is by the general population, the general consensus, seeing the illegitimacy of the people in charge. And if there's one thing that the Democrats are going to do, it's overreach, because they look very intimidating, right? They do have a lot of power. But I think what we've seen is the extent of their power. They've gone as far as they can go, and they've gone to the very furthest point, actually, deplatforming Trump, even from the banks. This is bad, but that, I think, has been a warning shot across a lot of regular people's bowels who haven't been paying attention to this. What do you mean they took the president off Twitter? I mean, Twitter is probably most famous for Donald Trump at this point, judging by the way the media treat Donald Trump's Twitter feed. And so, like, to the average person, this must have seemed crazy and like, okay, something weird's going on here. And so, like, the red pills they've probably been flowing. And the more autocratic the Democrats become, and Biden with his like 33 presidential executive orders in the first week, like, I mean, that looks autocratic. It looks very, very tyrannical. And so the overreach is going to come quite quickly. And overreach is the key, kind of like the jujitsu of the political jujitsu that Saul Alinsky was talking about. And I know that Saul Alinsky isn't exactly a popular guy on the right, but read Rules for Radicals, and you understand what the left's doing. You understand how to combat them. Political jujitsu, in Alinsky's view, is a very, very useful thing, because it means from a position of weakness, you can essentially force the opponent to overextend their hands so much that any supporting political capital that they have, they end up burning up on things that aren't really that important, right? And so that, like, going after someone like Josh Hawley is a great example of this, because Josh Hawley, if like on November the 6th, the day of the riot, before it happened, he was in the chamber and he was saying things like, look, I have a duty to the constituents of mine who are coming to me en masse and saying we think something sus happened here.
Right.
That I have to raise the point. I have to, and I don't know much about Josh Hawley, but the impression I get from him is he's a very clean-cut country conservative, right?
Very much.
He's not. Yeah, exactly, right. That's exactly how he presents himself. That's exactly what he seems. He's not a Beltway insider. He's not like deep in with Wall Street, or that's not the way impression that you get, right? And so he looks like exactly the right kind of target that the left will go for, and he should be able to resist, because he seems like a man of convictions. The fact that he stood up to do this when it wasn't a popular thing to do is, generally, that he is like actually fairly well positioned to burn off a lot of their political capital. And you'll notice they're protesting him already. They're already trying to run him out of the Senate. And Ted Cruz as well, right? Ted Cruz is in another one of these, although Ted Cruz I think is a bit more slimy than Hawley is. That's the impression I get. But
I
generally,
like him.
Cruz,
I love the slime.
I like him too. But I'm suspicious. I'm wary, right? I'm wary.
Yeah.
I don't know, about it, but Hawley, I think, looks fairly consistent on these points. And these are the sort of people who the left are going to burn a lot of political capital to try and destroy, and unreasonably so. They'll look very unreasonable doing it. And I think they will burn through their political capital very quickly. And the enervating effect of the Biden administration is going to severely thin the general support they have. And the problem that they start with is that half the population basically thinks they're illegitimate anyway. So it's not like they actually have much political capital to burn. And so essentially what I think we should be asking for is kind of for the Democrats to just go for it. Go on, go as far as you can. Do what you can. Really show us your hand. Punch as hard as you can. Tyler Durden style. Just laugh in their faces, spit blood in their faces. Come on, again. And then they'll realize that the 7,000 militia that they still have in Washington D.C. watch Rekieta law. They super chat Sargon of Akkad. They don't support Biden, and they're watching you punch their fucking the things they like in the face, and then and they've already got this background checks and this. They've already become paranoid, right? And so essentially a form of psychological war needs to be waged by the Republicans, low level on the ground, and where it's just a kind of non-acceptance of anything that they do, which is what the left does to the right anyway. And you can see this in AOC chastising Ted Cruz for supporting what she said, right? They're a form of non-engagement with a particular, brand of the Democrats, the Bidens and the Biden administration's pyramid and those outliers. Just make them feel like they are under siege from people who disagree with them on everything. We don't believe you're legitimate. We disagree with your policies and your philosophy. And frankly, we think that the way you're treating the Republicans is evil and indicative of an evil will that has animated you to do horrible, horrible things. And, everyone thinks this. Make them feel that everyone, when everyone's like, look, I'm just not going to engage with what you're doing. I think you're bad, and I'm just going to, vote against you. I don't care if I'm voting for, Lynn Wood next time, right? You can just be like, I'm voting for Lynn Wood next, so screw you. And they'll be like, what? The QAnon? Yeah. Why? I don't know. Go back to your pedo Wood, Hollywood mansion and do whatever disgusting deeds you do there, because one day you'll get yours. And then just walk off, make them realize that shit, there's an equally animated will on the right now that didn't exist before, because on the right, people are open to the democratic process. And it's been very obvious as an outsider watching it. And this was obvious even before. And this is why I began my career criticizing the left. It was obvious that the Republicans, for all of their faults, and they had loads of faults and still do, they're not trying to destroy the opposition, because the opposition isn't an enemy within the state. It's in Britain we call it the loyal opposition, right? And so it's like, look, we all understand we're all in the same boat, we're in the same country, and we might have different ways that we want to see it governed, but we understand that this comes through compromise and cooperation, and the left has abandoned that position. And when they realize that there is an oppositional will, the sort of Steve Bannon will on the right, the Breitbart will on the right, that has essentially become the general view of right wingers, then they will, I think, be finally cowed into coming to the table, or they'll be so unbelievably arrogant and reckless as to take things further than the tension will bear. And this is I'm not even advocating anything here. This is what I just think will happen. Whether I exist or not, I think this was just what's going to happen. Is that the Republicans are essentially going to be sort of red pilled into wait, they're not trying to cooperate with us at all. They don't respect us. They don't like us, and it looks like they kind of want us to go and die in a ditch. And that's because they do. They want you to go and die in a ditch. And so. Yeah, the Republicans, I think, will end up with this animated will, which unfortunately means end of Republic style stuff. And I don't know if that can come back. I don't know if the Democrats can come back from this, but it means that they aren't invulnerable, and they will fall from their own machinations. That's what I think.
Do you think there will be a Republican surge in 2022?
Well, there will be in states that don't have Dominion voting machines. I imagine. But I mean, the alternative is that there's not a surge, and that really is scary, because that's when you get to the point where it's like, look, people are genuinely losing faith in the democratic process, and I don't blame them, because I mean, the first F curve that came through on the election night, I was like, right, okay, that's interesting. And the day after, and then when it happened again in Georgia, again, these weird F curves that just never happen otherwise. That I can see why a lot of people would be like, okay, that's over then. But yeah, so I don't have very good, very optimistic predictions, and no predictions are ever going to survive contact with reality with the way things are going. But I do think the Democrats will overreach. So as much of an evil empire as they look at the moment, it's not over.
Well,
at all.
I think they already are.
Mm,
The fact that they were willing to go after Trump and go after Parler before he was even out of office was the first signs of an overreach.
yeah.
I thought they would at least wait till he was out of the White House to do it.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. I mean, come on, a sitting president.
but
Like,
then
if that's not sacred, then nothing is.
this impeachment's an overreach.
Yeah.
For sure. The
Yeah.
Republicans don't like it. And the
Yeah.
fact that Liz Cheney is getting hers right now is great.
Mm.
But it's okay. George Bush is coming to the rescue of Liz Cheney, and he's endorsing her and her brave decision. So that's good.
They don't understand that that will be seen as like a black mark. That's the person I vote against. Why? Because they're endorsed by Bush.
Yeah.
Fuck's
Uh,
sake.
but there's that, and then of course this GameStop stuff
Yes.
has been really interesting. But to see people like Elizabeth Warren come out and be like, "Well, we do need to protect these stock companies." Like, wait a
Oh,
minute.
do we, Elizabeth? Do we really?
This isn't really your thing, I thought. But I mean, we all knew it was her thing, but it wasn't
Yeah.
supposed to be.
Again,
Uh,
leftists are class traitors. Every single one, no exceptions.
yeah. So I think it's an interesting thing, but I've been saying similar stuff.
Hmm.
What you've got to do is at the end of the day, you got to work on yourself.
Yep.
Find places and spaces where you can find joy and fulfillment and improvement. Because if nothing else, you have to basically wait until the next election or the next opportunity for change, whatever that ends up being.
Hmm.
And people need to make sure they find their sanity in that time and not get too depressed and bummed out about it. I think that I encounter a lot of people who this may have been their first or second election that they've been
Mhm.
through, and it's like Republicans have been in the shit tank before, like it,
Yeah.
and they'll be back again. And I know this is very different or whatever, but at the same time, in a lot of ways, it's not. And you got to
Yeah.
realize that this stuff it is part of the process, even though it sucks.
Yeah. And I mean, like, one of the things as well is it like it's not normally this intense either. You don't normally have like, one wing of politics rejecting the president and then propagandizing people for 4 years straight.
Right.
And then, having this miracle election for Biden. This is not normal politics. So this is the logical conclusion of certain kinds of forces that have been at work. These forces can't last forever. They will exhaust themselves, and it might go quite badly in the meantime until they do. But they are not indomitable or unconquerable or anything like that. They're just currently in a fairly strong position. But even then, I think this is totally tenuous, and I think they know it's weak as well because, like, they're not acting like they're legitimate, and this hyper aggressive attack on the Republicans and Trump and all this is totally unreasonable. And this makes them look weak. It makes them look like they don't have a secure position. And I think that's enough evidence to show that yes, something probably happened. But B, it means that they don't think themselves that they've got longevity. And if they don't think they've got longevity and they know everything about their own position, then us on the outside, maybe we can take a more optimistic view of things.
Yeah, and I do think the notion that something happened to Trump just shows like how terrified they actually were of that guy.
Yeah.
Like for whatever anybody thinks of Trump, like he was a massive disrupting force in a system that needed a lot of disruption, and it showed.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the ripples of that are going to be felt for a while. So Kate4394 says, you guys should try Psychopass. It takes place in a futuristic society where everything is decided for us by our technology and government overlords. Has some fantastic characters and is
I
one of
already
the
live in that society.
and one of the best anime villains of all time. Okay, well, maybe check it out. All right, this one is from Carl of Swindon. There's actually two of those, so thank you for that.
Oh wow.
Says, Nick, I'm here at Applebees and my food was taking long, so I tuned into your stream. And lo and behold, my waiter is on it. Please tell him to hurry back with my classic dip trio.
Even more important, everything's shut down in England, so you're going to be waiting a while for a
Yeah.
restaurant we don't have in a country that doesn't allow restaurants to open. I'm so sorry, sir.
Make your own chips.
Yeah.
And he also says, hey, Nick asked Sargon what he meant when he said Jim grooms kids in the Hello Jim stream. Also asked Sargon what he
God, do
meant
we
when he
have
said
to?
depends on the child in relation to consent. We don't have to. I think you've
Oh, I
probably
mean, that's
talked
fine.
about
Like
this, but
Jim used to groom kids to become like weirdo trolls on a forum called Metokur, and that was me restating my opponent's argument in a debate. So
there you go. That's that. Sargon of UKIP. Oh man. Says, hey Carl, did you
I don't
cause
think I'm still a member of UKIP.
Oh yeah.
It's okay.
Are you? So,
I have to check actually.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't know how any of that works. I was going to
Yeah.
talk to you about this. We'll have to do another discussion at some point
Yeah, okay.
and talk about kind of the idea of moving into politics from public media. Because we're going to see more of it in various ways. I mean, think of like the idea of like a Jake or a Logan Paul running for office and the probability that they could actually do very well just based on their name recognition is a weird thing.
You know, one thing I've noticed though is that it doesn't work. Like Cenk Uygur ran as a Democrat in a district that was contestable, and he got fucking crushed.
Yeah.
I mean, like, like
to be fair
know,
though, he is fat and dumb.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. And I mean, to be fair, I didn't think we were going to win. Right, I wasn't even first on the ticket, so we would, UKIP would have had to have had a storming win, and then Nigel Farage creating the Brexit Party. I mean, even if UKIP had, like, even if I hadn't been there, sort of thing, and UKIP had very good, strong candidates, I don't think they would have beaten Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage was the face of Brexit, and he had the money, he had the reach. There was nothing UKIP could do, I think. But even then, like, I just don't think it works. I just don't think it works. There's something about being an online personality that is attractive and self-selecting to a large number of people, but that large number of people is spread over a very wide area.
That's true.
And so, yeah, like being a local politician who obviously is going to be a lot more milquetoast than an online internet celebrity, and having a more localized base of support is much more effective for winning any kind of elections. I don't think internet celebrities are going to translate well, and I have some direct experience with this.
Yeah.
I tell you what, man, it was so much fun though. Like the whole campaign, I had a great time. The whole campaign, like the whole team. I had some of the guys who I'm working with now with me, and every day was an adventure, man. We did not know what was going to happen next, and it was exciting. It was really exciting. Oh, what hit pieces come out? What's the reaction? And at one point we got polling in that showed that between the ages of, I think it was like 18 and 25, UKIP were polling at 14%, and it's like, that's us. That's what we had achieved. We had got UKIP up to this 14% in these polls, and it was like that in the with this youth demographic. It's like, okay, so we actually got some traction there. Obviously, it wasn't nearly enough to translate into anything significant, but like it was exciting, and then we end up like on the news and stuff, and it's like shit. Like stuff it's really intense. There's a lot of pressure on you. And then we were doing like the live sort of campaign events, like when we turn up in a random town in the southwest of England. Often these places are not very politicized, and so we'd have loads of interesting conversation in some parts, and then in other parts they'd be like lefty hives. And there's this small town called Totnes in Devon, and it's a really tiny little country town, right? And it's
sure.
Southern England. It's gorgeous, and it happens to be a total left-wing hole. And so we turn up at like this tiny little town center, and there are only like half a dozen of us, and we've got a little microphone, so we talk about like politics, and literally like 200 or 300 insufferable leftist hipsters march up going, refuse fascism. It's like, Oh, you fucking morons. But things they were like, like it was intimidating. It was like an army, It's
Yeah,
like Jesus. But yeah, so it was exciting. It was really exciting. And Gibraltar was great as well. Gibraltar is a part of the Southwest constituency, even though it's attached to Spain. And so
sure.
we flew out there. And the thing is, you knew that everyone else was paying attention, but you knew they didn't think anything to it. But no one in UKIP was really doing anything, like campaigning wise. Nobody had any plans. And because I had the money to be able to run a campaign, I was just like, well, fuck it. Let's just go and do some stuff. It'll be fun. And so essentially, we ended up dragging all of the sort of mainstream names across to the places we went first.
Sure.
Essentially, it's kind of like, to cover up whatever we'd done or whatever, to sort of follow us around. We dragged them to these places by going there and taking the initiative. And it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I don't regret a day of it. It was wonderful.
So, Sargon of UKIP's question
Yes.
is, hey, Carl, did you cause your wife's first miscarriage because you were afraid the kid would be a white jogger, we'll say? And
Yes. That's exactly how miscarriages happen.
Yeah. I've never been a fan of that joke. Like I'm just like I'm for whatever joke, but I don't like
Yeah.
I don't like that one because my wife and I had 3 before we had any kids, and
I'm sorry, man.
and you know how it is, man. It sucks.
We've had 2 now. We've had 2
Yeah.
now. Yeah, but thankfully, 2 months ago, my wife gave birth to a healthy and very chubby now baby boy. So
Oh,
I'm a very happy dad.
congratulations.
Thank you very much. So yeah, so that's the third we've got. So that's I'm very happy, and it is, as you know, obviously it is a difficult thing, but at the end of the day, the internet is the internet is.
Right.
And if someone's making that kind of joke, I mean, I don't think they're operating from a position of particular authority on the subject. So I'm happy to let that go.
Ridgedale Brand says Ridgedale Brand is creating a new comedy show. To audition, check out the channel trailer on the Ridgedale Brand YouTube channel. Also, check out Reconstitute US to Form a More Perfect Union by Mitch and Arthur Nix. And you guys should check that out. It's at bookstoread.com/constitute. And it is ideas on how things can actually be changed through the Constitution. And they also have a proposition for an Internet Bill of Rights. Very, very cool stuff. Musical 84 says, I love how Trump's tweets are now memory hold, and no later historian will be able to independently verify their contents. Orwell was so kind to leave us an instruction manual. Mario,
Yeah, the socialists always go around going, well, Orwell was a socialist. It's like, yeah, but Orwell also did the most of anyone ever to warn people about socialism. So, like swings and roundabouts, I guess.
Mario Carter 13 says, anyone interested in buying 30 pieces of silver asking for a hedge fund? Matches Burn says,
yeah. So just on that, the silver thing is fake news, obviously ginned up by the mainstream, right?
What silver thing? I mean, I saw that silver's up like 7% or something, but
yeah, right. But the narrative that is being like put out by the media is, oh well, everyone's changing from GameStop to silver because silver's very shorted. Don't you know? Tap tap tap, and it's like, I don't trust any of you people. Like, I don't trust any of you. If you say everyone's buying silver, then I'm saying whatever the Reddit guys are saying is correct. And the Reddit guys, as far as I've seen, have said silver's a plant, a trick, a trap. Don't bother with it. And so, I don't know anything about stocks or anything like that. So this isn't financial advice, but looks like a trap to me. Don't do it, lads. That's my advice.
I'm not even following it because I don't have enough time to like follow these individual things.
Yeah.
Well, I would love to. I would have loved to make $1 million on GameStop, but at the same time, like it's not my thing to do.
Yeah. And I wouldn't normally, but it's so obviously sort of like the next Gamergate that it's very, very important because again, it's another one of those mask off scenarios, right?
Yeah.
Where the public just start doing something that appears to be perfectly legal, and then the establishment's just like, oh no, we're going to stop you doing that because we are going to lose money. And it's like, you don't get to do that. You get to lose the money. You get to lose the money. You made a bet. The bet's not going to pay off because a bunch of people are like, fuck you. We like the stock. I am the proud owner of one GameStop stock. I've never I've never bought stock before. I don't know anything about it. I don't intend on selling it. Like I've done my part.
Hold till you're dead. I love it.
Exactly.
Isn't it interesting how much goes back to GameStop? I mean, there's of course the meme, or not GameStop, Gamergate. There's of course like the meme jokes about Gamergate, and you had that statement about Trump, getting Trump to talk about Gamergate, which that didn't end up happening. But what did end up happening the other day was Kathy Griffin coming out and saying, like, hey, do you think what happened to me is related to this Gamergate thing I'm hearing about? And it's like, why?
Yeah, why not, Kathy?
Why is everything going back to this event? Like, it seems like it's such an inconsequential thing, right? Like,
yeah,
but it hasn't been inconsequential.
Why does it loom large in their minds 6 years later?
But not just in theirs, right? It's not just the left. Like the right still, even if the right is memeing on Gamergate, they're still going back to the same well.
Yeah. You know why though, right? Gamergate was the first time that the progressive left have an agenda. They have a mission. They have a goal that they're trying to achieve, and they have they're on like the chessboard, and they can see how the pieces are allowed to move. And normally, in their game of chess, in the grand game of social chess that they're playing, the pieces don't move with any particular coordination. So it's each piece doing the thing that it feels is the best thing within the certain set bounds that the other pieces can't move into. And so therefore, this is actually ideal if you have an agenda against the rest of them, right? So if you've got 5 pieces and they're all acting in concert, and every other individual piece is acting individually, well, you're going to win. You're going to take over the board. And that's why they've got everywhere. They're currently in the White House, enacting critical race theory legislation and shit like this, right? Because people in society don't think that there is a targeted will against them, right? Mm-hmm. And so this has been manifested in every single community you can think of, where the intersectional left have come in and taken it over with their bloody pronouns and rhetorical bullshit, calling people names and calling people this, that, and the other, right? And no one's got any good defense against it. But Gamergate was the first time that on a big scale, because this had happened prior, but in smaller communities like the atheist community and stuff like this. But video games, multi-billion-dollar industry, huge, really, just low prestige, right? Low prestige. Outside of gaming's frowned upon or looked down on, right? It's scorned, it's poured upon it. But there's no questioning that it's hugely influential culturally, and there's tons of cash there. And so to have the constituency of gamers have and demonstrate this oppositional will against the progressive left really put the shits up them. And this is why they won't stop talking about it. Because really, it does all kind of come back to Gamergate, because Gamergate essentially is the model that is being followed now. Because Gamergate, they started letter writing campaigns to get various advertisers to pull from various newspapers and gaming journalists, and this scared the hell out of them, because they were like, oh my god, the plebs are rising up. They actually have a will against us. It's not just us acting on them; they're acting on us. Now we're insecure. Now we're in a defensive posture. Now everything's terrifying. So they broke out the big guns. They did as much as they could. And this is what the Democrats are currently doing with Trump, because Trump represents the same oppositional will against leftist agendas that Gamergate did. And this is people really made a huge thing about Trump tweeting Gamergate. I'm sure I just mentioned it casually on a stream or something. It was like, wouldn't it be funny if Trump tweeted about Gamergate? That would blow their minds, because of this exact reason. And people took this as this was like some long-term plan I had or something. It's like, no, I just think it'd be really funny.
Look, of all the things you could long-term plan, that's the one I'd go with right there.
Well, that's the thing though, isn't it? Because it would blow their fucking minds if Trump had tweeted out something like, actually, I like Gamergate, and it would be like, because then
he did
then it would have been explicit.
He did that, just not with Gamergate.
Yes.
He essentially, there were several times where Trump tweeted something or retweeted someone, and people they'd lose their damn mind over whatever that thing represented. It's been
I mean, the best example in Britain was when Trump retweeted someone called Jada Franson, who she runs a party called the British National Party, which I believe is actually a white supremacist party. And so, like, the mainstream, I actually don't follow them. I don't know what they believe. I don't know anything about them really, but I've not seen anything that makes it look like they're not being honest about the fact that they are actually white nationalists. They have people, who support them who I know to be white nationalists, etc., etc. So this is the one case where the progressives can actually point to someone and they are the thing that they're accusing them of being. But Trump retweeted this woman, and all hell broke loose over here. All hell. It was just wall to wall denunciations and screeching, how could this happen? And that was essentially the same sort of reaction if Trump had tweeted Gamergate, because again, it's about the oppositional will to the left wing agenda, and that's what freaks them out. But again, like I just think it would have been funny for Trump to tweet out Gamergate. It would have been great.
Oh, it would have been hilarious.
Shit show, absolute shit show.
Matches Burn say, unfortunately, helicopters didn't exist yet when the framers were drafting the Constitution. Edris Rex says, Sargon, the man who got me started on this journey back to the waking world, and Mr. Rackets, the man who helped me pull my life back together. Oh, he's saying that's you. Sargon, the man who got me started on this journey back to the waking world, and to Mr. Rackets, the man who helped me pull my life back together. It's wonderful seeing you two on stream. Stay awesome. Hey, thanks, man.
That's nice.
Crusader Saracen says, to my favorite Brit Bong, second only to Arthur Wellesley, the Duke of Wellington, and Lord Admiral Horatio Nelson, I grant thee, Sargon of Akkad, your very own N-word pass. I've been watching for your stuff for almost a decade. Godspeed and God bless.
Well, I'm happy to play second fiddle to Britain's two greatest heroes. So that's, coming third on that list is no dishonor. But I think it might be a bit late for the N-word pass. I think I don't think I could use it, but thank you otherwise.
Well, you need a couple more to cash in on the credit, I think.
I think the credit's right up. I don't think it's... Yeah.
Red Fox Moon says Josh is the best co-host of the Lotus Eaters. Cabal prevails.
Wow. A lot of Josh Sims here.
Ridgedale Brand says, I think it's the same one, just on the other platform. Ridgedale Brand says, has Sargon ever seen a constitution for the internet like the one on rhetoricalentertainment.com, since he has often decried the lack of an internet bill of rights? You appeared on our channel discussing it back in 2018. Vic made you super famous. I remember.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, no, I haven't seen one written out, but like I think that it's like in 100 years' time, people will probably be shocked that we didn't have one.
Yeah, they've written one.
Oh, have they? I haven't seen it. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, I'll send you the link after the show.
Yeah, please. Yeah. Because I mean, if it's good, I'm happy to promote it. Because it's something that I think is necessary.
They're whether it's good or not, I don't know. Yeah. It's certainly thoughtful and it's interesting. I just don't know what a good internet bill of rights looks like because we don't really have one to judge on. So, but I'd be curious of your thoughts.
I mean, I don't think it has to be dramatically different to the bills of rights that we have already. It doesn't have to be that much different. It just has to be tailored for the internet space. And I think that's possible. I think that's, quite reasonable to do, really. And so, someone who puts a bit of time and thought into it can probably do a really good job. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'd love to read one.
64 Madness says, would you rather watch your parents have sex every night for the rest of your life or join in one time to make it stop? Killing yourself isn't an option. Sargon of Applebees says, I see the new game plan is pretending that Metokur...
hang on. Well, I'm still thinking my answer. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
No. God, I don't know. What would you choose? It's the worst dilemma I've ever heard.
Oh,
Can't we go back to the trolley
This
dilemma?
is the worst dilemma you've ever heard? Oh,
Probably.
God. You're lucky.
Ones,
I get way worse ones sent to me all the time.
Thanks, internet.
No, I would never join in. I'd suffer in silence.
Yeah, I probably have to. It's such an unthinkable thing.
Okay, Sargon of Appleby says, I see the new game plan is pretending that Metokur fell off the planet in the past 2 years. Louis Laveau pulled the same shit. You guys are so transparent with this passive-aggressive shit. Jim might have cancer, AIDS, but Sargon will always be a fat F-slur. Jeez.
I won't always be fat, actually. I'm sorry to be honest with you. I've worked really hard on that. I don't really understand like what the upset is here. I don't want to be I don't want to sound like a dick, but I actually don't really think about these people very much. You know, like my daily life is mostly based in the real world, right? So I get up
Yeah.
in the morning, I help my kids get ready for school, or at least I did before lockdowns. I cycle half an hour to work, and then we do like, you know, the political coverage, the podcast, you know, read books, things like this, do whatever it is we do. And I cycle home, and then I'm a dad for a few hours. You know, like today I was playing Ark Survival Evolved with my son, and that's not on the computer because he's banned from the computers. So that's me pretending to be a Tyrannosaurus Rex, right, chasing
Right.
around the kitchen,
Yeah.
and he obviously eats me and destroys me and whatnot, because you obviously got to let him win. And then tonight I just came out and did some reading, and then joined on this podcast. So like worrying about internet beefs from 2 years ago didn't come up in my day.
No,
So
it's
like,
I
you
I
know,
get
I just don't think about it. I'm sorry.
I get a similar thing when someone will say, "Hey,
Mm,
what do you think about this thing or this person's situation or whatever?" And I'm like, I don't actually know about it. Like, how can you not know about it? Didn't you read about it on whatever? It's like, well, no,
I guess not.
I didn't. But people get an idea that what they're thinking about is what other people are thinking about, and that's kind of a natural thing, I think, right? We're the narrator of our own
Sure.
story, and
Yeah, yeah.
so when people are in a
And when
similar
you're on the
space,
self-selected social media and like, you know, all you're seeing is the repeated things about like Jim and Sargon, then you might think that this is an all-consuming thing for each party involved. But I mean, like, I have to change fucking nappies sometimes, right? Sometimes my wife isn't available to change a nappy, and so that like is what, like, I think about nappy changing way more than I think about like internet drama from 2 years ago. Like, it's I just got to be honest with you, you know.
yeah,
And like I said, I don't hold grudges, so it's like I don't wish ill on Jim. Like, you know, if he does have cancer or whatever the rumor is, like, that's shit, man. And I'm sorry that that's happened to him. I don't want that to be the case. Well, I wish that he'd get better and make videos about things that are relevant. Because man, I used to love his videos. Like, literally, like when he was the internet aristocrat and he'd put out a video, I would literally just drop whatever I was doing and watch that video because he was
yeah.
so good. You know, and then he became like, you know, like the bottom feeder of the internet, and it's like, oh, Jim, you're better than this, mate. You know you're better than this.
What I want to do is I want to throw England off the earth for you calling them nappies. That's that.
If you want to use a French word like I can't use any gamer words, like an F, then that's up to you. That's up to you. And I've noticed that you Americans have this weird way of pronouncing herb. It's herb in the American lexicon, which is weird because it's got a H on it, and H is a
Wait,
letter, a consonant.
wait, say H again.
H.
H.
That's
Okay, this is
an English
too much.
colloquialism.
We don't
But the
have
point
this.
is, it's not an herb, is it? It's not an herb. It's a herb. Huh.
It's an
Huh
herb
sound there.
because H is H, not H.
My God, that's it. Right. We need to go back to war. We need to reconquer colonies. This needs to be settled.
I now
through war.
I understand everything about the founders so much more now. Red Fox Moon says you should have a chat with.
I mean, it was all justified.
You should have a chat with Uzalu once he's over having the coof. Who's Uzalu?
Mm-hmm. Uzalu's a YouTuber and friend of mine. He's a good guy. Very smart.
Okay. Yeah, I'll talk to anybody.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Rickard says, if Carl had that much of a hard time with bread, he would have hated to grow up in my house with both parents were bakers. My father specialized in Mexican pastries and my mom on Salvadoran pastries. I grew up throwing away bags full of bread.
I've only cared about bread since I've been forbidden from eating it. It literally, like, I never spent a single second thinking about it until, like, okay, I want to lose some weight. And it was at the beginning of lockdown last year and I had nothing else to do. So I was just like, fuck it, I'll just do it. You know, let's make this happen. And yeah, and bread has become an all-consuming obsession that I have to spend time actually not thinking about. Like, it's awful.
East Rising.
Yeah, I know. And like, I have to talk about bread tube, and it's like carb tube. Fuck off.
Oh, we didn't talk about PhilosophyTube.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, how long have you got? Like, when do you have to go?
I don't have a time to go. We can just.
Well, I tell you what, the good thing about being the boss of your own company is I can go in late. Let me go get a drink and have a smoke quickly, and then I'll be back and we'll talk about it because it's I don't want to get your channel yeeted, but I'll be careful about what I say. Is that all right?
Yeah, that'd be great. I'm with it.
Okay, give me 5 minutes, and I'll be back when I figure out how to mute myself.
Sounds good. You got it. All right. That'll be interesting. We'll have to talk about PhilosophyTube. In the meanwhile, let me see if I can read a couple of these chats. Red Fox Moon says, Gab is indeed based on Mastodon. However, Gab is specifically not the one that's de-Fediversed. The other implementation blocks Gab by default. The Fediverse is a great way to create terrible echo chambers. Damn. Cal Clay says, holy shit, our glorious leader is talking with a lawyer. Oh no, my liege should the Kekistani military prepare for invasion. World needs our prompt and level-headed thinking. Kekistan virus free because you taught us. If we don't believe it, would hurt us. Okay. Cal Clay also says, anime is absurd, yet you fully are on board with the Emperor of Man creating his sons, his angels of death, not to mention the entire Alpha Busa canon series. Lol. Have you seen Bible Black then? Also good anime. Great teacher Onizuka and Inuyasha. Is Sargon a fan of 40K too? Is that a true thing?
I'm actually still rolling my cigarette. I'm a massive fan of 40K.
Oh,
I've been playing 40K since I was like 13, man. Jesus.
What are we've been wasting this entire damn stream talking about politics?
We could have been dunking on ultramarines this whole time.
Do you see my bookshelf?
Yes, I know. I've noticed you're a fan. I should have brought it up. Really. I didn't think about it. What do you play? What do you play?
I don't play because when I was a kid, I could never afford the minis. And then when I was an adult, my hands shake, so I thought I couldn't paint. I started painting now. But I now live in a town so small that there isn't anyone to play with.
Oh, dude.
So
I tell you what, though. I've found myself in the evenings watching just people painting miniatures on YouTube.
Yes.
And I obviously because of the algorithm, now I'm spammed constantly with videos of people painting these amazing miniatures.
Yeah.
And I'm sat there thinking, look, I've got loads of work I've got to do. I'm never ever going to be able to find the time to sit down for like 4 hours in the evening and paint something to my heart's content. And yet I keep browsing the Games Workshop website and thinking, I just don't order. And I can feel my resolve weakening.
Yeah.
Like, shit. All right, I'll be back in a minute. Sorry.
Sounds good. Okay. Carl's bitch tits dress shirt says, Nick, please do not let Sargon get away with ducking the gym grooming allegations he started. Sargon wasn't arguing with anyone. It was a solo stream. This guy is a slime ball. Ethan Gunt says, Carl is lying again. Carl had Metokur and Ethan Ralph on with him to reveal to them his grand plan. They laughed in his face for trying to get the band back together. He knows this, and again, it's why he's trying to downplay it. Crusader Saracen says, this is my favorite crossover, and Sargon's one of the best guests so far. Damn it. Also, Sargon, I'll have to ask when he gets back. I've been a huge fan of your history content, such as your video examining the studies of female Vikings and warriors of the past. Incredible stuff. Love to see more. Sim says, speaking of throwing away tea, has a company ever pushed you to boycotting a product you used? I will ask me, no. I'm not a big boycott person. If a product is good, I buy it for the most part. But there are companies that I've chosen to shop elsewhere, if that makes sense. But I'm still buying like the same product. But I might not buy it from a particular company. But if push comes to shove, I don't really care that much. Heinrich Berndowski says, apparently Jim wants on. Check DMs. Nick. Also, could you ask Sargoy of Applebees about his history with UKIP, especially regarding Farage and him? We kind of covered that earlier. Michael Mason says, your work with UKIP was very impressive. Sargon, would you be interested in joining the Democratic Party? That's a good joke. I like that. That was solid. Dragon's Treasure says, don't eat the lotus, drink the lotus. Support people who are not degenerate working in an industry rife with cheese pizza lovers. So that is the dragonstreasure.com. which is a tea and anime haven. Cormoran says, question for Sargon. Okay, I'll have to remember this one. How much has Sturgeon and the S&P wasted on trying to figure out how to deep fry a cup of tea? Ziggy Mandar says, waiter better bring my mozzarella sticks on time. Colin Archer says, it's a real shame how Egghead Spencer broke Sargon. Christian Romero says, Sargon is the Aristotle of our time. He's outlasted the Gunt. He'll outlive cancer-ridden Jim. Were we wrong, lads? Was reading Locke the key? Well, yes. How have you not figured out that reading Locke is the key? I cannot believe this. Jedi Knight Anakin Cringewalker. How might we impress upon the normies that we are more free on CCP-owned TikTok than U.S. companies? Is it ethical to embrace this and grow there? I don't know. There's also the idea that like Russian servers are going to be hosting Parler and stuff like that, which is, again, it's Russia being more free speech oriented than the U.S. Terrifying. Siege says, Biden, the embodiment of rules for thee, but not for me. Rant Mania says, why did you call Nick Fuentes a white supremacist? Was that for Sargon? I don't think I called him a white supremacist. I just said that he's not very good at furthering the white race because he doesn't have any babies. But that's me. So I don't know if Sargon said something. Gravy Donson says, I was today years old when I found out Dragon's Treasure doesn't approve of me putting milk and sugar in their tea. Still gonna do it though. Damn. Shots fired. Andrew King says, don't trust Zuckerbot or vegan Rasputin. Anime Moon says, the social credit system described by Nick is why I demand a consumer bill of rights, which demands that if one has currency, then you can't deny them. That'd be a good idea, but you really, you know how you get around that? You just make the currency cumbersome. Jedi Knight Anakin Cringewalker says, 26% of free U.S. citizens lived in Dixie circa 1861. 31% of Anglos lived in the 13 colonies in 1776. So 1776 was a broader civil conflict than 1861. Opinion Discarded says, it really depends on the child, now doesn't it? Casey Dynison says, why can't I just live in the Starship Troopers timeline? This timeline is terrible. Idiots get to vote suits into office and nothing gets fixed. Painful Buggery says, if someone unpersons me where I couldn't buy food due to wrongthink, I just immediately go Minecraft the person who did it to me. Literally, why not? That's actually something that I've, I know other people who hold that similar thing. If someone canceled, like, the crazy thing is that they're going after very well-connected, very wealthy people. And it's a matter of time before one of these people unleashes, who loses everything, unleashes some violent justice upon them. Because they could just hire someone to do it. Alterman Schneily says, I don't care what everyone says. I think Sargon is all right. Kenny OMG says, when the more conservative non-Western countries are on the internet, then we will have a neutral platform, be it social media or payment processing. Zeru says, for Sargon, Starship Troopers with Critical Drinker win. Been loving the Rekieta Sargon Pastor Louis algorithmic whirlpool I've been in lately. I'll ask him when he gets back. Yorukama says, is this the greatest crossover episode of all time? Well, I hope so. Siege says, ahem, Biden is an illegitimate president and we live in a banana republic. Time to do what Eric July said and secede. RZQDW says, someone already went postal after getting deplatformed. Don't you remember Queen Nassim? I don't know if we're allowed to talk about that. But I do. But I'm talking about like a millionaire hiring people to go after and kill a whole bunch of people. Like, I don't think we've seen it on the scale where it can happen yet. Fujimura Pantsu says, the Dems and media have all but said the Capitol Hill thing was worse than 9/11. Mentendo Power says, no Georgia recounts included signature audit or forensic audits of Dominion systems because Kemp wouldn't enforce it when the Electoral Board refused to hand them over. He also said, could you please explain the argument that Trump didn't pay his taxes for a decade? People don't seem to realize that you can pay prorated property tax. Well, and just a billionaire's taxes are more complicated than anyone else's, especially when that billionaire has several properties. And your property tax, when you get to a certain level, is a negotiation. And those negotiations can stretch out for a very long time. So,
are we talking about Trump's taxes here?
Yeah, there was a super chat about it. There are a couple for you, specifically.
Well, just quickly on the Trump taxes, did he do anything wrong?
I don't know. We haven't actually seen his tax documents.
Rachel Maddow got one from like 2004, and it made him look good. And it was like, okay.
Yeah, and then there was the New York Times article where they had one page of his tax return and made like all of these assumptions based off it. It's like the man's tax returns are going to be the size of a book. Like, it's
how many properties does he own? In how many countries does he pay tax? You know, like,
yeah, and when he's in different states, he's going to have deductions for the state taxes that he pays in each one. Like, I know people with far less money, and their taxes are a nightmare. And I tell you, a 24-year-old intern writing for the New York Times isn't going to understand them. You need a tax firm to understand the taxes of someone who is a billionaire with that much property and income.
And the thing that the left always miss on this as well is it's not immoral to write things off as business expenses. That's why the option is there. It's actually good for the economy to do that.
Right.
You make sure that more money is paid to people that you employ. You know, it's good for the economy if you can make that money flow into goods and services rather than giving it to the government.
Right.
And so you generate more overall tax revenue that way.
So this one was for you. It was a question. How much has Sturgeon and the S&P wasted on trying to figure out how to deep fry a cup of tea?
Probably billions of English taxpayer money. Why? So the Scottish National Party, for anyone who doesn't know, is a National Socialist Party. And so they actually, I mean, there's a historian in Britain called David Starkey, very famous historian. And he basically in 2014 described them as the new Nazi party because they kind of are. They actually really kind of are. And they seem to be predicated on hating the English. And they get overwhelming majorities in Scotland. They're actually in a coalition at the moment because they've weakened their own position. But they're very, very strong in Scotland. And it's insufferable. They're like literally half of Scotland votes for the We Hate the English party. It's like, right, okay. That's annoying because there's something in Britain called the Barnett formula, which dictates how much of the overall tax revenue is distributed to each one of the constituent nations of the United Kingdom. So you can look at it in like analogous to states, you know, how much of federal tax money goes to each different state. And it turns out that England is at the bottom of that list and Scotland is at the top of that list. And so that means that Scotland is getting English tax revenues into its coffers to pay for the free education that they get that the English don't get. In Scotland, you get free higher education, free university. We don't get that in England. We get loans. Also, they wouldn't be able to afford their own healthcare and a bunch of other things, right? And so it's insufferable. Watching the Scottish Nationalist Party, they've made up a narrative that Scotland is actually the profitable part of the United Kingdom and England is the drain on Scotland. And it has turned me into a raging advocate of Scottish independence. Yep, that's true, Nicola. Don't worry about the numbers. What you believe is true. So you go for it. I want you to have independence. Let's see how it goes.
Get it, Scotland.
Yeah, you take it.
Okay, so
like it's like Texas, right?
Yeah.
But Texas is actually profitable.
Yeah, Texas has a vast array of natural resources and land and
industrious, you know, people and stuff like this.
Right.
You know, so, yeah.
Rant Mania says, "Why did you call Nick Fuentes a white supremacist?" I wasn't sure if this was for me or for you. Did you call Nick Fuentes a white supremacist?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know what he believes. I've said this many times. Like, I don't know. Like, what I assume he is something along those lines, just because of the kind of people I see defending him and like enjoying his content. So I guess there's some dimension of that to him, and I think that that's probably true. And like, I don't know. I mean, he's been deplatformed from like everywhere. So why hide it at this point if that's not the case, you know?
Sure. I have no idea. I just, like I said,
Hmm.
my only criticism of him, or my criticism of him, was that he's not very good at making white babies.
That's true.
Because he doesn't have any, to my knowledge.
Very disappointing. Yeah, from the dads to the genetic dead ends. Shh, we're talking.
Zeru.
I'm gonna get so many angry messages.
Probably. Zeru says,
but none of these messages are gonna give you a white baby, so don't waste your time and go get a job.
Zeru says, for Sargon, Starship Troopers with critical drinker when?
Yeah, I don't know. I spoke to Critical Drinker a while ago. He's a really nice guy. I really like his work as well.
Yeah,
really
he's good stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, like essentially when I get some free time, Mauler messaged me the other day. It's asking, he wants me and Arch, I think it is, to do something. Let me just check what it was. Oh god, I can't remember. Yeah, it was something with Shad and the Drinker as well. So not long, hopefully, not long.
That would be
really.
that would be a good show.
Sorry.
I love Starship Troopers. Great movie.
Yeah, man. Like it's obviously everyone knows I love it. But like I like the content creators as well. You know, I watch a lot of this stuff, so it's nice to be invited.
Yeah. Andrew War Snowboard says there's a Popeyes in the parking lot of my hotel. So when I'm 600 pounds upon my arrival, that's why.
A Popeyes? What's that? Sorry.
It's a fried chicken place that originated down in Louisiana. So it's a Cajun fried chicken. Oh, it's good. Good stuff.
It sounds good. It sounds good.
Another other man says, it is better to call the whole thing the Capitol Hill incident, as riot doesn't quite fit. Zach Riera says, what are your guys' initial thoughts?
Well, hang on, let me. I think that I think it's fair to call it a riot. Because there was what I would describe as riotous behavior, like, climbing up on the walls and occupying an area that you shouldn't have been in, fighting your way past police. I'm not saying that's bad or good or anything like that. I'm just saying I think that is fair to characterize from a neutral perspective as a riot. But that's not to say that, as we've heard endlessly from the left, as Chris Cuomo said, who said riots have to be peaceful?
Right.
Why did you say that, Chris?
Yeah. Well, there is that whole thing of the left completely and shamelessly inciting violence the entirety of 2020, and then
fucking
yeah, and then suddenly getting salty about it when it wasn't them who incited it. That made them really mad. Zach Riera says,
it made them look really good as well. Hey, nobody noticed. No, honestly, guys, nobody noticed that you were being massive fucking hypocrites.
What are your guys' initial thoughts of Crowder's lawsuit against Facebook? I haven't read it yet, so
yeah, I haven't either. I was waiting for your review.
I'll have to. I didn't know it was actually out yet. I just kept hearing he was going to sue, so I'll have to look it up and find it. Jillian Seed says Sargon back on YouTube for Gamergate 2.0 #GME.
I never actually left YouTube. I just changed the brand, I suppose.
You #changed the channel.
Yes.
Dragon Hunter Isaac says, here's some money from the greatest dragon hunter alive. Hey, thank you. Red Guy says, Kermit goes to the witch doctor. What does he say? I don't know.
I feel like there's a meme there I don't get.
I feel like there's supposed to be something that I'm supposed to know, but I don't. Dale Ritter says, Jim faded from relevance because he decided to roll with the Spurgs. Nobody is pretending he's fading from existence. He's just fading from existence. Aw. Melinda de los Santos says, really? No way. You and Sargon. Pleasant surprise. Yorukama says, we need interplanetary file system to desacralize our file/video hosting. The tech is there. We just need adoption. Captain Spire says, Nebraska is voting on mask mandate extension. We're going to hear/argue the points tonight, but with Gene Stothert selling out, what can we even do? I don't know. The mask mandate thing needs to stop. And not because the masks are that big of a deal. It's just symbolic of how much you can get people to do just by telling them that they should be scared of something.
12 masks. It's 12 masks is the safe point. Not 11, not 10, not 7, 12. Okay.
Today. Until
got
research.
That on Fauci's orders. Yeah.
Until research suggests that we need to have 13 tomorrow.
Well,
okay.
Yeah.
let's talk a bit about PhilosophyTube,
Yeah,
because
okay.
I've only had one exposure to PhilosophyTube ever. I've never seen this guy, and someone sent me a video of him talking about law, and it
Ooh,
was awful. And
ooh,
so I did a stream where I went through his entire video drinking a
yeah.
lot and just making fun of it. And I hated everything he had put in the video. I thought it was awful. Awful video.
I Right, I haven't seen that one, but I've watched a bunch of his videos. I used to watch him very regularly when he was like 50,000, 60,000 subscribers,
Yeah.
because he used to just make normal videos where he would just be sat there in front of a bookshelf talking to the camera about a philosophy book he wanted to discuss, and that
Right.
was my kind of content. I was totally into it, right? And then he started getting kind of popular, and then he sort of got sucked into like left wing Twitter, and then he discovered ContraPoints, and ContraPoints makes these big theatrical videos, right?
Yeah.
And this chap, he was at the time called Oliver. The important thing to note about him is he's a posh kid. And in Britain, that means you come with certain privileges. You get to go to nice fancy schools, so you get a nice accent like he has, and you get to do exotic things like join the theatre. Joining the theatre isn't something that someone of my class status would do. It's
Sure.
hilarious, like I come from a very working class background. My dad came from a council estate. He lived in a caravan at one point because poor. And so yeah, like him, like being a part of the theater, that just gives him acting chops, right? And so he starts doing these big theatrical videos that are basically just a rip-off of ContraPoints. And yeah, but he can do it well. He's a good impersonation. So it's like,
I
okay,
mean,
great.
that's a value statement. I don't know if I'd agree with it.
For the target audience, all things being relative,
Okay.
and
Okay.
so he's got like 800,000 BreadTube subscribers following him, and me, and then we get the news that it's actually Abigail. It's like, oh,
Yes. Yes.
that's really interesting.
He is now a she.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say is now, because I think the way it works is he was always a she.
Well, I'm not sure. That's the thing, because about in 2019, someone sent me a link to a live stream that he did that he unlisted on his channel.
Oh.
And about 16 minutes into this live stream, someone super chats him about asking for advice on gender dysphoria. And the thing is, right, one of the things about Ollie is that he's a good-looking lad, right? He's a handsome lad. He's masculine, and he's obviously masculine. And he in this live stream just goes, well, I've never had any experience with gender dysphoria, like kind of an obvious flick sort of thing. And then he goes on to talk about, relationship breakups and stuff, which he does have experience with.
Sure.
And it's a very natural live stream because he's just chatting. It's a chill stream. He's just chatting with his chat. So it's very, guard down and stuff like that. And it's just like, right. So in 2019, you'd never had any gender dysphoria. And at some point in 2020, according to your coming out video, you discovered that you were trans. Totally fine. Totally fine. But at least that means that we can safely say, from like a reasonable standpoint, everything up until say 2020 was Oliver the man, a person who identified as a man, who had made videos saying, I am cisgendered, blah, blah, blah. And in a live stream saying, I've never had gender dysphoria. So it's all just appeared in 2020. Now, I'm not even trying to imply that that's not even valid, right? I think that when you end up getting 260,000 likes on a tweet where you're coming out trans, like that's not something that just happens. There's been a build up there. You've been dropping Easter eggs and hints and stuff like this. And I'm wondering if the environment on Twitter has kind of unwittingly funneled him, like the social media effect. Like, I'm getting all this praise. Why wouldn't I just continue on the path that I'm on? Masculinity is bad, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And, I can believe that that Abigail is legitimately trans, unlike a lot of people.
I think I just so thoroughly emasculated him on my stream, which was so brilliant. That's what happened. That now he has to be a woman. I'm just kidding.
That's actually a more convincing theory. The Twitter echo chamber is powerful, but not that powerful.
Right. I only reviewed his video because he had a guest appearance from Legal Eagle, who I think is one of the worst YouTubers on the planet.
Right. Okay.
And
I've never heard of them. Why are they the worst?
oh, he's Okay, so he used to do this content, and it was very normie content, and it was him. He's a lawyer, and he would sit
Yeah.
down in front in a full suit, in a leather chair, in front of what
Pretentious.
I'm pretty sure it's a bookshelf of fake law books, right?
Right.
It's
Yeah.
exactly what you'd expect a lawyer YouTube channel to look like. So I immediately hated
Yes.
that. But he would
Yeah.
just do stuff like a real lawyer reviews My Cousin Vinny. And so he'd talk about like the legal scenes in a movie or a TV show and talk about how they're all fake. It's like, okay, everybody knows. And then something happened. And he reviewed the deleted scene from Captain Marvel, right? Where
Right.
she
Is that where she's being a bitch, right?
Yeah, where she breaks the guy's arm and then takes his clothes and his motorcycle.
Yeah.
And he defends her actions because the guy touched her map, right? He grabs the
That's
top
a
of
map.
Yeah,
Oh,
she's looking at a
Yeah.
map and he touches the top of it and kind of pulls it down so he can look over it at her face. And he
Yeah.
says that was a simple battery. And because that was a battery, she's justifiably acting in self-defense by breaking his arm, stealing his clothes, and stealing his motorcycle. And he's not being ironic. Like this is
Wow.
the take he gives. And from that point on, that was like the real decline for me. Of course, YouTube loves this guy. His channel, he's at like 1.5 million subscribers now.
Wow.
And then he started doing his Trump videos where he's just been, look, I'm just a lawyer on the internet. I don't actually have opinions about this stuff because I'm not political. And then he proceeds to make like these political videos that are overtly left, but presenting
Let
them
me
as
tell you how
neutral.
communism will win and Donald Trump is Hitler.
Yeah,
Right.
literally.
Okay.
He's like,
Yeah, I know the kind of person you're talking about.
the illegal pardons of Donald Trump. It's like there aren't illegal pardons. That's not a thing. He has the power to pardon. He got it from your king, right? Like that's where it's derived from. And I'm pretty sure the king didn't have illegal pardons either.
No.
Okay, so let's go back to these chats. Justin,
Well,
go
the
ahead.
PhilosophyTube thing. So,
Right,
like,
yes.
did you watch his coming out video?
No.
Right.
That came out yesterday? Was that?
Yeah.
So I haven't had an opportunity yet.
Well, it's in two parts. Like the first part is him using an actor or some other YouTuber or whatever to give his philosophy of identity, which is a deep and thorny subject that we won't go into. And then the second part, he gives his coming out, spiel. And if there's one word I'd use to describe it, it's sincere. If there's another word I'd use to describe it, it's authentic. Definitely not acting is also another word I would use, and definitely not an attempt to throw the queen of breadtube from her throne. Definitely not. And
Who's the queen
tens
of
of
BreadTube?
the contrapoints, of course.
Oh,
If you're going to
okay.
imitate contrapoints in every other way, I mean, I'm just saying it's
okay.
definitely not,
not
a
that.
weird obsession that he has with contrapoints. It's absolutely not that. He definitely doesn't have a weird fetish for contrapoints, and it's not creepy at all. And the tens of thousands of new subscribers that he got, and the hundreds of thousands and presumably by now millions of views that he got for triggering this kind of, because the thing is, like, what else is a straight cis white man, excuse me, in a progressive ecosphere going to do to advance their status?
Yeah, and
It's not that much, is there? I
he
mean, you're kind of
received,
hamstrung, right?
you got a huge Patreon bump too.
He did.
He
He got
gained
over
like
1,000 new patrons
in one day. It's
in
amazing.
one day.
It's
Look at his social blade.
It's a beautiful woman.
Beautiful woman. I mean, personally, I do like the sort of the Belinda Carlisle look. So that's definitely hitting me in the adolescence there. You know what I mean? Like, but the stunning is definitely there. But the brave, I'm not so sure about, because it seems that this is actually quite a predictable phenomenon. If a straight white man who has no further progressive advancement in the hierarchy has got nowhere to go. I mean, becoming gay or becoming trans, becoming gay is not really very advantageous these days.
No, gay is almost cis, especially if you're white male gay. You're basically a cis white male anyway.
Exactly. And blackface transracialism seems to still be out of the question. So what
I'm
other
still waiting
options
for
do you
my
have?
time. That's
Yeah, it's dude, you know, we're on course. You
I can't wait to be one of the brothers. Oh God.
Look, transracialism essentially inevitably will come as well, because it, for all the same reasons that you could transition your gender, you could apply all of those things to your race.
Right.
Either, you know, if it's not an essential characteristic, then okay, then floodgates open. And this is why Lacey Green actually kind of got pulled out of the radical feminist ecosystem, because of this particular argument that was happening in academia. But yeah, it's like I'm not saying that that Abigail hasn't always been trans. I'm just saying that Oliver Thorne has said that he hasn't always been trans, and then at some point in 2020, Abigail emerged. Now, I'm not saying that's not legitimate. It may, and I believe that it is. It's, again, the word that just screamed to me is sincerity through her enunciation, announcement of the thing. So yeah.
That's I didn't know there was all this backstory. That's
Oh yeah,
fascinating.
I've been following it for years. But I like the videos, you know, but they're like and while Abigail was Oliver, I mean, like you are right, like a bunch of their videos were terrible. I watched a video, they were going on about property rights at one point, and he outright stated that if there were no homeless people, that would be the end of the housing market. And it's like, what? It's like, do you think homeless people buy houses? Do you think, like, if the number of homeless people doesn't mean that houses don't get bought and sold, and like as if,
Yeah.
all right, well, there are no more homeless people, right? Okay, no one's ever going to move house again, then, you know, like, what a stupid statement.
Yeah, and there's also abandoned property everywhere. So it's not like
yeah,
just because there's not someone to move into a house, like that that would prevent people from upward mobility. Because, like, let's say you live in a trailer, but then you make a windfall because you have
yep,
a new amount of money from a job or a lottery or something like that.
yep.
You're gonna buy a house whether or not you can offload the trailer because you don't want to live in the trailer anymore.
I mean, parents, kids growing up, if a family has 3 kids, then unless I guess the population is declining in all other respects, you know, then, you know, a natural growth in population will necessitate new houses being built. You know, even if no one ever moves house again, like the kids growing up are going to have to get new houses. So there's going to have to be some kind of market there. It's like, it's such a ridiculous thing. I couldn't believe it. It was like, and he said it with such confidence and straight face, where he's like, look, and it would essentially something like this, where it equalized to zero. It's like, you you don't know what you're talking about, Ollie. You know?
No, that's a terrible argument.
Yeah, it's absurd.
But because he's a philosopher, right? He can make a terrible
Yeah,
argument and just assert that he's a philosopher.
exactly. He can make, and not just that. He has been trained to make it sound persuasive.
Right.
Because that's what you are when you're a trained philosopher. You are someone who entertains and uses language to navigate through particular kinds of waters, right? And you're trying to persuade people. So yeah,
Yeah.
Ollie, very persuasive windbag sometimes.
Justin Tappy says, "Are
That's what I
you
mean.
are you putting up videos during the stream? My notification said the Matt Gates video went up at 4:23. I listed it during the stream. It was up earlier, but it was unlisted." Ash Ukahime says, "Oh my God, 2 of my favorite YouTubers are on at the same time. You're awesome, Akkad and Nick. Thank you for bringing him to the show. Keep being awesome." Well, it's
Thank
been
you.
my pleasure so far. We'll see if we can ruin that. Angry Baneling says, "Sargon, I have banned all Hugo simps. It's done."
Good.
Tony Stark says, "Ever heard of distributism? It reads like an attempt at capitalism that addresses the problems of crony capitalism via subsidiary and antitrust."
I have studiously avoided G.K. Chesterton and all Catholic attempts at creating social justice, because I think that they may well, in fact, be the people who accidentally like triggered the idea of social justice in the left, and so that may be when they need to hold the Catholics to account for. No, seriously, no, I just haven't bothered, to be honest. I've seen a load of quotes from G.K. Chesterton, and I would literally say like 50% of them are inspired genius, and then 50% of them are such utter trash. I feel like I'm reading a quote from PhilosophyTube. Like it just like it's so weird how like night and day some of the quotes I've read from him. And it's like, I mean, I do intend to read his work at some point, but it's just low priority, you know.
Sure. Michael Tynan says, Sargon, good sir, please pronounce issue, aluminum, and distributed.
Issue, aluminium, and distributed.
Where do you get the I in aluminium?
What? It's spelled with an I.
No, the second one.
I'm now doubting. Yeah, no, right. Look, I'm going to send you a Wikipedia, just a Wikipedia link on Discord, right? Look, don't give me this shit. Why did you drop an I from aluminium?
I don't know.
Like
that's the American way. We're more efficient.
Yeah, see, aluminum in American and Canadian English. Again, with like the concept of herbs, you are once again rebellious colonies.
You got nothing on us anymore. Your king has
Yeah,
no power here.
I know, it's tragic, isn't it? He's got no power here either, Jesus. Like, the American Revolution came all the way back here too.
Oh, speaking of that, what about this drama between Harry and what's his face? The princes.
Why can't I think of the elder brother's name?
I don't know.
Oh God, what? I keep wanting to say Charles, but it's not Charles.
It's not Charles. It's the other one. I literally I don't care about them, except I think that Meghan Markle removing William.
William, yes, William. I actually don't know anything about any kind of personal feud, but I think what it is Harry has gone insufferably woke. And,
and he's like, I think it's the simp tax, right? Like Meghan Markle has turned him into a simp. He gave up all his guns. He moved away from England. He gave up his responsibilities, and now it's like she's divorcing him from his family, which is amazing.
Totally. That is exactly what's happened. And this has gone like, you get like the will of the palace sort of scenarios where it's like the institution of the palace disapproves or approves of what's going on. And apparently she has essentially peeled him away from the entire institution. And he looks like a broken man. Like when you see him in photos, he's all slumped over and he's sad. And she's there like, you know, the cat that got the cream. And it's like, she looks like she's got him in a kind of abusive relationship, to be honest. Obviously I know nothing about the inner workings of the relationship, but that's just as someone again on the outside looking going,
we know enough. We know enough.
You can see by the way that he holds himself that he's not happy. He's not smiling. He's not thriving. You know, he's got a weight around his shoulders, and she seems to be enjoying everything that they're doing. So, you know, I think I can guess where the weight is. And so I don't actually know, but William's all right. He seems like a decent enough chap, you know, from what I've seen. So
I was just I was reading the news where they basically determined that William's son won't ever be king, because basically the royal family is going to be phased out. Once the queen dies, it's going to be the decline of the royal family.
So who said this?
This is some publication with and it was written by someone who exclusively like covers the royal family and their affairs. From what I got from the article, I don't know. I don't really follow it, but basically saying that the royal family's brand is in decline, and when the queen is gone, the princes taking over are not going to be engaging, and their stock in the UK public will be depleted. And so then basically they got the news that the grandchild of the queen will not be a king is the idea. So I don't know what they're going to do, like as a royal family. Like what are they going to, if they're no longer monarchs, what are they?
Extensive landowners, I think, is the answer. But I find that very hard to believe, for a few reasons. Like, the royal family is a really popular institution in Britain. Despite Andrew being like an Epstein pedo guy, the brand of the royal family is cherished by many people, right?
Right.
Because England is a very old place, but it's always had a king, and that king has symbolic weight in Britain, and the position itself represents something cultural as well as temporal sort of power.
Sure.
But they're also the head of the faith. Not that matters anymore because hardly anyone's a Christian anymore. But like they're also the head of the church, and really they should actually set up their own branch of Islam and be the head of that too. No, I'm not joking. I'm really not joking. One of the problems is that Muslims in Britain kind of do have like a wider concern of like the ummah, like the separate, the sort of broader collection of Muslims, and really the king or queen of Britain should declare themselves to be essentially the caliph of the Anglican Islamic Church or mosque or whatever,
God, that'd be
the way they
funny.
view it. Well, that's what they did with Catholicism, and that's what they should do with Islam. They should be like, no, we're going to have British Islam, and we don't give a damn about foreign Islam because foreign Islam is dumb. We this is how British Islam is going to be, and I'm the head of the faith. Get used to it, right?
Right.
But anyway, that's what a healthy country would do. We're a desperately sick country. But the point is, England has had a king for a very long time, and not having a king hasn't been something England has actually liked as an entity, because there's an expectation there, and this is like the origin of constitutional government comes from the relationship of the kings of England to the barons and the population of England, right?
Right.
So it's part of our and your traditional political history, and it's how we came to be the English-speaking people. And like I said, the monarchy is a really popular institution, like 70% approval rating, right? Find a politician with 70% approval rating, but the monarchy, everyone loves. And it's part of the pageantry of being British, like all the big state affairs, the Coldstream Guards, like trotting along in their sort of Napoleonic looking outfits and stuff like this. It's all part of the heritage and tradition of Britain. And I would be fucking shocked if anyone was thinking that the British public can just let that go. And that is all predicated on the idea of there being a king or a queen.
Right.
Like it revolves around a royal family. But more importantly, the very concept of Britain, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, ceases to exist if the monarchy no longer exists. And so there is no cohesive political entity called Britain. And so why would they want that? Like, I don't see how they would think that'd be good. But to be honest with you, I kind of like the idea of returning to being the Kingdom of England. So, at this point, I wouldn't mind that happening, but like, I don't want to get rid of the monarchy. It's traditional.
Sure. Yeah.
Like the Queen Elizabeth, right? She is the descendant of both of the generals who were at the Battle of Hastings in 1066. She is the direct descendant of both William the Conqueror and Harold Godwinson. You can't reclaim 1,000-year lineage like that. That just, once that's gone, right? And so I don't want to get rid of the monarchy. I just want to get rid of the Scots. Love you, Dank. Feel free to be a refugee down in England anytime after independence.
Michael Tynan says Sargon. Oh, wait, no, we read that one. Damn it. El DeGusto says, my first Rekieta chat. Hey, thank you. I loved hearing you blow Sitch and Adams back out last month. Any interest in crossovers with Razor Fist Offensive and Lotus?
I just want to defend Sitch and Adam. I absolutely adore Sitch and Adam. I think they're both great guys. Good, honest, genuine guys. And if we have a disagreement, then it's an honest disagreement. And it's not like, anything silly or anything like that. I just want to make that very clear. But it was nice to destroy them on that. And Adam, I mean this in the most loving way, mate, I promise. But I was right. But Razor Fist, the problem with Razor Fist is he's in a weird time zone, and I can never seem to find a good method of communication with him. But I would love to have like just a hangout and just chill, because I watch all his videos.
Yeah, he's
one of
great.
those content creators. Yeah, he's brilliant. Once twice a week. I'm the only job I do in my household is the dishes, and so after dinner I'll just like put my phone up and get a video up and listen to that while I'm loading the dishwasher. And Razor Fist is usually like 2 or 3 times a week. I'll have his videos on. I absolutely adore him.
Yeah,
I love the style, man. The confidence.
I'm hoping to get him back on. I had him on during the second day of the election to talk about what was going on in Arizona, and it was great. And I've wanted to have him on again since then, but we'll see. It's like us, he's busy, so it's hard to get a hold of him. And
he's in a weird time zone for me.
Yeah, he's an hour behind me. Nova Zero says, Harry for redo of Healer win. Oh, no, run, Megan. That'd be terrible. Okay. Sorry, I gotta find.
Can I just give a shout out to Britney Venti in the chat?
Yeah,
Say,
absolutely.
hello, keep patrolling them. I like what you do.
And by the way, Brittany, thank you for joining the channel. Much appreciated.
Oh,
Let's see.
good girl.
Where are we? We're right here. Jesus. Okay, Soul says MSNBC is now claiming Trump used Antifa as a distraction to hide rising right-wing radicalism.
What? Really? I'm gonna. That sounds like worth talking about on the podcast tomorrow.
Kuranai6942 says Sargon is wrong about Antifa. They are Rule 7 in Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals. Once you're in power, negotiate with your radical forces seems to moderate.
I'll have to go
Or
dig up them.
to seem moderate. To seem moderate.
I actually have it to hand.
Oh, no.
Sorry, what rule was it? Rule 7?
Rule 7. So it's once you're in power, negotiate with your radical forces to seem moderate.
Which rule is he talking about? Because Saul actually does have 2 sets of rules. He's not talking about the tactics one. Because tactics rule 7 is a tactic that drags on too long, becomes a drag, which is true. Again, these are all fantastic. People should really read this.
Yeah.
It's the Gamergate playbook. Maybe there is an earlier bit where he had policy after power. That sounds like something that he's talking about there. But sorry, if you want to carry on, I'll see if I can dig this up.
Yep. Executioner says, hey, Nick, I'm from Australia. I don't understand fully how Robert Barnes and Viva Fry highlight that Southern District New York Federal Court is the butt of the jokes. Can you please explain why the Southern District of New York is horrible and is the worst court? Is it the worst court? I mean, it's in a way, it's like the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals was, in that they tend to take on cases that really shouldn't exist. And when the problem with the power of prosecution is that it is the power to destroy someone, whether or not they're guilty or innocent. So I assume that's what they're referring to, but I don't particularly like follow the SDNY stuff.
Could we summarize it by saying it's something the Democrats control?
Well, yes, it is the Southern District of New York. So it is that.
Yeah.
It's also full of lawyers, which makes it worse. That nerd. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, just Academic Agent is another YouTuber I enjoy, and he's got this Ashes of Civilization series where he doesn't do any commentary himself, but he puts together clip shows of things that have happened. And one of them was Detroit in 2009. There's the most recent one. Man, it is a depressing thing to watch.
Yeah,
and it's literally 60 years of Democrat rule has run this into the absolute ground. And it's like, man, that is sad. It was the wealthiest area at one point, and now it's just Christ.
It's an abandoned shithole now.
Yeah.
That nerd Derek says, forgot this is live. Anyway, in Kermit voice. God damn it. Euphoria, shut the fuck up. I know that was you and I ain't even got a look. I should send your ass back to Crenshaw Pete with his hot ass coat hangers, bitch. Would you like that? Okay. Sim,
that's a good comment.
Thanks. Sim says
I can't find the rule that he's referring to be honest.
I don't know. I'm not familiar enough. I mean, I know
maybe it's
conceptually of the rules for radicals, but I haven't read it.
It's worth it.
Sim says, does Sargon have a mechanism in place to prevent his company from falling into SJW hands? In law, the people he hires or the children he sires?
I mean, I don't think there's any chance of that happening. I don't know how that would happen. Essentially, it would require me to convert to social justice. So,
you don't think that's going to happen, huh? You
no,
think you're immune?
I mean, I have spent the last 7 years combating this, and I did set up this company as to be a bulwark against it. But yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't think there's any danger of that.
Gunnar Renee Oy says Gab is a Mastodon fork. They admit that on the website. You're free to download the Gab source code and run your own federated instance of it.
Right, okay.
Brian Fontenot says, random question. Any thoughts on Daily Wire and Run, Hide, Fight film? And the Run, Hide, Fight film. I didn't watch it. I heard it was good. Daily
I've
Wire
not
made a
heard of it.
movie.
Right. Okay. Oh, right. Okay. Well, good for them. Good.
Yeah.
I mean, let's see if we can see some reviews.
Yeah.
The IMDb is 6.6 out of 10, which I guess, maybe it's been review bombed. One star on Rotten Tomatoes.
Well, yeah, they're not going to get.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So the Rotten Tomatoes 25% tomato meter from 12 reviews. Audience score from 1,000 ratings, 93%. Okay,
yeah. There you go.
There we go.
That's all that needs said. No, I've heard it's good. I just haven't watched it. I don't have a ton of time to watch movies these days, so it makes it tough.
Actually sounds like a pretty good premise, actually. 17-year-old Zoe Hull uses her wits, survival skills, and compassion to fight for her life and those of her fellow classmates against a group of live streaming school shooters. It's like, whew, that's quite spicy.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Like, okay.
David Hogg will save them, though. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's like, okay, there are going to be some parodies in there, aren't there?
Yuri the Honeybee says, well, I'll be. It's the stepfather himself. Classical Positioning says, Robert Barnes, quote, you realize you're making them more sophisticated, right? I guess. Red Guy says, and demonetized. Red Fox Moon says, you two should watch The Seven Deadly Sins, a.k.a. Nanatsu no Taizai. That's an anime. Muhammad Al-Khwarizmi says, what happened to Robute Gilliman in the background? He's still there. I'm redoing my office is going to get entirely changed up when I get some time. And so I didn't like having all the literal white space behind me. So I took him down and put the flag up for now. And when I get this thing reorganized, he'll make his return triumphant. Luminaire says Drex needs to give AOC the D to save the world. Rimhorn says Goblin Slayer had to show why goblins are dangerous and horrifying in a world with evil dragons. Check Shadiversity's video about it. Padre Speak says, to Carl's point, always force a dictatorship to act like one. Yeah, because that's how you get people pissed off. And that's what the overreaches of Parler really did, is a bunch of normies started joining an alternative tech company, and the minute they did, they shut it down.
Yeah. Just for reference, right? It was totally possible to go viral on Parler at the day it was deplatformed. Like, and in the months leading up to it, I'd made a bunch of posts that had obviously done quite well. And like I'd had at least 3 or 4 that had something like 2 to 3 million impressions on these posts.
Yep.
So like, that's huge. And then the one that John Matsey posted that had, we're going to be deplatformed in like, 24 hours or whatever the time it was. On the last day, it had 25 million impressions. So like, it was not a small platform at all.
No,
like, that is a very large number of people to see what's going on there.
Yeah, I saw some of your posts right before it got shut down, and they were getting lots of interactivity.
Oh yeah,
that's the funny thing about Twitter is you notice that there are certain things, certain people who don't get to ever go viral.
Yes,
no matter what you do.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Like on Parler, the reach was amazing, and I do think it was because the algorithm was just kind of neutral, didn't artificially suppress anyone or anything like that.
Let's see. Cal Clay says Sargon Claws of Eagle return.
Claws of Eagle. Oh, well, maybe
this?
one day. I just don't have the time. So this was a Nazi vampire RPG, Vampire the Masquerade.
Oh, okay.
Playing as the vampire Wehrmacht against the Soviet werewolves, and it is hilarious. Obviously, as memeable as it sounds, and it would be nice, but it's about time, really.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
role playing games take forever.
Yeah.
He says to add Nick and Drex next time, apparently. So, Penal Ryan says in Kermit voice, "Come and see the violence inherent in the system. Help! Help! I'm being repressed." Fake Name says the beauty of Redo of Healer is that it's such edge-fest garbage can be put on TV without moral crusaders shocked and horrified to censor creative freedom. Except they can't be put on TV. You have to go find it You have to sail the seas to find it. Western companies aren't distributing it, and they won't do the light novels. The publisher of Redo of Healer has looked everywhere in the West, and no one will publish the light novels for it. Calclay says, Sargon, can you wish me a happy birthday? I'm 31.
Happy birthday.
And how's Milo?
I haven't spoken to him in a while, but I mean, he's been given a new lease of life on Parler and Gab, so it's nice watching him. Essentially, again, a lot of his prophecies have come true. The Conservatives failing to close ranks against the left after the election was a bad move for the Conservatives. It allowed Donald Trump to be deplatformed. That's what allowed it. The Conservatives going along with things Democrats want. Because, I mean, like, literally, if all of the Conservatives in your government just turn around and say, look, we're just not going to do whatever it is you want, which, it grinds to a halt. It's essentially a sort of secession of the plebs sort of style event where, you can ask us to do things and, but just no, everything is just stopping. And we're going to have the conversation about these fucking F curves, right? This is what the Conservatives should do. And if they'd done that, this would all be different, but of course they didn't. And so Milo has been, since he got cancelled by the Conservative incidentally, since then he's like, look, the Conservatives are going to get rolled by the left. Everyone's going to lose. You're a bunch of losers, and I'm angry with you. And he has been proven that that's an exactly correct state of affairs. The Conservatives allowed their own fucking president to get deplatformed by Silicon Valley. He's right about the Conservatives, the rhinos. They're weak and pathetic. All of them.
Yeah, it's been that's been one of the most annoying things, and the Capitol incident, riots, whatever you want to call it, for whatever thing. The one thing that the left did really well is utilize that incident to browbeat conservatives. I mean, do we remember that what they were doing when the Capitol riot occurred was they were contesting the election results, and then that just fell off when they came back. All the support was gone.
That was verboten. You couldn't talk. And the worst part was the total lack of spine on the part of the Conservatives. I mean, like in 2018, when Kavanaugh was being brought in, like the radical left stormed the Senate themselves. Like 300 of them were arrested for occupying Capitol buildings. And it's like, don't give me this bullshit that this is unprecedented or uniquely bad or anything like that. No, you've done absolutely all of this already. Either you carry on as normal because it is normal to you, or again, the Conservatives should have gone effectively on strike and gone, right, okay, the government stops then. Everything stops now,
Right.
But it's,
Yeah, it's they missed an opportunity and the left capitalized on it really well.
They're weak, and Milo is right about them. They're just weak and self-interested.
Merlo Williams says, one's in the chat if you're here for suit/Gamergate jokes. Angry Baneling says, Sargon, why did your people leave India? It's all gone to shit after you left us to our own devices. Send Priti Patel to fix it, please. Thanks.
Honestly, we had to kidnap Priti Patel to fix Britain. She's the only person in Britain who can do anything to fix the country, and it's because she's a woman of color. And thankfully, she's bloody conservative. And the funny thing about it is there's like communist radicals in a small media outlet called Novara Media, and one of them is a Bengali or Bangladeshi descendant of a Bangladeshi immigrant called Ash Sarkar, and she is furious at Priti Patel. She's like, I told you, like something like Indian mothers or something, however she describes it. She's like, they're the worst, they're the most conservative, don't trust them. And Priti Patel is actually really proving her point here. The boot is coming down hard on a lot of stuff. So it's the only problem is not coming down harder on the right things.
Sure.
But she's the most effective conservative that we have in the country, which is not saying much, to be honest, but it's something. And she makes the left howl, and that's important.
Cal Clay says,
no, we need her. You can't have her back.
You
we've got too many problems of our own. We can't come over there again.
You stick in your crappy caste system, Baneling. You're stuck. Clay,
even worse, right? Like a third of India is essentially communist at this point.
That's a lot of commies.
No, dude, it is literally tens of millions of them. India has a massive problem with communist terrorism, and it's awful. It's like cringe.
Oh, geez.
So, yeah.
Cal Clay says Jess Phillips equals Dolores Umbridge with Polyjuice. Agree? I don't know who
I think
Dolores Umbridge is.
legally, I think I'd probably have to disagree. I wonder if she supported my gender essentialist narrative today, though, so I'm very pleased about that. She was on the radio, and I've been saying this for ages, right? That look, there is like a biological connection between the gender role of man and woman and the essential biological nature of males and females, right? They're not separable. They are actually directly connected. One is informed by the other. And Jess Phillips went on the radio today, and because apparently she has sadly had a diagnosis that she's sterile, right? Now, obviously, I think that's a sad thing.
Yeah,
and
that
even though
sucks.
I don't, yeah, that sucks, right? And I don't like, that's, I mean, thankfully for her perspective, she's got a bunch of kids already, right? So that's, it could be worse. So, but it's not nice. But the point is, she had said that, look, it makes me feel like less of a woman. And I mean, if I couldn't get erections, I'd feel like less of a man. And this, I think, is evidence to the point that, look, there is something essential about the gender role that is also biological. And that,
Yeah.
by her saying that, she's confirming that thing that I think. And it's nice to be able to say, look, here's a prominent feminist who also agrees with what I'm saying, who's expressing it. It's very, very useful politically, but it is sad because, like, again, like with Jim, like I don't harbor any grudges or anything. So it's just like that, there are human elements to a person's life that I don't want to just leave as political. And like, her ability to have kids, that's a horrible thing to like laugh or mock or something like that. And I'm not going to do that. That's,
Yeah. Well, you typically attack positions, not people.
Yeah.
Unless
And
they're
she's got loads of stupid positions. So
unless they're fat women on Twitter, then you attack the person. That's me.
then they get what they deserve.
Yeah. Baronet says Sargon still lives in Jim's fans rent free while their daddy is dying of cancer. Keep sending him e-welfare. Maybe he'll do a stream again. Minister of Hygiene.
That's just made me sad for the Jim fans now.
I know. That's brutal. Minister of Hygiene says Gamergate was first. The place that planted the flag, it's crossing the Delaware, Gettysburg, second El Alamein.
Yeah.
Padre Speaks says, Nick, please hire Britney Venti as your internet paralegal. Okay. Monster Girl Supremacist says, has the balls, no balls question been asked yet? If not, I believe in the spirit of tradition, it should be. Do you prefer your futa with balls or no balls?
I think that anyone who has a futa preference gets the helicopter.
That's a clever dodge. That's just...
I don't have a preference because I think this is degenerate. And yeah, into the wood chipper you will go.
Well, there you go. Okay.
With a smile.
I guess no balls because the wood chipper would separate them.
I honestly, I don't really understand the meat of the question, to be honest.
Well,
I don't really know what futa is.
It's good. Let's keep it.
I know. And you think I would know because I've heard it referenced on the internet enough times, but I've never taken any time to look into it.
Okay, Mr. Eichenwald, keep pretending you don't know. That's fine.
Is it a tentacle porn thing?
No.
Oh.
It's a female character with a very female giant penis. And so then the question would be,
okay, let me look it up.
should the giant penis have balls or not? Is the question.
I mean, the answer is obviously yeah.
Thank you. You answered correctly.
But not because I like this subject.
No, it's just that's the logical outcome. This is what my chat does to me. Every stream with a guest. Like, it doesn't matter. It could be like some sophisticated lawyer, and they're like, by the way, do you like your futa with balls or no balls? And invariably, the guest is like, well, what does that mean? Like, God damn it. Come on. Okay. So this was...
At least I got the correct answer.
Exactly. Yeah. Here, this one was from earlier that was for you. So this is my favorite crossover, and Sargon is one of the best guests so far. Also, Sargon, I've been a huge fan of your history content, such as your video examining the studies of female Vikings and warriors of the past. Incredible stuff. Would love to see more.
Thank you. I will be doing more. So the current workload I have is a bit much for me to do sort of extended studies on things like that, which is frustrating. But in the near future, when I say near, I mean like the next year or two, that should ease off, and everything should hopefully, if I'm trying to build something up, but if it all comes together and I do it sufficiently well, then I should be able to unlock these opportunities for this kind of content to be made by either me or other people, right? Obviously, I'd like to make it myself because I enjoy this sort of stuff too. Excuse me.
Right.
It's temporarily paused, but hopefully not gone forever. So that's the best I can do at the moment, I'm afraid.
Joseph Kerwin says the Metokur drama is late and gay. Edris
Yep.
Rex says, is it too late to ask Sargon which chaos god is his favorite?
No.
Which chaos god is your favorite?
I don't want to actually play favorites with the chaos gods. I like each
Don't
of
be
them.
a Lorgar. Don't do it.
No. I have. I mean, I always liked Zench, however you pronounce it.
I don't know. I say Sinch, but I don't know what the proper one way is.
Yeah.
I'll defer to the Englishman on this one because it's a British property.
But the thing is, I'm probably wrong. So, but however you pronounce it, I always liked the lore and look of them, and I found them very attractive. But for some reason, whenever I create chaos armies, and I when I was younger, I used to play 40k, paint the models and stuff. I always had Slanesh and Nurgle for some reason, and I'm sure there must have been I can't remember now because we're talking like 20 years ago, but there must have been some sort of tactical reason for this.
Sure.
I get because I wanted to win, and so I can't remember what it was, but I guess I'll have to go with either Nurgle or Slanesh.
I
was always least fond of Khorne.
See, I always go between Nurgle and Khorne, depending on if I'm pissed off or if I want Papa Nurgle's great gifts. That's. You're like one of the only guests who's been able to answer that question with reasoning behind it.
Well, I feel honored, honestly. It's a great question. I wish people would ask me more 40k questions.
We're gonna have to do just 40k stream sometime. Do you read any of it? Like, do you read the books at all?
No, I don't. That's the thing. I enjoyed you used to get quite a lot of lore in the codexes.
Yeah.
And so, when I'm waiting for my turn or whatever, I'd read all the lore in the codexes. And I always really enjoyed that, but I never really got into the novels. Not that I think there's anything wrong with them. I just never had the time or inclination.
Yeah.
I take it you're into them all, yeah?
Yeah. That's all but I just finished Solar War this morning or last night and moved on to the second. They're at the Siege of Terra is what I'm reading right now. So when Horus finally comes to the homeworld, and so I just started the next one, Lost in the Damned. But I've read a good amount of them. But I've got I'm like a backlog of 100 books. It's terrible.
Well, I'm the same, man. I've got so much on a reading list that it's I'd love to read a fantasy novel. I mean, it sounds just like a good time, but I just can't justify it. I've got too many things I have to do.
I'm going to do this because I do this to everybody. If you want to read a sci-fi or fantasy novel, there's one that I will recommend as penultimate, and that is Ilium and Olympus by Dan Simmons. Like, if you don't read
Ilium and Olympus.
Yeah, it's the brief synopsis is this. The start of Ilium is that this guy Hockenberry, who was a 19th century professor of the Iliad, is resurrected 3,000 years in the future by the Greek gods to watch the Trojan War and make sure it's going according to the book because none of them can read.
Right, okay.
And it gets crazier from there.
It's a very creative premise.
It gets wild. It's got it's got this idea of intertextuality to it. The idea that if a universe has been conceived sufficiently and thoroughly, then it actually literally exists. And then those universes come crossing. So you actually have Shakespearean stories coming into play. You have stuff like the Voynich manuscript being utilized in there. You have all sorts of literary sources coming in. The Wandering Jew, which was like a series of Russian short stories, plays prevalent. It's like, Dan, did you take a bunch of literature courses right before reading this, or just hire 50 interns? I don't know, but it's a great pair of books, and it's probably somewhat up your alley because it has a lot of history baked into it.
Yeah, I'll
Uh,
get the references probably.
yeah. Okay, so Edris Rex says also Slanesh for the win, literally birthed because the Eldar couldn't hold their awkward party trucks. Crusader Saracen says greatest crossover ever. Wait, I read that one. How did I? Did he?
What I
Send that
love
one
about the
back?
Chaos Gods, right, is that they're
Yeah.
effectively, essentially, a perfect analogy for like the left wing coalition. Like, you know, Korn, Nurgle, Slanesh, Zench. Map those onto whichever identity group you please. But there are analogies there.
Yeah. Yeah, like Nurgle's the guy who's okay with the willful transmission of AIDS. Like
Yeah,
that's fine.
Nurgle is fat pride, like, like I'm just saying.
Let's see. Cal Clay says Nick asked
Despite
Sargon.
being 13% of the Chaos Gods, Korn.
Oh, come on now. Nick asked Sargon about his experience being a Nazi vampire. Also, best line I ever heard was his retort to V breaking masquerade. Sargon, do you remember this quote? Quote, just once, it would be nice if you didn't know what our superior officer's taint tastes like.
I do remember that. Yeah, it was good fun, really good fun. Because it's like it was hilariously provocative. Oh, we're playing Nazi vampires.
Yeah.
It's so dumb. But it's like now it's honestly, it's just not worth the hassle. It's an obvious joke becomes a deeply political statement, and it's like, okay, like,
Yes, we're not allowed to have fun.
yeah, it's literally, you're not allowed to have fun anymore. Sorry, guys.
Well, I've been
Thanks,
towing
left.
the line on Twitch because I play Skyrim as
Oh yeah.
Ranger Spencer, the Nord who wants to peacefully relocate all non-Nords back out of Skyrim, right?
Oof, oof, oof. Well,
so
that's a
so every
bit
stream,
racist.
I have to go find some Nords and read Nords Arise to them and trying to convert them to the Stormcloaks. And I've killed, I think, every orc camp that's in the game. I killed all of
Oof.
those. And dark elves are terrible. But yeah, you can't
deserve to be deplatformed.
exactly. Like it's a joke. That's the whole thing. The
Yeah.
character is Ranger Spencer. That's the joke. If you don't get it, it's like,
Yeah.
but people still, I'm always wondering when I'm gonna get just shit for that. Nick the Nose says, actually read my chats to Sargon while he is on the screen. Earn your money properly, Nick. Sargon
Yeah,
was the
Nick.
one who came up with the grooming accusations against Metokur. It wasn't someone else's position. This fatso hated Jim so much he called him a pedo.
Yeah.
Damn.
No. I didn't call him a pedo. I said he was grooming kids to become like, trolls on the internet, which I think is true.
So I think where the accusation comes from is the idea that using the word grooming elicits the idea of sexually grooming. So that's, and I saw that somewhere else recently, where they said that the use of the word grooming is strategic. But you're saying that you weren't actually making that statement.
No, if I thought he was a pedo, I'd call him a pedo.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
I wouldn't make the distinction. I'd just call him one. Why wouldn't I? Like, I don't understand why I would use innuendo. If that's what I thought, I would just say it. But no, I don't think he's a pedo. I just think that essentially he knew what he was doing was wrong, though. Because he was like, essentially using kind of like internet clout to like coerce like younger lads into doing quite harmful things. And the thing is, the people who were in Metokur with him, I wasn't in it, like, but there are other people who were, like H Bomber Guy. And look at H Bomber Guy now, right? He is weird. And he came out with this big statement saying, look, when we were in Metokur, we did a bunch of fucked up stuff. And I disavow everything I did. I'm really sorry. And I feel really bad about it. It's like, and same with this Haberman guy. And it's like, right, okay, there's probably a reason for it, right? And then these leaks come out, and it's like Jim being a bit of an online bully, basically, and coercing, like force, like that sort of thing. And it's like, yeah, okay, like I'm not saying, everyone has times in their lives when they've been less than an exemplary person, but it's pretty. I don't think it's on, So and I think grooming is a fair description of what he was doing, but that doesn't mean he's a pedo. Like, it's weird that like there are a bunch of people who feel personally attacked by that, to be honest.
Yeah, it's well, it again, it has to do with how that word has been used. I think how that word has been used by the left lately to say that, like, there's a guy in comics, and I can't remember his name. He's like a legendary comic writer, and women came out and said he was grooming them. And so
Right, okay.
what everybody thought then was, oh man, he was taking these young girls and training them for sex or something like that. Like that idea of grooming. Turns out, of course, they were like 26 and he wasn't grooming them. He was just asking them out and they said no. But that's but I think that's where that comes from. So I don't.
Well, the way that I was using it is in the same way that like a Roman emperor would groom someone for leadership, right? As in you keep them close, you instruct them on what you're doing, and you get them to do it as well.
Right.
And so they can take over from you. Because that really does seem to be what he was doing in this weird little forum or whatever. And so I actually think that is an accurate description. But like it's if I thought you were trying to get kids for sex, I would say, but that's not what I think he was doing.
Gotcha. Thanks for clarifying. Sixth Floor Madness says, it's been asked several times in the chat, but you apparently haven't noticed, Nick, so here's some money to make sure. Sargon, should Fudas have balls or no balls? We covered this. Executioner says, I saw Viva Fry on GameStop lawsuit, and the lawsuit is occurring in the Southern District of New York court, and he says the lawsuit is on a bad start since the lawsuit is in SDNY. Then does it mean the lawsuit will have a very difficult time succeeding? It was going to have a very difficult time succeeding anyway. One, you're going up against Wall Street. Two, you've got a class action with an arbitration clause that has to be overcome. And three, you've got a company that, for better or worse, has contractual language that allows them to control trading because of the nature of their business. It doesn't mean it's the right thing, but it makes a lot of legal hurdles. Nick Rekieta says, hey, Angry Baneling, please kill yourself, figgot. Which, that seems rude. Executioner says, hey, Nick, have you heard of Monero? Monero, a privacy-focused crypto where no outside observer can determine the amount, source, and destination of the transaction. Fun fact, the IRS is offering $625,000 to people who can trace transactions. I have heard of it, but I don't know anything about it. Crusader Saracen says, Harry forsook his family, heritage, birthright, happiness, and $50K in hunting rifles for a woman who's a 6 out of 10 at best. The wage for treachery is suffering. He has nobody to blame for his current sad state but himself.
That is spot on. That is a perfect comment. And he is exactly right. And what's weird is like she's like 38 as well.
Yeah.
And he's like 36. So it's like, really, what on earth are you doing, man? Like you were a prince. You could literally, like, what woman's dream is not marrying a prince? How could you not?
Yeah, they make shitty movies about it.
Well, yeah, but like it's mad. It's like you're exactly right. He did this to himself. Absolutely.
Yeah, and although that seems to be, I don't know, maybe that's a thing with rich European guys, because I don't know if you've ever seen the video. It's a video I saw was soccer players, football players, as it were, and their wives. And like these women are 5 to 10 years older than these guys. And these guys are making, like, did you see Lionel Messi's contract leaked?
No, I didn't. I don't follow football, but like,
okay.
I'm aware of it,
So Messi is like, the superstar player in the world.
Yeah.
His contract was for 695 million American over 5 years.
Nice.
It's the biggest contract in history. So that leaked. But like, so it's like him and Cristiano Ronaldo. Their wives are like 10 years older than them. It's like,
let me see if I can find a picture. Oh wow! Okay. I mean, she's not a bad looking woman.
No, they're pretty women, but it is weird that they're older by a significant amount than these guys with unlimited money who are in peak physical condition. Yeah. Like, it's probably gay, but not gay to say that Cristiano Ronaldo is a fucking gorgeous man. Like, he just is.
Yeah.
And so it's like he could pick up literally any woman he wanted.
Yeah.
And I think
I've got a theory about this, right? Because in Britain, like, football wives are a sort of institution, and basically the footballers, as I understand it, they go to specific clubs, right? And so these attractive women go to these clubs to meet them. which obviously fine, but like this is like an ecosphere, right? And so there's a hierarchy of status, and so essentially, I think these women become like veterans of this social environment. And
Yeah.
so I'm actually not that surprised that these older women who spend a lot of time keeping themselves in very good shape and look great, so it's not obvious that they're older, could end up essentially seducing their way, into these. And now I'm
Sure.
not saying this is how it works. I don't know, but this, from what I've seen of like the sort of, the football wives environment, it seems that it's very tactical, right? And so I wouldn't be surprised if you did get these kind of veteran women who are good at it, good at the game.
That makes sense. I think that's the official reason now.
I think so. Now that I've made that up, well, I
Yash,
think it might be true. I don't know, but that's my hunch.
Yashken
In
says,
fact, Brittany, if
oh,
Brittany's still in the chat, I bet she could spend like an hour watching like one of the football wives, like docu-drama things or inside things. I bet she'd be able to figure out exactly whether I'm correct or not on that. 'Cause I really think I am.
no, I legitimately think you're onto something there. It makes some sense. And they're grabbing these guys when they're young.
Yeah.
That's another thing.
But
Yashken
no,
says,
like
oh,
I bet they're presenting these guys with like essentially the sort of perfect fancy girlfriend, right? Because
right.
their experience has led them to realize what a man wants, a young man, 25-year-old man or whatever it is, what he wants out of a woman. And I bet that they deliver,
Oh yeah, I
for that
bet
kind
they
of money, they're better. I tell you.
better be delivering some
Yeah, exactly.
deliver that ass. Yashken
Yeah,
says, hey, Nick, you should get revenge on RGE and send him a Jim Sterling raid after you're done with your stream. Also, Sargon, I usually wake up and you're already done streaming for the day. Nice job, man. Game stonks will rise.
I hope so. Hold. That's all it takes. I bought one stock, so I'm holding it.
Executioner says, considering Monero transaction pretty much can't be tracked, then would a viable solution to bank deplatforming is encourage people to donate in Monero and either convert it to USD through exchanges and deposit into trusted relative account? Maybe, but it just shouldn't have to, like, we should fix the
Yeah.
system so it shouldn't require us to have a degree in cryptocurrency to buy bread. Like that's the scary thing.
It's a rear guard action, isn't it? That's
Yeah.
the thing. That's what you do when you've been crushed and routed and you're being chased through the wilderness. We shouldn't have to be like that.
And if you want to make fun of me for saying degree in crypto, trust me, degrees in crypto are coming. They
Yeah,
will
bro. I don't know anything
monetize.
about crypto at all.
They will monetize that immediately. Cal Clay says, have you two seen Tokyo Gore Police? If yes, please discuss the weird kink club scene.
I have not. Sorry.
I tried to watch it and I hated it. If God Emperor somehow managed to get reelected, wouldn't it be perfect if he, like President Dennis Leary, gave the media FU dance each morning? And at this point, Judgment Day when?
I don't know, but I'm really hoping that Trump has his Napoleon returning from Elba moment at some point, just because it fucked. That's why.
Yeah. Child touched by Sargon says Sargon used grooming very purposefully. I think this is the same person from before.
Oh my god.
He knows he can't just call him a pedo because he'll rightfully get shit for it. So he'll just imply it and play coy when called out on it. Sargon convinces
Jim's
kids...
a pedo. How about that? I'll call Jim a pedo right now. I don't care about this fucking internet drama.
Yeah, well,
like, I'm really sorry that you do.
This is weird reasoning because you get shit for what you said anyway. So it's not like saying it would have avoided the shit. Not Drexel says, so you're saying that Cristiano Ronaldo has one-itis? Yes. I don't know what that is.
I'm not sure that is.
Jay Warden says, Sargon, since you like bloody and historical stuff, may I humbly suggest the anime Vinland Saga? Great character arcs and fights, also very realistic. That actually is a pretty good one. Vinland Saga.
I've heard good things about that, actually. I haven't seen it, but I have heard people talking about it because obviously people have been like, oh, this would be interesting to you. So yeah, I might actually have to check that out then.
Yeah, I watched it on Prime with my Twitch chat. It was a good time. Trevor Nichols says, watch Naoki Urasawa's Monster here on YouTube. Most unanime anime, a brain surgeon hunting down a serial killer he saved 10 years prior, set in 1996 Europe. Lagging says, Sargon, get Nick on EFAP. with
Sure.
Mahler, I guess.
I can ask him if he'd like to have you on. More than happy to.
It'd be fun. I'm down.
Yeah.
Hicks and Hammer, welcome to the channel. Andrew War Snowboard says, Sargon, please pronounce urinal.
Urinal.
Urinal? Wait, what?
Urinal?
Do you call it urinal?
Do you call it urinals?
That's what it is.
just like aluminum, I suppose. Yeah. Okay.
This is the divide. Urinal.
Yeah.
This is heresy.
Go and eat your herbs.
Penal Ryan says, Nick, will you be Legal Eagles vice president when he runs in 2024? Yeah, I'll be his Kamala Harris any day. And his days would be numbered. Kyler says, has Sargon even read Loki?
Yes.
Reverend North says, like the Louis Laveau stream, shocked to see so many Metokur simps in chat. Weird to see he still has them being the Muppet he is. The asterisk says, needed to stay up late anyway, quality stream chats.
Just to clarify, unless there's a reason to think that Jim has actually sent these people, I think these are just people who are just like on the internet too much.
Yeah, I don't think Jim has anything to do with it.
Yeah, I don't either, yeah.
Imotaku says, it's the great and honorable Benji. Never thought I'd see him here. Nexi says, congrats on the second. I've lost all 5 of mine. Life defeated me, broke my relationship. Hard scars to heal and horrible to see peeps choose an unnatural. Right. That sucks, buddy.
Sorry, man.
Dean Domino says, love the J.A. Hunter Society idea you and Louis came up with, Sargon. Search Wikipedia and you'll get it, Nick.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a rhino safari.
Oh no. Joshua Vidrine says, glad to catch this stream live at work. Now, if you both could keep chatting for another 2 hours while I finish making these skis, I'll donate more. We've got to actually.
I think I've got about another 15 minutes, to be honest.
Owen Jones. I'm going quick. Owen Jones says, what's your guys' opinion about Robute Gilliman? I love his return. I'm still suspicious about it, personally. I think that there's something else that's going to happen as we keep going. Pink Sniper 28 says, you think the H's are bad? Ask about the Z's.
Oh, you mean the Z's?
No, I know about the Z's because I've talked to Canadians. It's disgusting.
Right. See, finally, Canada does something useful.
Zinch
maintains the British pronunciation of Z.
Zinch says the reason
Again,
okay.
Z. I mean, like this is getting sort of French again territory.
No,
where the unman it's got a hard sort of sound to it. Are you sure Z is French?
Yeah, XYZ. That's XYZ.
I don't believe you.
It is. It's Z's or Z. You borrowed it from your French
overlords.
Where did
the Z come from? Because that sounds even more cucked than France.
We were like, God, these Brit bongs and these damn Frenchies. We can't call it Z. It's got to be Z. I don't know where it came from. Maybe.
No, I don't either.
Yeah. Okay. Zinch says
I assumed it was French. Shit.
The reason we dropped an I from aluminium is the same reason we got rid of U from color. It's because we're removing U, England.
That's fair.
The asterisk says, oh, God damn it. YouTube jumped on me. Says, oh, hush, it's not platinium, is it? F name, I name says, America's refusal to call aluminum aluminium because Germany refused to call wolfram tungsten. Opinion discarded says, lick my Oxford comma, Sargon.
Oh, don't even get me started. I mean, like,
do you not like Oxford commas?
They look untidy.
Oh, God. In law, you got to have them.
I know. I'm not saying they don't have a precise function. I'm saying they look unaesthetic.
Okay. Automata says, I noticed since the election, more sources including WAPO articles start characterizing Antifa as anti-government and extremists a bit more often. Yeah, they had a little purge of Antifa accounts on Twitter. They got to make it look even. Music and Fiction says...
No, I don't even think that. I think we can safely say that they don't give a shit about optics. And if they're going to get rid of a bunch of Antifa, then they're doing it because they find these inconvenient all of a sudden.
No,
they don't care about your fucking opinions, do they? Deplatform the president. Fuck you.
Music and Fiction says Sargon needs to see Ty Beard's Taos. Hashtag Ty Grift. Yeah, Ty created a tabletop gaming system, Fistful of Toes. It's actually been adopted by the Rand Corporation. So it's for like current military wargaming.
Right. Okay.
Baronet says, Sargon, as an ex-smoker, I hear you have the smoker's cough. Stop smoking normal tobacco. Switch to IQOS. Not a shill, but the cough and the stink is gone. Your wife will thank you. Also buy GME. I don't know what IQOS is, but...
Well, I don't either, so I'm looking into it now.
Yorukama says, either of you remember Total Biscuit, John Bain? I mean, I heard the name,
Yep.
but...
Yeah. So Total Biscuit was a very popular YouTuber about 6 years ago who did video game stuff, and he became quite prominent in political circles because of Gamergate, because he didn't take a position of absolute condemnation.
Sure.
But he got cancer and died a couple of years ago, which
that's right,
I was quite sad about. And because I quite liked him, even though he became quite social justice-y towards the end. But either way, I thought he was a fairly decent chap. So.
Clement Poe says, the most ambitious crossover since the War for Independence. Now you just need Drexel and Milo. Overkillery says, remember when Jim predicted Sargon's campaign would fail, so Sargon accused him of grooming. Also remember when Sargon claimed he was black. Did you claim you were
I didn't
black?
say I was black.
Oh.
No. My grandfather on my father's side came from an island called St. Helena, which is in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean between sort of Africa and South America.
Sure.
But man, what is it with these Metokur simps being so salty about this? I mean, how much money have they sent you being salty about this?
I'm not tabulating it, but
it's
enough.
Pretty good, isn't it? I didn't realize I was such a gold mine, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I'm going to bring you on, and we're going to have Sargon apologizes for Metokur. Beat him with super chats.
I called him a pedo earlier, so maybe I should walk that back.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what I'll do on the next stream.
What they need to do is super chat me a bunch to tell you not to do it. No, I'm just kidding. Nivok the Orc says, yes, twin sphere theory or no sphere theory. Oh, that's the balls, no balls, I think.
The Futa thing.
Super Iron Bob says, catching up on the stream, Torba's removal from Silicon Valley was his own doing. He hasn't become any less mercurial. Gilbert.
That's true. That's not an inaccurate description, but I think he deserves some respect for holding the line on this and existing, to be honest with you. I think it's been a lot of work for him, and I think he does deserve some respect for that.
Yeah, I think what he's doing is good stuff. I just find him to be like a weirdo on some of the issues, and it's like, why is this your thing? Like, why are you dying on this hill, or why are you more like, why are you calling people out and banning them over this issue that I don't see the point.
Yes. But in my old age, I've come to be a lot more tolerant of people like that, and so like I've found a way of framing these people in such a way that means I'm not repulsed by what appears to be craziness or anything like that.
Yeah.
And so I've rather been enjoying Lynn Wood and Sidney Powell as a kind of honestly almost like enjoy a movie, right?
Yeah.
And so like I'm enjoying this. Oh, what's going to happen now? You know, all these fantastic character arcs. It's like every lie will be revealed. I'm like, yeah, come on, I'm living for it. Where is it? And it didn't exist.
Yeah, that's been what they were doing was amazing. Like I did. My biggest video ever was when Lynn Wood called Roberts, says he had sex with children or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is wild stuff. And everybody wants to hear what Lynn Wood and Sidney Powell are saying. I think since they've been ghosted on social media by everybody major, they're starting to lose their name branding. And they're about you want people who are about to get the full brunt of like the machine and get whatever attempt to destroy a human will be. Sidney Powell and Lynn Wood are about to be demolished in whatever way the system can manage.
So I just checked them out on Telegram. Lynn Wood has got 736,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
And regularly gets 450,000 views on each post.
Oh,
so, I mean, like we say, and let me see if I can find.
No, I mean, he's just, the other thing is, I believe personally, and I'm always weird about this, but I think YouTube is actually suppressing Lynn Wood videos now.
Oh, doubtless. But I was just checking on Telegram because these are the Telegram figures they've got. Sidney Powell also has 350,000 subscribers and gets
Yep.
hundreds of thousands of views on her posts. So like they still have a very large audience.
Oh yeah.
In all fairness, you know,
Sydney joined up with Michael Flynn and started a super PAC. They're gonna, which by the way, incidentally, is a great way to protect money from a lawsuit. As a super PAC
okay.
that you
Very interesting
that you run and you can distribute.
I'm glad I've got you, and you mentioned that. So tell me about the billion-dollar lawsuits from Dominion. What's going on?
Well, they're what Robert Barnes would probably call lawfare. I think he might have even said it, but this is Dominion is going to take the wave of anger against Sidney Powell and Lynn Wood and try to ride that along with a judicial bias against their positions into a punitive lawsuit. And they don't really, I mean, they want to win. They don't care.
Yeah.
They're not going to get $1 billion from Sidney Powell. She's not a billionaire.
That's what I wanted to ask about.
Yeah.
Like, isn't that going to be dismissed on being like unreasonable on the face of it? Like,
it should be, but it won't be, I don't
Right.
think. Because what Dominion will make a very credible argument that they lost $1 billion of revenue, even though nothing suggests that Dominion will not be the system of choice in every jurisdiction that it was used in this election. In the next one,
like in Georgia.
That's what they've, that's what they're going to try and argue, is that somehow their brand has been irreparably damaged and needs money to fix it. It's a chill tactic and it's a big flex, and their lawsuits are really, really well constructed. In fact, Uncivil Law, who's a buddy of mine, he's gone through them and he suggests that the one against Sidney Powell, like that they might actually be able to pull off a victory against her, even though it'd be defamation. They're a public figure, so it should be a lot harder. He thinks that they can actually do it. And I trust him he's a good analyzer of lawsuits. So I'm hoping that they're not able to win, but there's a very real possibility that they might. Now, again, they're not going to get $1 billion because half of that is punitive damages. But realistically, they could get a large judgment against Sidney Powell and make her life.
It could be like 100 million or something, right?
Yeah, and she may have it. I mean, I don't know how wealthy she is, but she's got a big legal practice that was really high profile. They may be able to bleed it out of somewhere. So,
well, I mean, she's got a huge audience. So if she's got a way of receiving donations, she'll probably be okay.
Right.
You know? I think that there'll be a large rally behind her, you know.
And the super PAC is the way that can happen. I mean, super PAC money is tax deductible, I believe. But they have no regulation on the spending. The only thing with super PACs is your donation lists are public. So, but if you donate to a 501c3 that then subsequently donates to a super PAC, the 501c3 is the listed party, not individuals. So there's ways around that publicity element as well. But I think that Sidney Powell, the 501c3 might be part insurance for her and the upcoming, like, she is going to be attacked dramatically. Lynn Wood will too. They're going to go after their clients. They're going to go after their law licenses. And
well, they've already tried, haven't they?
Yeah. And the crazy thing for both of them is they run multi-jurisdictional practices. And in the States, you need to, like, I'm licensed in Minnesota. I can't practice in Texas without Texas's permission. So what happened to Lynn Wood in Delaware is they just revoked his permission to practice in that case. And that's a signal to every other court in the nation. If Lynn Wood comes into your state and he's not licensed to practice, just don't give him permission. Well, suddenly you've destroyed his ability to do business in the way that he's been doing. And that's what I think is coming for them. Gilbert Guy says, recommend the Bard Code YouTube channel. Super interesting take on Shakespeare, math, and the true royal bloodline. Yorukama sent money for the 40K stream. Thank you. And also joined the channel. Much appreciated. Padre Speak says, Battletech is better lore than 40K, and Legend of Galactic Heroes is required anime for anyone in the culture war.
Battletech is indeed very good lore, but it hasn't quite got the depth of 40K, in my opinion.
40K lore is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's the gold standard.
Yeah.
But
How do you
BattleTech's still very good.
how do you take Paradise Lost and put a massive shouldered Space Marine armor on it? That's what they did. I love
Yeah.
that. Fuzzy Creature says, I never thought Jim was grooming. I think he's always been an accidental Pied Piper due to charisma levels. He doesn't want his army per se. The Gray One says, I hadn't known of this vampire game. Def got to listen to that. Also, cheers, Nick, and hello, Sargon. Been a fan for years. May your path be fruitful. BK says, G'day, Sargon. I just wanted to let you know that all the way back in 2016, your content stopped me from going full-on radical to the radical slide to the alt-right, so thank you. I get really frustrated when lefty cunts call you alt-right.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
They do that to me, too, and I'm like, I'm a bad alt-right person.
Yeah. just leave me alone. I just want the government to fuck off. That's all I want.
Elliot Hager says, you guys should have Eliza Blue on your streams podcasts to discuss online sex trafficking on social platforms. She was just on Timcast and others. She's a nice person, definitely not a fembot. Okay, never heard of her. If I could,
no, me either.
If you have a way to get me in touch with her, that's always the trick on all of this stuff, is get people connected.
It used to be fairly easy when Twitter existed and both sides were allowed on Twitter, because then that's how you would coordinate, which is why they ban everyone.
Phil Arlett says, Nick, is there any reason you're not on Gab? I'm on there because Carl recommended it to me and it's awesome. I'm on there. I just don't use it. And it's largely because Torba made me annoyed. So I just took the easy route and don't go on there. It's not, I don't really care if other people do. Adam Wofford says, so if Gilliman and Yvrain got married, how many Mother's Day cards would she get and how much would it weigh? 20 tons or 40 tons? More. Rob Van Pelt says, Jim wants on, check the obits. Aw. Nya says, Sargon, please explain to us US folks why the French metric system is better than the British imperial system. Thanks.
Well, I mean, like okay, right. There's two ways of looking at this. The first one is, if you were going to design a system from the ground up, how would you do it? And you certainly wouldn't do it in the imperial way. But the imperial way is the traditional way, because it evolved, it emerged out of a more ignorant past. And so the question is, are you some gay French revolutionary, or are you a stoic, stalwart British traditionalist? That's how you have to decide.
I'm the metric system can eat shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Owen Jones
says,
fucked,
France.
Who's your favorite Primarch?
Horus was a Primarch, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I always liked Horus, yeah.
I go with Vulcan because he's black. Fuzu says, so Sargon, what's it like tanking an entire political party? It's almost funny if it wasn't so sad. What political party are you going to tank next?
Which one do you support?
That one. That guy 2502 says, so what does Sargon call the band ZZ Top? Is it ZZ Top or ZZ Top?
Obviously it's ZZ Top.
Okay. Alex.
No, I'm joking. Everyone calls it ZZ Top because that's the name, the American sort of name.
Not the Bare Naked Ladies, the Canadian pop rock band. They call it ZZ Top. So.
Do they?
Yeah, and their Crazy ABC song. Oh, yeah, you're a dad. You got to look up the Bare Naked Ladies Crazy ABCs for your kids. They'll love it. Also, John Lithgow's I'm a Manatee is a great kid song.
Right,
and it's John Lithgow singing, which is a delight. Alex D says, could Trump just start a religion whose doctrine is about free speech and Second Amendment, etc.? American way of life, no deplatforming. People could still aim their worship at any deity. That'd be great. Unfortunately, religious protections only seem strong. And they're only strong for what are traditionally recognized as mainstream religions.
I've got to say, I think Trump starting a religion would probably be bad optics too.
Yeah, that'd be weird.
Yeah.
Well, I just want him to start a media company.
Yeah.
Barnett says, IQOS is a heating system from Marlboro. No smoker tar, but it's still real tobacco. No more cough and slime in the throat. They offer a free trial. Gaku,
yeah, I looked it up. It actually looks pretty good.
Gaku says, Sargon, Razorfist has a Discord server, you boomer lol. I didn't know that either.
No, I didn't know that. Okay, well, someone send me an invite.
E1337 Neo says, hey, Nick, not sure if you heard the sad news, but your law Twitter given namesake Dustin Screech Diamond passed away today. Yep. Screech from Saved by the Bell died. Rip. On the plus side.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he died. He was pronounced dead today.
What did he die of?
I don't know.
'Cause he wasn't old, was he?
No, 44. So, well, that might be old. I don't know. I feel old sometimes, and I'm not that old.
Yeah, well, I'm
But he wasn't.
41, so I'm not exactly going to point fingers.
Yeah. I'm 39, so it's like.
Oh, he had lung cancer.
Oh, there.
No, that's sad.
On the plus side, your favorite Antifa COO, Martin Beddick, got axed from Twitter. Rest in pieces. Yeah, it's just a shame that happened to Martin Beddick, that fat lady. F name, I name. Yeah, Catherine will have to come up with a new alter ego. F name, I name says the children that Metokur groomed are out simping for daddy. I see. Sad. God damn it. Raging Golden.
It's profitable, isn't it, Nick? So that's okay.
Everything is profit.
Capitalism, ho.
Everything is profit. I said I'm bad alt-right. Raging Golden Eagle says Gab is a good containment board. Let's get all the boomers isolated on there while the rest of us enjoy anime titties on real alternatives. Fantastic. By the way, guys, after this stream, make sure you go check out Raging Golden Eagle's stream. I think he's starting up pretty soon. Salt says, Sargon, your new channel name is Soy AF, bro.
Good.
The Lotus Eaters. What is the background? It's from the Odyssey, but what part of the Odyssey?
So it's from the beginning of the Odyssey, when they first get like knocked off course.
Okay.
The first place they land is the island of the Lotus Eaters, and it's the only place that doesn't have a desire to kill them, or hurt them or subvert them or anything like that. All it is essentially a sort of metaphor for a paradigm change.
Sure.
And it's a place where the people are kind of happy where they are, right? And they get portrayed like, in later sort of mythology as being like drug addicts and stuff, but that's not how they're portrayed in the Odyssey. Like they're just portrayed as they have a particular kind of fruit, but the fruit seems to be like a metaphor for an idea. As you taste of the fruit, you hear this new idea and you change your mind. And they don't want to go back to the boats with Odysseus, and he ends up having to drag them off to the boats. Right. But the thing is, right, Odysseus is the only one who makes it out alive. Like they all get killed on the way. And so it's like, look, so if would you rather have stayed on the island of the Lotus Eaters, enjoying yourself, eating the lotus fruit? Would you rather die at sea trying to get Odysseus back so he can stuff his wife? For fuck's sake.
Yeah, they really did get a shit deal just for Odysseus to get back to his old wife.
Isn't it? Like
I mean, they went through they got turned into pigs. And he's sitting there banging
by cyclopses.
He's banging this hot chick the entire time while they're fucking pigs. Like,
yeah, he's banging like 2 years. He's banging Circe or something, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's just like, what?
Odysseus did it right.
A year and a half in, it's like, isn't it time now? Nah, we've got something 6 months yet. This will be all right.
All right, we got 3 left, and then we're done. Richard Spencer says, Sargon, you're gonna hate hearing this, but you're not as smart as you think you are. Stop touching kids.
I'll try to do both.
Angry Baneling says, just apologize for calling Metokur a groomer. Just apologize. No. And this all stops, Sargon. Wow. You can trust me. I love Lotus Eaters, and I'm a mod on Nick's chat.
What makes you think I don't like this?
Adrian Valladares says, hey,
keeping
Nick.
the myth of Jim being a groomer alive by bringing it up constantly. Like, I don't talk about it.
Adrian Valladares says, hey, Nick, know any good alternatives to Robinhood? After the GameStop fiasco, I'm looking for a good alternative. P.S. You're awesome. I don't. When I worked in that field, I would have been able to better tell you, but I don't know. If I were going to buy stock, I have a guy who I would call, and I would buy stock through him. So I wouldn't use a trading app personally. And again, it's the nature of institutional investing, and I just wouldn't trust an app to be able to deliver what I would want. So that's me. I don't know. Well, that's all the chats. It's been wonderful. Is there anything you want to say before we sign off? By the way, the lotuseaters.com is in the description. I should have probably mentioned that earlier, but it is there.
Thank you. But no, just thanks for having me on, man. I really enjoyed it. So, like I said, I've been watching your videos for ages, right? And I've really appreciated your legal coverage of what's been going on. And obviously, I was just like, man, Nick seems like a really chill guy, And so when Lula. Well, yeah. And when Lula was like, I'd really like to have you on, I was like, oh, that'd be awesome. So I'm really glad we can make it work, man.
Yeah, me too. We'll have to do it again and talk more 40K. And
yeah, definitely. I've added you as a friend on Discord, man. So, message me to chat if you want, anytime you want, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
If I don't get back, it's just because I'm busy, but I'll reply.
You gotta take the pill.
The pill,
the mini pill.
the mini pill.
You got to get minis, and we can do painting
Oh, no.
streams.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I do love the sound of it. But I can't. I know I've got work to do. I can't.
This is how I ruin your business.
It is exactly. I've got to finish making notes on meditations by Marcus Aurelius for the book club. I can't instead spend my time painting minis, despite how satisfying that would be. I can't do it. I have to do work.
When you take the mini pill eventually, we will do some painting.
So I've actually got like this, you've got to have an optimistic future in mind, right? So my optimistic future is in a few years time, when my son's a bit older, that it'll become quality father son time when I buy us a big load of minis and then sit us painting them, right? But he's only 5 at the moment, so he hasn't got the patience or sort of hand-eye coordination for it yet. But when he's about like 9 or 10, I think he'll be really into it. So fingers crossed, in a few years' time, I'll be able to paint minis all Sunday afternoon and stuff like that. No, dude, I'm really looking forward to it. I really hope it pans out that way.
Yeah, me too. So
I can excuse buying all this shit.
Okay, two came in real quick. Robute Gilliman says, "Hey Sargon, have you heard about Twitter as a distributor of child porn in the lawsuit? #exterminatus on Twitter."
Yes, I have. It's as we discussed earlier, quite eyebrow raising. Yikes.
And Socialism is for Fig says, "Are you going to stream tonight too, Nick?" I will on Twitch. I may do a chill stream on the media channel, but there will not be a law stream tonight. This is the law stream for the day. So, all right, man. Well, let's if you can hang out for just 2 seconds, I just like to say goodbye in private.
Sure.
Say catch you later stream. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good day, guys. Peace.